that is either exposing something against you, something adverse on you, but when members are here and a member of the public sends a question, that is a legitimate addition to what we are doing.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot talk for
because
camel herders.
Yes.
Camel herders in Kitui County. I am a camel owner, and you'll see it in my list of assets.
Yes.
And my camels are in between Isiolo and Garissa County. But there's a historical notion by the leadership of Kitui, Machakos, that the problem of insecurity and camels in Kitui is not something that started today. It is their cherry pick. It's every time they speak, they do that. So I can only speak for my camels. They're in Garissa.
Talk about your camels.
And next time, Mr. Speaker, when you have time, they're doing very well. So I'll take you there. You have a history with Balambala.
Yes.
So you go see your client.
Correct.
And see my camels. Secondly, the same with Taveta. I have no camels in Taveta, so, and I don't know which camels are in Taveta.
That raises the matter.
That raises the matter. On pharmaceutical...
Let him answer. Let him finish with...
On the pharmaceutical, yes, I agree. NEMA has a very strong enforcement...
Hold on, Duale. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, why is it that all camels that are traversing the country, people think belong to Honorable Duale? And there are many camel owners like us.
Simply because he carries the tag of a senior leader from the region. So people associate everything from the region with the leader.
And
the Speaker, I am ready now and in the future to carry the tag of the community. That's why, as you said, I am their leader. And I have no apologies to
answer what Naisula asked you.
Naisula asked me about, and I agree. I think we need to protect the environment, more so the sea. There was even one time some people wanted to dispose of condemned sugar into the sea, and we refused. NEMA has a very strong enforcement policy. The other stakeholders who protect our marine at the coast are also on top of everything, and we will make sure. But Honorable Naisuda, maybe if you have the details, you'll help us. That particular company, we will deny the licenses straight away. Yeah.
The climbers?
Mr. Speaker, the camels are many. The climbers, Mr. Speaker, even at the bottom of most of these mountains, particularly Abadeas, and there are facilities. Only that they have been left to waste. So we need first to have the facilities, the lodges. It can be a very good tourism attraction. And then on top, as they climb.
Yeah. Honorable Duale, I think I've climbed Kilimanjaro, so I know what happens.
Yes.
At every stop where people eat, there should be a bio toilet that can be, the waste can be disposed.
Yes.
There should be the containers for people to throw the paper, if they're carrying any bottles and so on, but also bandas so that they can sleep at intervals. Because I know that if that doesn't happen, then what happens is the waste ends up being left, and you get volunteers who actually go and pick it up. So it's actually a way of protecting the climbing route. But Mount Kenya is better. Kilimanjaro is a crisis.
I'll find out. And in fact, there are 10 of my good friends who have left today for Kilimanjaro for 10 days. But I think it's a very good idea. We will make sure that we implement it. It will help us in increasing the numbers of the people who will climb.
And also the climbers to be hired in the Kenya Forest Service and the wildlife.
For guidance.
Mr. Speaker, there's a clarification I would require from the nominee. Because when I asked the question, I said I've read the question from someone called Paul Mutua from Kitui. In his response, he has said that, and this is on record, he said leaders from Machakos and Kitui. Now, this is not a leader, this is just a person who sent me the message. I can even share with him. So I would like a clarification. When he says leaders from Machakos and Kitui are basically picking on him, it's important because I'm a leader from Machakos and I'm just reading a question.
Point of order.
Because I have hold the Quran.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. that will be an interjection between now leaders of Garissa and the leaders of Kitui. We have nothing to do with this, Honorable Speaker.
No, I think if you allow me, he has asked a very good question. He has asked a very good question, but I want to give evidence. Speak on a number of times, and one of the time was when my good friend, the Wiper leader, lost his mother. I think, or his father, one of his parents. And I went with the President Uhuru Kenyatta, and starting with the leader of Wiper, all the way to all the leaders from that region, one after the other, and I can provide the clip. They have mentioned me that I am the cause of the conflict. And in my presence, and in fact in the morning when I was leaving, I told President Uhuru Kenyatta that will happen, and he says, let's go. And they were telling him, but he never replied. I have other times when leaders from that region had a dispute. Garissa doesn't have a border with Mwingi or Kitui. We have a river border, but the really border is between Tana River and Kitui. So it is something which is in the public domain. It is the leaders, the senator for Kitui, the leadership.
Not go that route.
But that's it.
Let's not go that route.
I'll find another avenue to deal with that matter, not at the vetting.
All public people have at one time or another been others' punching bags. And we live with it. So it should not, it's part of the occupational hazard. Honorable Dwale will end with you by asking you, yes, by asking you.
I take. That's out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
and even mentioning my party leader by the nominee is also unfair. Because that was never the issue. I just showed a message from a person, and I said I'm willing to show the message to the candidate.
Honorable Kalonzo is not an issue here.
Yes.
So
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew. I have a lot of respect for Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you.
I have a lot of respect for Honorable Mbui. He was my schoolmate. I have nothing personal. I am sorry I have withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable Dwale, now answer the following short questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related reports or investigations?
Never in my life, Mr. Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, but I'm a member of a political party. No leadership. Member, I'm allowed, yes. Mr. Speaker. I read the law.
State your net worth.
My net worth, Mr. Speaker, is, as of today, 980 million.
980 million?
Yes.
Comprising?
I have provided, comprises of, I have pieces of lands, both in Garissa and Nairobi, my house in Nairobi, my house in Garissa, my cattle ranch in Garissa, my rental property in Nairobi and Garissa, my shares in family-owned business, my camels and cattle, and motor vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, I have got good revenue from the book sales of my autobiography, which is one of the best selling book, the #1 best-selling book as of today.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
851.
851.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
The nominee recently launched his book, and he says that it has good some returns. I mean, there are thousands of books that have been launched in this country. I want to know how yours performed so well.
You can ask him on the side.
I think you need to read. If you read my book, you'll see it's the best.
That is not a fair question. Leave it there.
Mr. Speaker, and it is from a research done by bookshop sellers, textbook center.
I bought 20 copies and distributed
Mr.
to my schools.
And I have now done my 4th publication.
Honorable Dwale, we had received 71 memorandum on you, some supporting, some opposing, and we are satisfied that you answered all of them when we forwarded them to you. We've also checked your documents against what we have. They are correct. Yes?
Chair, maybe just as the nominee concludes, because this matter of wealth declaration has become a matter of public interest now, especially to our brothers and sisters in the room. The movement from your last declared net worth to your declared net worth now, can you explain
the growth?
The growth.
How much is it?
Almost 130 or so.
Honorable Ichung'wah is an accountant. And there is, both for land investment and real estate property, usually the appreciation increases between 12 to 15%. So if you calculate 851 by 12% or 15%, that growth that amount will come to it. Yeah. It's about 140 million.
Thank you, Honorable.
And Mr. Speaker, also, we have got very good rains, so my livestock grew in number.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Duale, we are done with you. Unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are released to go to your other daily routine work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the time you have given me and your members. I wish you all the best.
Take back your documents. Bring in the next. Do you want a break? Bring in the next. Don't go for lunch. You'll go for lunch after the third. Only 5 minutes. Robert.
This is NTV.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul fired. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivita Homes.
NTV, turning on your world.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
Hello there and welcome to another edition of Bonjour. Elias, hope you're keeping well. Some would say that the Olympics has officially started to some extent because the athletics program begins Friday.
Yeah, there were, people say back home in Kenya and in Africa, the race was a warm-up. Now the real game begins with the track and field program. obviously with the 10,000 meters final being the first major, competition. Yeah, so the Olympics actually begins.
Absolutely, and the 10,000 meters final will be the first second final per se in terms of medal prospects for Team Kenya, especially for the athletics event. And looking at the composition of the team, the Kenyan trio, I know it's been spoken about extensively regarding the rivalry between Kenyans, Ugandans, and the Ethiopians. But personally, I feel like where we should be very concerned is between our neighbors, ourselves, and the Ugandans.
Yeah, Uganda has a very, very strong team. The world record holder, Joshua Cheptegei, Jacob Kiplimo, are very, very strong in 5 and 10K. And again, our next door neighbors, again, Ethiopia, with Yomif Kejelcha. So it will be very, very hard. Experienced boys in the Kenyan team, Nicholas Kimeli, Mateiko, they ran very well in the trials at the US during the Prefontaine Classic. But it's going to be a very, very tough one. And a bit of teamwork to be involved. And experience, and all these athletes are experienced. The conditions are very, very hot. So although the race will be run in the evening, the humidity will still be there, and it's going to be very tough.
I think about that one, the only thing I can say is that during the race time, during race time, you don't know what will happen when you are racing. But what I know is that I'm well prepared, and also my trainmate Kimeli, I think also he is also prepared because we train together. Anything can happen.
Ya kwanza ningependa kuhaji wa Kenya kuwaomba kuwasi sana watuombe, watupikie makoti, watuombe because tunajua tumeenda ni kama vita ya kawaida kwenda kumenyana na wale watu na tutachua mwishowe tunaweza kuwa washindi because pia sisi tumetrain, wao wametrain. Najua kweli gold imekuwa kitambo ama medali kuja Kenya ya Olimpiki imekuwa muda sana, na tungeomba ikuchie kwetu mwaka huu wa 2024 iwe surprise kwa watu wote, na tunatumai kuwa kulingana na ilikuwa na
Limo, Joshua Cheptegei. Those are the two individuals that will definitely Kenyans to some extent are usually for any competing athlete, but the problem is we tend to find that Kenyans seem to be a bit individualistic.
What are near for me and my country, and the preparations have been going well.
Mimi nimekimbia na Cheptegei Jacob, akina Kachelja nimekimbia nao kwa muda, so I think ile sometime huwa anatupiga kidogo tukienda pale Diamond League, sometime tunaweza enda na KM hawa sometime, so inatipea na ile I think penye tulikuwa tunalemewa ni ile speed, the last speed about the last 400 after pale kupika kengele 400 meters lap ambaye tumeweza kusharpen, tumeweza kuconcentrate nayo tangu tulipokata team, tuliweza kufocus na hiyo reaction ya the last lap, so tunataka tubadilishe mwenendo wetu.
I think for the 10,000 meters, it's a staple of Kenyan athletics. It's one of those competitions that, because you usually remember in terms of history, we normally start in the middle distance all the way to the marathon. So 10,000 meters is just one step into the half marathon and to the full marathon races, and that's one of the reasons why it's one of those marquee track events.
But unfortunately, it's been a debate, a lot of arguments and talks here and there about World Athletics. Why did they remove the 10,000 from most of the Diamond League circuits? So you find, athletes want to earn a living. I think there's only a couple of 10,000 meters in Eugene, and I don't remember where else. Actually, Eugene could be the only Diamond League with the 10,000 meters on the track. So you find the athletes shifting to the road. You see what, Simiyu did, Ebenyo, he's moved from the 10,000, he's going to run the Chicago Marathon because they need to make some money, they need to earn bread and take care of their family, so you cannot concentrate on a race that is not regularly run on the series.
I agree with you because I feel, the bottom line, it's all about being race fit, if I would call it. Because if you don't have as many competitions, excuse me, because the only time that they get to be able to compete competitively is during their national trials, and then those individual unique races that you have, maybe like that one for Prefontaine Classic.
Yeah, and it's exciting again to see what will happen in the women's events, because just a couple of days ago, Sifan Hassan said she's going to run the 10,000 meters, the 5,000 meters, and the marathon. I mean, with this kind of conditions, it's going to be suicidal, but it's good that she wants to challenge herself, and that's the beauty about sport.
So Elias, we've been speaking extensively about the weather conditions, and they're very unpredictable, and that's one of the reasons why it affected the men's 20 kilometers race walk.
Yeah, it's I don't know how to describe this because you know, the race walk was supposed to begin at 7:30 a.m. but it was pushed by half an hour to 8 a.m. because of heavy rains, and then again shortly after that the sun was out and it was very, very hot. And you know, most of the competitors were really caught unawares. The bodies didn't know how to react. And Samuel Gadimba, indeed, I spoke to him and he said that you know, he was also alichanganyikiwa. You know, when it's raining, then all of a sudden it's hot, and then the course was very difficult. Very many sharp corners, no straights that you know you can accelerate as a walker, and you know, a multiplicity of issues made it a bit difficult for him. And he was in the leading pack until about 4 laps to go.
Let me ask you, Elias, I would assume that when you're preparing for such a championship, you do some level of recce. So I'm assuming maybe perhaps, I don't know, is that information available for the competing race walkers?
Ideally, the technical bench should be aware, but for the sake of Kenya, I think it was a bit challenging. You know, Coach George Kariuki, were in conversation with him for a long time. They went for the qualifiers in Dublin, Ireland, just over a month ago. But World Athletics only confirmed Kenya very late. You know, the cutoff was 25 athletes, and then Kenya was number 26. So it was a bit of a wait and see until the final confirmation came, which was a bit late for, you know, people to try and go out on the course and have a look. So it was, you know, again, a cocktail of issues that made it quite challenging for Gadimba and for Kenya.
Well, it was also a challenging outing for Kenya's Zedi Cherotich in the women's judo. Yes, she made a transition from the javelin, and then in the span of less than 4 years, she's now competing at the Olympics in judo. But it was tough for her.
But good learning lessons. I mean, when you come to a championship like this, it's a good opportunity to be in the global mix, to learn, you know, the trends in the sport. That's why it's good for Kenya to keep on knocking on the doors and having more events. I don't know why, for example, we are not in shooting. We used to compete regularly in shooting at the Olympics. It's good to see the first woman judoka, Zedi. I think she did amazingly well by just qualifying for this Olympics. And, you know, remember, she qualified because of points, the point system. She had enough points, which means she did a lot of competitions on the circuit. And that's what we need. We need the athletes going out, competing around the circuit. And by the time our championship like this comes around, they have at least gotten an experience and even competed against some of the opponents they meet at the highest level.
Elias, you traveled out of town. Tell us about your experience going to Lille to watch the game between South Sudan and the United States.
Wow, it was amazing. I mean, I've been a basketball fan from my youth, from my high school at Kadinotunga. We used to win the National Schools Championship.
But
basketball,
you don't say.
I don't say. I don't say. I was a point guard, and you know, I've been following the NBA, and just to get that opportunity as a journalist, you know, it gives you a chance to be one-on-one with LeBron, ask him questions, Steph Curry, watch the game. You have the front row seat. Despite the fact that they lost the game, you know, it really shows how basketball has developed in South Sudan, and the crowd was amazing. So, how does it feel being here, playing against the USA?
Now I am going to match this very important because I am going to
my friend,
not to America.
Of course, South Sudan is a young country. It is now coming up with the spirit and with the talent. So this is one of the peace initiatives actually that the world should know that we are not the same South Sudan that had a problem before. So we are transforming now from the ancient time to the current civilization.
What makes South Sudan great is like, I will describe it in 2 words. We got the height and we got the heart, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, we are fighters, that's why.
You are fighters?
Yeah, we are fighters. We believe ourselves, you know, like South Sudan. Anywhere, if we believe, so like you believe in themselves. So, you know, like South Sudan, always.
Most of them grew up in Kenya at the Kakuma refugee camp. Others were in Dadaab, you know, they were in Nairobi. And I don't see why. I've always been saying, Bernard, that why can't we have a critical look and assimilate some of these players, because there's a lot of talent coming out of the refugee camps and going out. Look at the track program begins, 800 meters, we have Marco Arop from South Sudan. again, they transit through Kenya and go to greatness, and we just watch them. It's an opportunity for Kenya to try and get these boys and give them an opportunity.
Well, there was a lot of pre-match hype, a lot of expectation, but unfortunately, it's the nature of such a championship. They were brought down back to earth.
Yeah, I mean, the first quarter is the one which really killed them. It was almost a 20-point game at halftime. They let the US go, and when you let the US go, it's going to be difficult. It's an embarrassment of talent, like Coach Steve Kerr put it. You have Hall of Famers, potential Hall of Famers there. You get somebody from the bench, it makes a difference. You saw how Bama Adebayo did. It came on, absolutely amazing, getting 18 points. But the positives from South Sudan, they were able to keep Steph Curry to just 3 points.
We didn't get the win, but we're proud to be here. It's another step closer to where we're trying to get to the next spot. We're representing Africa, we're representing the continent of Africa, and next game with Serbia, trust me, we're only starting, we'll be there.
They were dancing, chanting after the game. To them it was a very emotional moment. Some came from as far as Boston. I spoke to some from Boston in Massachusetts. Others came from Canada, others came from Kenya just to watch South Sudan versus USA at the Olympics. They never dreamt about it. 2011, they got independence. There was a civil war. A lot of people lost their lives. They went through hell, through very difficult times. And now to see these lost boys, as they call them, coming together, uniting a nation, it was a wonderful moment to be in that gym in Lille.
Must have been quite a festival, and definitely they have been able to unify the entire continent to support the men's national basketball team. Now, Elias, when we speak about Bingwa, we usually speak about the athletes, usually speak about other different individuals, but it's usually an ecosystem, and there's a team that is usually behind the backroom staff that doesn't get as much attention. For example, physios.
Yeah, physios are amazing people. They can fix you, from nowhere into, match fitness or rest fitness. People like Peter Nduyu, who has been the personal physio for Eliud Kipchoge for years, is amazing what he's been able to do, preparing our athletes, Eliud, Joshua Kamaror, Faith Kipyegon at the global camp. Physios are amazing people, and like you say, they're behind the scenes. You never see them in front of the cameras. They're in the back room, waiting
and they play a very, very, very key role.
A key role. Without a physio, like in this kind of heat, the recovery, the muscles react differently, so they have to knock the athletes into shape.
Na wasaidianga sana na kuchagua physio ule anaweza kuwa kwa team, na pia kuangalia vile wakimbiaji wako kwa team. Kwa vile mimi mwenyewe naweza sema mimi ni bingwa kama hawa athletes naona wengi wao ni bingwa, na kukuwa mbingwa ni kwa kazi ile unafanya na ile kitu unaletea watu kwa kikombe.
Well, that's it for today's episode of Bonjour. Thank you so much for watching. From myself and Elias Makori, au revoir.
Bonjour, brought to you by Safaricom, a proud sponsor of Team Kenya at the Olympics.
I will invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting with Honorable Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Nelson Koech, MP Belgut.
And I'm David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Massa Mary, Teso South.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka.
Owen Bayer, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, Kadiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
And I'm Caleb Amisi, Caleb Amisi, Saboti.
Thank you, Chairman. Mishimboko Likoni.
We will start. Eric, we'll invite you to introduce yourself. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, your competences, and why you think you have the suitability to the appointment to which you have been proposed. After that, you give your papers to the clerk to verify. But before we do that, we will invite you to take an oath. We have the holy books, the Quran and the Bible. Which one do you swear with?
The Bible.
So be upstanding. Take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath that the sergeant will hold for you.
I, Eric Mureithi Muga, do swear that the evidence I shall give for this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Take your seat. You've given her your papers to bring to the clerk. He will cross-check with what we have to see if they correspond. So start by introducing yourself, your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your competences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Committee on Appointments. I'll start by thanking God for this opportunity to sit in front of the esteemed members and also the President for giving me an opportunity on this nomination. My name is Eric Mureithi Muga, 32 years of age, born in a village called Adhi, which is in Egembe South constituency, Meru County. I went to Adhi Primary School, which is a walking distance from my birthplace, and did my KCPE in 2005. I performed well and enrolled in Lenana School, where I sat my KCSE in the year 2009. After that, I performed well. I progressed to the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Architecture and Engineering, where I did a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and civil and construction engineering. I performed really well. I got a first class amongst my colleagues, and upon graduation, I got a job that relates to this docket of sanitation and irrigation in a company called Mangat IB Patel Consulting Engineers. This is one of the leading consulting firms in this country. While working, I was very interested in water, so I enrolled back in the year 2017 for a master's degree in the University of Nairobi and specialized on water resources engineering, where I graduated in the year 2022. I'm born in a family with 6 siblings. I'm the third born. I am married, and I've worked for 8 to 9 years, Honorable Speaker, on water and sanitation. In the process of carrying out my daily activities, I have worked at all levels, mostly in the private sector. I've worked at all levels. I've worked and engaged with stakeholders from the ministry, mostly water development works as consultant. I have progressed in my career growth from an intern to design engineer, and now to assistant resident engineer also, and also in some projects, an assistant project engineer. I am duly registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya as a professional engineer, and duly registered with the Institution of Engineers of Kenya as a corporate member. During my work activities, I have developed a passion to ensure that every Kenya, in my little scope that I've served so far, has access to water, which is a human right, and also a constitutional right. Service to my fellow countrymen is a service to God, and given the opportunity, if this House approves my nomination, I will do all I can to ensure that Kenyans have access to an economic and basic right and serve with honor and dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. I'll now invite members and concerns.
That there is a shortage of funding in the ministry to which you seek confirmation. So that I would like to hear your ideas on the alternative. For example, since the majority of farmers are small-scale holders, leveraging on the use of water pans and harvesting during the rainy season for use for the rest of the year. We know that places like Yatta only get 2 days of rain a year, but they have water pans and are producing food the whole year. So we want to see how you can leverage on that, so that the higher percentage of will be water pans as opposed to big dams, which you don't have money for now. And also, how will you leverage on the public-private partnerships to be able to fund the water sector in the light of shortage of funding? Thank you.
The rejected finance bill and shortage of funding. The Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation has 2 state departments, the State Department of Irrigation, State Department of Water and Sanitation. The 2 state departments, the State Department of Irrigation has had a budget cut of almost 1.7 billion. The State Department of Irrigation and Sanitation and Water has had a budget cut of 2.7 billion. That means we can't really develop large-scale dams, as you have correctly stated, and we need to raise funds. Raising funds, as one of the ways you've suggested, as you've mentioned, is the PPPs, public-private partnerships, that we package our projects in such a way that we attract public interest in our projects, but also ensure that the partnerships do not exploit the end user. The end user is the consumer. This, in the ministry, we have WASREB, Water Services Regulatory Board, and this will ensure that consumers who are the final end users of these services that the ministry seeks to offer will be served at the right tariffs. WASREB is responsible for the tariffs. On water pans is not a long-term solution to our water problems, especially in the areas you've mentioned of Yatta, etc. But they are relatively inexpensive compared to dams. To develop large-scale dams, that's where we will need the leverage of PPPs. And in this case, I will work with the Directorate of PPPs and the Exchequer, the National Treasury, to ensure that Kenyans get value for money. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Eric has preempted my question because I wanted to ask him about how he can leverage on PPPs, but since you have answered that, I don't know if you were to explore the possibility of using PPPs for the large-scale dams. Do you, in your opinion, think there is also an opportunity to leverage on the development of dams together with using those dams for agriculture and leasing land for large-scale farming, where you can get investors who will want to lease land for large-scale farming and at the same time develop land, develop the dams for use in the irrigation projects, and the same dams can be used to provide water, as you said, to end users at a rate that will not exploit the Kenyan consumers of water. Two, I have seen you have had quite some experience with in the area of sanitation, especially your work with the Nairobi River Sewerage Project. And one of your state departments, if approved, will deal with sanitation matters. How do you intend to deal with the issue of pollution? Working again together with the Ministry of Environment. Do you see any opportunities around that space? Thank you,
Yes.
Speaker.
Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In response to the question from Ichung'wah, Honorable Ichung'wah, it is true that to develop large-scale dams, we will need external funding that the government at the moment, due to austerity measures, cannot sustain. These large-scale dams, Honorable Ichung'wah, through the chairperson or the speaker, are multi-purpose dams. They not only provide water for domestic use, which is basic, they also provide water for irrigation. Irrigation is a key component in of sustaining and developing climate resilience amongst arid and semi-arid areas. The concept Honorable Ichung'wah, through the speaker, has raised is viable. That if we develop a dam, a large-scale dam, in an arid and semi-arid area, it is prudent to also have a PPP to lease land for irrigation so that we have value for money for our large investments. It would be utterly wrong, if approved by this House, if I don't explore that option. Water is a human right, and also water is intertwined with food security. So on irrigation, Honorable Ichung'wah, through the speaker, that is correct. That's correct.
Could you tell us, since you've worked in the water sector, do you have any success? Do you know of any success stories where the dams, large-scale dams, have been built using the PPP method?
Thank you for your question, Honorable Boss, through the speaker. There are case studies. I haven't done any of them, but there are many case studies where actually in the development of concept notes for these PPPs, irrigation is a key component, so that during financial feasibility, when doing a dam, we expect benefits, apart from indirect benefits of such as microclimates that develop within the region. the peace that comes with the avoidance of animal, livestock, and people conflicts due to drought and famine. Some benefits, key benefits that are considered are domestic water, irrigation, very key for production of food, and hydropower. Thank you.
Small follow-up on that, because of those issues of PPP CS nominee. You cut the image of a young person, very professional, a good scholar, and that of a clean slate. You'll be getting into a space in the public sector that over the years has been marred by corruption. I see you shaking your head. I hope that shaking of your head is signifying a determination that you will not get roped into the cartels that have bedeviled the water sector over the years. If you have been taken through the State Department of Irrigation and the construction of those mega dams, from Badasa to Ma Dam, they are all riddled with corruption. What can you tell the people of Kenya, and more so the young people of Kenya, in relation to where you stand today and the position you will take in the fight against corruption in the development of water resources in the country?
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Honorable Ichungu's question on the fact that I am about to face cartels and corruption, I will put my stand public. I have diligently served in my previous positions. I have held transparency, accountability, and my firm stand on corruption is, as you said, I come as a clean slate. I'm not beholden to anyone. I am not shackled or tethered to anyone. And I think this is my personal opinion. Corruption is a cancer in the society. We have to root it out one way or the other. And if my nomination is approved by this House, I will engage in my duties, bracing and embracing integrity, honesty, and accountability to lead from the front. And if there are couplets, and I would expect the same from state officers under my mandate in the ministry. And if any of them is found capable of this, I understand we are a constitutionally bound country, and I will let the agents that deal with corruption, that is the EACC and other investigative bodies, take their course, and the law should be followed to the letter. Thank you, sir.
Nelson.
You come into the cabinet as the face of the young people. I'd like to know how you intend to use your ministry to create employment, because the biggest problem that we have in the country at the moment is youth unemployment. I want to hear that. And what innovations will you be proposing in the cabinet to make sure that the young people of this country have opportunities to be employed?
Go ahead. Thank
you, Speaker, sir. I would like to respond to Honorable Nelson on youth employment. 75% of Kenya's economy is driven by agriculture. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that the young people are advocating for services. I am not naive, and I will appreciate that. On youth employment, the ministry as a State Department of Irrigation. Irrigation is mandated to harvest, store water. It is mandated to reclaim lands for productivity. and it is also mandated to increase the acreage of irrigation in the country. If approved by this House, I would first of all start by sensitization. We need as a country to appreciate that agriculture is not a by the way. It is a profession in itself. It is an economic activity that generates income to all of us. The young people, we need to understand that since high school, I would work with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Education, that projects such as micro irrigation that the ministry is rolling out, whereby we sink boreholes, pump the water to an elevated tank, and give the opportunity to clubs like 4K clubs to irrigate land for subsistence farming. Those activities are being coordinated with agriculture teachers to inculcate that and train the young people, who I understand approximately 800,000 to 500,000 young people are getting out of tertiary institutions. If they have this prior knowledge, and when they come out, I would advocate for private entrepreneurs to further these skills acquired at school level, while the ministry's job would be to provide water for irrigation. On innovation, we as a country, we have to embrace the fact that technology is changing every day. Changes in technology comes with new ideas, brighter and better ways to do activities. For example, in the ministry, I have been involved in water service providers distribution networks. These networks, most of them are people depend on memory to remember where the existing lines were, how they were done, when they were done. So I would encourage innovation in activities such as modeling, which will empower and employ young people in these water service providers, to forego and to eliminate dependence on people's memory. Technicians depend on memory to tell you where the pipeline is. Smart meters in these WSPs, where these meters are GSM enabled, creating more opportunities for the youth. And if I find an opportunity to sit in the cabinet as approved by this House, I would also be a champion to developing policies, not only in my ministry, but in other ministries that include and take care of public participation, especially the young people, inclusivity, and that their opinions are heard and they find the final decision or the final policy that is adopted as a country accommodates their issues.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Muga, my question is, if you are found suitable by this committee and the National Assembly to be the CS of water, sanitation and irrigation, how will you balance the thin line between completion of existing and ongoing projects and starting new ones? And you should just have in mind, if approved, these members of parliament and many others who are not here will be knocking your door saying there's this project in my constituency, and I want to know whether you'll also be intimidated. Some of these members who are third timers, fourth timers, older than you, bigger than you. Please, Kenyans would like to know how you'll be dealing with that. Then the second question is, I want to pick your thought on the many water agencies we have in this country. We have them in Regional Development Authority, we have some under the Ministry of Water, and what purpose they serve. You know, they're all serving the same communities. We're giving funds to a certain regional development body. We're giving another one to a water agency. The money for development is lesser than the recurrent expenditure. I want to pick your thoughts whether that is a prudent use of resources for us as a country.
Hold, Eric will take another one. Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. For the nominee, I don't know whether you know what you are almost, should you be approved, where you're going, what the kind of industry you're going in. And maybe to help Honorable Chair and Chairman and Speaker, two things. One, there are dams which are already built, and some of them are 50% in this country, big dams, some of them 50%, some of them 60%, 70% in terms of completion. And an example is one which is in my county. As an example, there are many in this country, but I'll give you one example, which is Muruny Dam, which costed about like 10 billion Kenya money, but it's not complete. Now with the austerity measures or finance bill having been rejected, and many debate about now where we're going to get money, what will be your proposal on how to deal with that? Because PPP, which we suggested, is actually a future dams. But there are dams which are almost 80–90% complete, which are going to stall. And I hope you know what it means if a project is stalling like that. It means the contractor will be out of the ground, or is already out of the ground anyway, and then he's going to, whatever is asking government, that's accumulating interest. You know, so we will end up paying, rather than now paying 10 billion, we might do 20 billion. So what we do about that? Number two, there is a cancer which many Kenyans don't know. And I want to tell you, nominee, should you be appointed, please make sure, take care of this. From audit perspective, we have realized that as a country, there are again so many dams which are built using loans, right, from outside this country, from developing agencies or developing banks and so on. And that loan, MOGA, is being paid by National Treasury as exchequer, which means from our taxes. And those Kenyans who are paying those taxes, for example, are not even enjoying that water. So there has been a serious debate that even those agencies which run this water, those now regional agencies, they don't pay. So National Treasury ends up mobbing out taxes to pay for the loan about those projects. Therefore, there was a proposal, MOGA, there was a proposal in the discussion to say, why don't we charge a levy from the waters that we used to build using these loans, so that the National Treasury can build that loan. What will be your opinion as you come in? Will you agree with that opinion? And if you don't agree, what will be the future? Will we pay taxes on water?
Too long, Posing. You have made your point.
Is it too long?
Yes.
I thought I was building the point so that they can understand. Sometimes, Honorable Speaker,
you made the point.
Yes, but sometimes we also help them to get knowledge. It's true.
Okay.
And there's a reason why we are in this committee, Chair. There's a reason.
You've got the question. Start with Naisula, go to Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may respond to Honorable Naisula's question, on the lean line between completion of projects and starting new projects. As I initially stated, I am well aware of our austerity measures. However, projects that have been started have already, Kenyans and the taxpayer has already sunk money in these projects. Honorable Naisula, through the Speaker, my target would first of all to complete these projects and ensure that Kenyans get value for their money. How do they get value for their money? Through connections. The only proof that we are truly working as a country towards achievement of Vision 2030 of 100% water connectivity is by completing the projects and actually having connections to Kenyans. I agree it's a thin line between because the House members may want new projects in their areas. And I would like to be reasonable. And we'll ask the Speaker, the same matter might come to your House again, to protect me, because members, Kenyans have already spent money on old projects that are not helping anyone. Unless we complete this, then we'll have a chain of incomplete projects throughout the country. And the Vision 2030, and well aware that water is one of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, we will not achieve that by 2030. The second question from Honorable Nesula through the Speaker was on my thoughts on the many water agencies we have in this country. Our constitution is very clear, and the Water Act 2016, on the establishment of institutions that are required to man and manage the water affairs of the country. In case there is need to review this, I will be open to advisement through, of course, consultation, because I'm a team player, and wide research to see whether we can channel that to a centralized system that is easier to monitor and save the recurrent expenditure that Honorable Nesula is worried about.
Will members intimidate you?
If I may answer the question, Honorable Speaker, I think don't look at the size and think you can easily intimidate me. So I'm comfortable in my shoes. I think I have proven that for many years that I've lived. Thank you. Or want to answer? Honorable Kosing, through the Speaker, I would like to make it clear that I'm well aware of his dam. He has been vocal about this for many sessions in the House and in the previous, my predecessor, who was vetted on nominee on water. And I understand that his dam is approximately 50% complete. He has stated that almost 10 billion Kenya shillings have been sunk into the project. And now we are facing austerity measures, and this dam was not one of the PPP projects. And I'm also aware, as he said, of the costs that incur when a contractor stops work, claims that come, that are expensive to the exchequer. I would like to promise Honorable Kosing, if this House approves me, maybe I will take him exactly to his dam, as I discuss and get facts on exactly the status of that dam, and not only that dam, or other dams that are being financed by the national government, the exchequer, prepare a report on the same, and if our finances are not adequate, I will come to this House again and table my case to ensure that we don't have hanging projects, as I said. His second question was on loans that were taken by water works development agencies that are being serviced by the exchequer. I am well aware that the Ministry, Department of Water and Sanitation, is approximately, has a loan of approximately 225 billion. This came up in the sense that projects were done, and water being a devolved function, these projects were handed over to county governments through water service providers. I have been in this industry with water service providers for a long time. Now, the status is the water service providers, most of them don't break even in their collection during billing. So there is no money remittance to the water development works that should trickle back to repayment of these loans. I can promise you, if this House approves my nomination, I will work to strengthen our water service providers' institutions. I understand and I am well aware it is a burden to the exchequer, and we will we will work to ensure that these water service providers reduce their non-debit water, increase their billing, increase their last mile connectivity. As I said, last mile connectivity is the activity or projects that bring value to Kenyans. And through that, when our institutions become semi-autonomous, we can generate enough revenue to help in payback of these loans. Otherwise, I will have to consult with the National Treasury and also the task force established by the President on debt restructuring. Thank you.
Gikaria.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nothing much on the questionnaire that you did fill in. You have indicated you are a director in JAFEC Limited Company. Does it deal in water and sanitation issues? If yes, then how are you going to address, as per bullet 26, the conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Sir. If I can address the question from Honorable Gikaria, I understand the responsibilities of this office if approved by this honorable committee. And yes, JAFEC is a group of like-minded engineers, very bright, to be honest. And if approved by this house, I will have to take a step back from that. Under the conflict of interest, as I said earlier, I have given my word that
I think that what it is that it doesn't mean you have to pull back. It's just that if that company ever gets a contract where you have influence, you declare your a conflict of interest. Then at that time, the decision-making process can be that, don't give it to my company, or that it is known, so that you have no hand in it. So don't tie yourself. Honorable Gikaria is getting you into trouble.
No,
Thank you.
I appreciate what you have indicated, because what I expected is that he will declare his interest and maybe vacate.
Eric, be very concise. He asked, are you a director of this company?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it deal in the water sector? If the answer is yes, then you go to the next issue.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. So, to confirm, I'm a director in that company. The company deals in water, sanitation, buildings, etc.
Okay. Robert Mbui, you'll pass. Owen?
Looking at your CV, Mr. Muga, our nominee, I see that you have done extensive work in Kilifi. Thank you very much for that kind of work. I'm a young person, not young really, but I want to ask you this question specifically, that you understand that environment. Water from Kilifi comes from Baricho. Baricho is on the lower side. For water to come to Mombasa, the water needs to go up. You know, so this is one of the unique cases in Kenya where you have water has to go up instead of gravity. The cost of electricity there is exorbitant, is very, very high. And the people of the coast actually have issues with power that is used for production of water. Now, the water is a constitutional right, but the cost of producing that water is very, very high, and therefore leading to high electricity bills with Kenya Power, and sometimes water is disconnected because of very high. What would be your solution to solve that problem, especially for the whole of coast region, where water has to be generated, has to be pumped up using electricity? What is your practical solution to that problem?
Hold, Eric. Yes, Murugara. Take those
yes,
two.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. One question. Eric, Kenyans have waited for water for the last 60 years with abated breath. Millions of households everywhere are waiting for water. And they now look upon you, if approved by this House, to actually give them water. What is your word to them? And what should be their expectation from you as a young, qualified engineer in water, on whom they will place a lot of reliance as far as water is concerned?
Thank you, Speaker. In response to Honorable Owen's question, is first of all, I will acknowledge that I've even met you. I've worked extensively in the water distribution network in Kilifi. And the challenge is you get water from Baricho, well fields, where water is pumped to Gutatu in North Mainland. This is in Mombasa. And that is a long stretch. Unfortunately, the coast region is relatively flat. So flow by gravity becomes a little bit a challenge. But your solution is in Mwache Dam, which is being built in Kwale. So I know the rationing there is almost twice. Water comes on Friday and Mondays. And to solve your problem, unless we sink boreholes in Kilifi, then you don't have an active river, or think of desalination, which is a relatively expensive way of doing it. So once Mwache comes in and water is supplied to Mombasa and the Kwale County, your rationing problems will reduce, because that water will come up to Mtwapa, serve Kilifi, and then Malindi. So, and your power expenses will be alleviated a little bit. That's being pragmatic to this committee.
Yes, Murugara's question.
Kenyans have waited for many years, Honorable, through the Speaker, Honorable Murugara, as we've said. The ministry has a vision of ensuring 100% connectivity to all Kenyans by 2030. This also agrees with the Africa Water Agenda 2063. My word to Kenyans is, I will do all I can. I will zero mostly on water that is not accounted for, water that is abstracted but does not get to the end user. In Kenya right now, that percentage stands at about 45%. That is water that does not have an economic impact directly to the water service providers, and also to Kenyans. If we at least reduce that, and also sensitize Kenyans that it is a sole responsibility of every Kenyan to conserve the little that I have. Conservation is key for our renewable sources. That is my commitment to the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll introduce myself. I was out, I had gone for mosque. My name is Abdul Rahim Dawood, MP for North Imenti, and I probably, Engineer Muga was born in the same hospital I was born in Maua General Hospital. But I will ask my question.
At different times.
At different times, yes. A span of more than 25, 30 years. He's like my son. Miss Engineer, you know, I'm hearing dams being built everywhere. But in our region, we've been told about the Kianjuri Dam, which will take water up to Tharaka. Not just Meru County, it will go up to Tharaka, maybe even Embu. I want to know, once you get in, you're talking about the existing which are there. If you come to do ours, will it be in this lifetime or maybe another lifetime? Second, there is a project which has been ongoing in Meru, sanitation, because sanitation is your forte. Sanitation, we've got Meru sewage plant, which has been built for the last 5 years, and it is never being completed. We need sewage everywhere in this country, plants. We need to get it out of towns. what do you envisage to do when you're there? And the last one is, you have talked about boreholes. I don't know if you're aware, in Nairobi, there are 6,000 boreholes. Only 2,000 are licensed. 4,000 boreholes are not licensed. Is borehole the way to go to get water when the aquifers are already dry? So how would you approach that, and how are you going to control it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mary Amasa, let's take the next one.
Through the chairman, I have just one simple question to the nominee. From my experience in service to Wananchi, I realized that we have so many water facilities, boreholes that have been drilled over the years, because there was even a time NGCDF also used to drill boreholes. But there's a problem with the sustainability in terms of maintenance, in terms of repairs. You'll go to an area, you ask Wananchi whether they have water, they say we don't have water. You ask them, have you ever, there's no borehole that has ever been drilled here. There are two, but they're all not functioning. So my simple question, as if approved as the nominee for Minister of Water, what are your plans? What interventions? Because I think there's need for a structured interventions on how to maintain and sustain this repair and maintenance across the country where these boreholes have been drilled. Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with Honorable Daud's question on Kiunjuri Dam. Honorable Daud, I appreciate your concern about dams in Meru. I also come from Meru. There are not many. In this regard, as you've correctly pointed that my target would be first to complete the ongoing projects, I will look at, we have a Kenya National Water Master Plan. I will review. These dams are not done because they have to be done. They are done on need basis. So if there are regions that are more deserving, in the spirit of integrity, we will do the right thing. And as you said,
point of order. Yes. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Daud.
The nominee, although he comes from my county, and he's aware of, maybe he's lived out of Meru for long, and he says they will prioritize where there is a need. Honorable Murugara's constituency and his county, there is a big need. Even in my constituency, there is a big need. So let us not be put in the ones who are satisfied. We are not satisfied.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daud. I'm not saying that you are satisfied. Let me clarify myself through the chair, through the speaker. I'm well aware of regions in Meru, like Tharaka, and I am well aware the President the other day commissioned Dhuchi Dam. Yes, it's someplace in Tharaka. Yes, yes. So, if we look at the master plan, the National Water Master Plan, and which I have not, I've lived in Meru my entire life, first of all, to clarify that. So I am not a stranger to those lands, and even Honorable Muragara's region. All I can promise you is that we will look at the needs of Kenyans and also serve them on need basis. If your region is truly deserving of that, Honorable Muragara and Honorable Daud, your time shall come. The next question was sanitation in Meru. I am aware of that project that has taken long to be completed. I don't have the details right now, but I can assure Honorable Daud that I'll find out and get back to you. Through the chair, the speaker, Honorable Emase, your question was on sustainability of operations and maintenance. I would like to pronounce myself that operations and maintenance is mostly the responsibility of the WSP, unless you have privately owned facilities. For this to happen, it's a revenue problem. I have pronounced myself before this honorable committee that I am targeting to reduce non-revenue water from a bigger percentage, which is currently at 45, and bring it to less than 20, to allow the WSPs have adequate revenue to undertake operations and maintenance. Secondly, uptake of technology will play a vital role through the speaker in ensuring that operations and maintenance are minimized, in such that if all our water facilities are well mapped in a centralized program, part of the innovation I was talking about, it is easier to pinpoint the year when they were built and to pinpoint when their time comes for repairs and maintenance. I hope I address your question, Honorable Mase. There was a question, Honorable Speaker, by Honorable Daud on boreholes in Nairobi, where you noted there was an article circulating that talked of 6,000 boreholes in Nairobi, and there's a possibility of Nairobi taps running dry. I am aware that regulation of sinking boreholes and approvals are given by the Water Resources Authority. However, the Water Resources Authority, and like most of our government institutions, are underfunded, and the resources in terms of personnel is minimal. My solution to this problem is, first of all, empower our institutions with the right resources, with the right personnel, and with people of merit. Meritocracy should be a key conversation in the ministry. Secondly, our boreholes could also be running dry because of their close proximity. There are provisions in design on the distance in between one borehole to the other because of recharge time. And also, Nairobi is every day turning into a concrete jungle. I will work in partnership with the departments of planning in the county government and have something we call detention and retention ponds, to the point that when it rains, the water Okay.
Go on.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought you were interjecting. Sorry. Our retention and detention pods are recharge areas for aquifers. You realize when it rains in Nairobi, our roofs direct the water to the drains, and the water flows very fast past at the river, and it's gone. There's no seepage. So detention and detention dams are some of the ideas I would like to bring to the ministry, whereby, working in conjunction with county governments, we have parks specifically to hold that runoff.
In fact, Eric, under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, you are empowered to formulate policy for the country for protection of water, securing sufficient residual water, hydraulic engineering, and the safety of dams. So you have a duty even to guide counties. What Daudi is saying is true. In Nairobi, boreholes some are even 50 meters apart, if even less, everywhere.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that support. And Honorable Daud, this is not a theory. I have been to Israel to benchmark on the same. So this can happen.
Amisi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable nominee, I understood that you said you were 30 years of age. So in the demographic bracket, it puts you at the millennial, just like me. I'm a millennial. Yes, he's actually a millennial.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
The last of millennial, yeah.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
I think I belong in the middle of the millennial. Yeah, so you are basically closer. You are the closest the Gen Zs can come to. And that puts you like a control experiment in the management of the nation. A point whereby if you succeed, the young people feels that, yes, we can do it, one of our own did it. And if you fail, that is be the end of the young people's agitation in this country, because you will give a mark that even if you are given a responsibility, one of your own was there, and this is what he did. You understand that's a very, very important position you are going in. And that marks my question that what is this managerial experience that you bring to the ministry that you are going in? Then secondly, there is a drought problem in this country, and the water harvesting has been suggested as one of the ways of combating, just to mitigate the effects of drought on the supply of water, and especially to schools, because you see members of parliament running helter-skelter in town looking for water from all the ministries and parastatals. It's basically the problems of water in schools. How do you intend to mitigate the drought area and the supply of water to schools across the country? I want you to juxtapose that one with the presence of Lotikipi. There is a Lotikipi aquifer that can supply, it has been found out that it can actually supply underground water for 70 years to this country. How do you plan to utilize that? Thank you.
Hold, Eric. Mukami has nothing. Mishi?
And Honorable Speaker,
yes,
just as to say that these questions were actually sent to me by Gen Zs.
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question is to the nominee on how he's going to navigate complex geopolitical dynamics to forge equitable agreement on shared water resources. I'm citing some areas, like for instance, in the coast region, we have the Mwache Dam, we have the Marere Spring, which is shared between Mombasa County and Kwale County, and there have been some rift, or rather some conflicts. I'm also looking on the Mzima Spring in Taita Taveta, which is also be shared by Mombasa County and also Taita Taveta County. And most of the time there are some issues, and that is why we have not realized the Mzima Spring too, because they are undercurrent politics. So how are you going to navigate on this issue so that there is harmony and there is assurance of having access to water to our Kenyans? My other question is, right now, currently, agricultural productivity is not matching with our growing population, resulting in higher dependence on food imports. And one of the reasons is that we are still on dependence on rain-fed agriculture. So what kind of interventions are you going to do to ensure that at least as Kenyans we have food sufficiency? Lastly, are you still believing that the Kenya Kwanza government is going to realize one of the key pillars on building of 1,000 dams? And what is the status right now? How many dams have you realized right now? I thank you.
Yes, Maridi, tell us what you know and avoid what you don't. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the question from Hamisi, who said he's a late mid-millennial. And he's talking about this being a control experiment. I will put it to this House that I could be young of age, but I truly understand the responsibilities on my shoulders.
You already said that. Go on.
Just clarifying myself to him. Secondly, the drought problem in schools.
Some aquifer somewhere. Is it the Turkana one?
Two questions. The Lotikipi aquifer, that is the second question. The first question, Speaker, was the managerial experience that you've acquired elsewhere that you think will help you for the new assignment you have, and the supply of water to schools, of course.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I would like to respond to Honorable Hamisi's question on experience. First, I will cite that I'm vastly experienced on water and sanitation issues in the country. I have, as I said, I have worked as a team leader, design, etc. This experience does not mean that professionals in the ministry don't have it. I understand that the ministry is not short of professionals, and it is not short of policy. All I bring to the ministry, if approved by this House, is the ethos of the private sector of accountability, transparency, as people have rightfully asked for, and also I'm a wide consultative person, teamwork. I'm quick study, and I have worked at different stakeholders, down, as I said, from water service providers to water works development agencies. On the question of drought, I will submit to this House that it is unfortunate we have the same thing happening year in, year out. I would like to be a change to that if approved by this House, because I don't believe in active maintenance. I believe in proactive. If we know a certain school, say in Oloitoktok, has water shortage problems, it had it last year but one, then we are supposed to learn as a ministry. Solution to this would include, immediate solutions would include, first of all, gutters, simple solutions. Before we quantum leap, we have to start from the basics. Install gutters in all our primary schools and provide them with tanks to start with. This is taking into account the fact that the population of schools, that water might not be enough. Then the next immediate solution would be, can these people have a borehole that serves the school and the community at large? And then the long-term problem solution, the medium-term solution would be within a region that experiences drought and water scarcity. Why don't we have a water pan, and that water is shared among schools during dry periods? The long-term solution is what I talked of. Our only solution is having large storage dams. Right now, our water storage starts at about 103 meter cubic per capita. The target is to achieve above 1,000 meter cubic per capita in the long run. The presence of Lotikipi aquifer that you have mentioned of, I know, if approved by this House, the ministry has one of the ministry departments deals with groundwater. Groundwater is in form of aquifers, as you have rightly pointed. So, if this is true, I don't know where you got your data from. The Gen Z who is asking that question. I would like him to provide research, because I believe in research and proper mapping. Then this would have been a game saver, a game changer in those regions. So, but I promise I will work with the department responsible for groundwater harvesting and storage and find out these facts and table it to the members for discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable, if I may, Honorable Speaker, to respond to Mishi. Mishi, I will say I was part of the team that looked at the distribution network in Taita Taveta a while back, if you look at my CV. And I understand that these water resources are shared between counties within that region. Specifically, Mzima, that was not a bulk distribution network. We were more looking at the distribution network that actually reaches the people. I understand in the Water Act 2016, it is the mandate of the Cabinet Secretary under this docket I'm nominated for to ensure catchment and interbasin transfers are amicable. Kindly, if I get into office approved by this House, Honorable Mishi, I will ensure we have smooth sharing of resources, because all these resources belong to all peoples of Kenya. They could be in your county, but if there's a room for us to accommodate the other and provide water to another Kenyan somewhere else, but I'll get back to you with a proper written discussion on that. And I will also ask for your support on the same, because members within that region have a say to the resources in their region. Thank you so much.
Russell, sorry, Sharia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I had stepped out. That's why you think I'm not here anymore.
Yes.
I'd gone to the mosque.
To pray for
Thank you. Eric, my name is Abdi Shuria, MP Balambala. Mine is one very simple question. The right to clean water is seriously hampered by the lack of water infrastructure investments in the rural areas. If confirmed as part of a non-discriminatory policy making, would you consider championing extra complementary funding for rural Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Eric, my name is Dido Raso. I'm the MP for Saku. Saku is in Marsabit. Devolved function. As I walked in, you say water is a devolved function. If this House approves your nomination, you'll sit at the top, that you'll be the man in charge of water in this land. Then there's no water in Marsabit. Will it not disturb you? Secondly, you went for some training in Israel. It doesn't rain in Israel, and there's no flowing water. But the Israelis have piped water. And I think the only water that is evacuated to Israel is from the Nile, from the Egyptians. Egypt, there's no rain in Egypt, maybe once in a blue moon. They live on the Nile, and every household or every house constructed in Egypt actually experiences running water. So when you look at Igembe or even Marsabit, people still draw water from earth dams, or what in the old colloquial we call ponds. What is coming into your mind that if you are given this job, that every Kenyan, wherever they are likely to get some water, maybe some clean water? Finally, it is about Vision 2030. In Vision 2030, it is projected that Kenya will be a middle-income country with some industrialization, and every household will have some water. With budget cut, austerity measures, and also with the clamor that Kenyans should not pay taxes, what is it that is coming into your mind, that how will you be able to navigate that issue of water, because water is life? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's take the last one, Eric Mule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Eric, the nominee. I've seen your CV, impressive at an early age. Eric, being a young engineer and worked in the industry, I know you have been working under the master plan, the National Water Master Plan of 2013, which should be guiding the country. 11 years down the line, Kenyans are yearning for clean water, and they are also yearning for water for irrigation. If you are approved as a member of the cabinet, I want to hear from you. Are you comfortable with the existing master plan? And if you are given an opportunity, what kind of a master plan for water will you give this country so that Kenyans can realize the dream of clean water as quickly as possible? And the second one, what timelines are you foreseeing to finish some of the major dams like Thwake Dam and Umar Dam in Kitui?
Answer those from Shurie, Raso, and Honorable Mule.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to start with the question from Abdi Sharil on water infrastructure in rural areas. And the funding, whether I would invest more on rural areas. I understand that more than 85% of the country is rural, and these people too deserve the human right of having water and sanitation, improved sanitation. And to do that, we have to leverage now, because of austerity measures, on other development partners. I'm sorry, I think you were not there when I explained this to Honorable Chungwa and Desuda. We have to package I'll repeat, we have to package our projects in such a way that they're attractive to private investors to start with. Water service providers, I don't know where you come from, the region, the name of the water service provider.
I come from Garissa.
What is the name of your water service provider? The city, the company that provides water.
I come from a rural constituency, so which I do not have. But if you want this Garissa water,
yes, thank you.
But they don't serve my constituency.
Yeah. So the county government has the responsibility of last mile connectivity. And to do this, the county government sets up water service providers. Water service providers actually do the actual connections, the last mile connection. So if you're not covered, I can work in synergy with your county government and understand why the water service provider does not cover your region. Secondly, on funding, those water service providers don't actually, so most of them don't break even in matters billing and the expenses O&M, operations and maintenance. To solve this problem, we would have to have the right personnel, invest, as I said, on smart meters, minimize non-revenue water, have these water service providers function as semi-autonomous bodies so that they can also attract funding, because the point here is source for funding. Secondly, we can package our project in your rural areas and pitch to international developers, our development partners. I'm talking about World Bank, African Development Bank, to ensure the Vision 2030 of every Kenyan, especially in rural areas, has access to clean, sustainable, and in adequate quantities water. The question from Honorable Russo, if I may answer this through the Speaker. Raso, sorry, my apologies, Honorable. Raso, if I may answer this through the Speaker, that water is a devolved function. And your question was, how do I feel that Marsabit don't have water? I am sad, sir. To be honest, I am sad, as you said. That is how I feel. And it is very unfortunate to the people of Marsabit. I will tie this to the question on Israel. Israel is their available water resources, renewable water resources, they are not as endowed as we are as a country. It is unfortunate that 84% of our renewable water resources, Honorable Speaker, go to the ocean. When it rains, we have seen the the havoc caused by that water, loss of human life in regions just below your area. And that water is supposed to be, is God-given gift for us to be self-sustainable. To solve that problem, the immediate solution is what I talked about, water pans that are relatively inexpensive. But the long-term solution to that problem are the 100 PPP dams that we are trying to discuss, so that once it rains, we impound that water, have to pipe networks to your people of Marsabit, and also enable them. I know Marsabit, some areas are irrigable, and some other areas are really fertile for agriculture. They can do double irrigation without depending on rain-fed agriculture, solving our climate resilience and drought resilience at the same time. So it's a matter of funding. Question from Vision 2030. There was a question on Vision 2030 and austerity of measures and funding. I think I've covered that well. I answered your question on the water problems in Marsabit and long-term solutions. Honorable Mule, there was a question on I've worked with master plans for more than 11 years. As you've said, rightly pointed out, that I will clarify myself. This is my position. What a master plan is a blueprint. It is but a guide. It is not cast on stone. And there are always rooms for adjustments, improvements, and better. Because as we are embracing technology...
Order, Speaker, probably I need to I'm referring to the National Master Plan for Water, the Kenya National Master Plan, which was developed in 2013 with the help of JICA, which gives Kenya the way forward on how to manage, give Kenyans water, supply water. It has been in place for the last 11 years. Is it working? Because you have been on the field. If it is not working, if you are given an opportunity by this committee and approved, are you comfortable with our master plan, or you need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a master plan which can help? And my second question was, what are the plans for major dams like Thwake, Umar Dam?
Okay, if I...
you know about them, answer.
I want to respond on
the... You are not a minister yet.
Yeah, I know on the situation of the Kenya Water Master Plan. I've worked with it. The problem is not the master plan. The problem is the funding. And I've discussed that, Honorable Mule, through the Speaker, that the master plans are okay. The main challenge in this country is funding. So if the master plan is not working, it means we are not implementing it as it should be because of inadequate resources. Your second question on Thwake and Uma dams. Sir, I know these dams are ongoing, but I'm not already, the House has not approved me to be a CS. I'm still a nominee. But if the House approves me, I can give you a status and exactly what is happening in writing. Thank you.
Naisula?
This is
the very last.
The very last. And I really wanted to say this and to ask the nominee. The issue of equity in water resource in this country. It is in public domain, and many of these members know that when a CS or a PS, there have been allegations that when a CS or a PS sit there, they allocate water resources to the regions that they come from. And also we have even seen there were allegations where a CS and a PS were fighting over projects, firing people, moving projects. I want to know how you will ensure there is equity in every part of this country, regardless of how they vote, regardless of where people are, to make sure that water is available in every part of this country. Whether you'll be CS of Kenya or Igembe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I may respond to Honorable Lisuda, if you ask out there, people who have worked with me, they know my stand on integrity and honesty. I know it's out there. Kenyans will tell you. And I've responded to the same question to Honorable Murugara and Honorable Daoud. When pressed on the question of whether I will allocate them dams,
they were very excited that you will be taking water to their region.
Burst their bubble.
No, I said we will follow protocol.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Murithi?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you something. You said you graduated in the year 2016.
Yes.
Thereafter, you worked between 2016 and 24 on several project positions.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes.
As an engineer working in those project positions, were you required to be registered with the Engineers Board?
Yes, I am required to be registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya.
Yes. How come you only registered in 2024? So you're working without registration?
First of all, to pronounce myself, is that registration with the Engineers of Board of Kenya requires, first of all, you undergo training. Adequate training. The minimum years is 3 years. And I don't think there's a maximum number of years. And secondly, it also speaks of the priorities you have. It is very key to be registered, but I was multitasking between a master's degree at the University of Nairobi and working.
Those are unnecessary details. The question was very simple.
Yes.
When you are overseeing the projects, were you required to be registered as an engineer? You said yes. Is it a requirement?
It is a requirement to work under a registered engineer.
When you are not registered, you work under registered engineer.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
So when you answer question very simply, it becomes very easy.
Thank you.
When you over-explain, you can land into difficulties.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Eric.
Yes.
May I ask you a few questions about yourself?
Okay.
Junet, you want to ask a question?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to the mosque also, I delayed. Mr. Speaker, you know, when young people are given jobs at this level, high level, I don't know what happens. Immediately after swearing in, they are removed from the register of young people in the public eye. They become older people.
Yes.
Then the agitation continues that we want a young person on the table. I want to believe in this vetting committee today that we are vetting a young person. And he's going to go to, if he's approved, if the committee feels he's fit for the job, he will go there as a young person. Yeah, no, I have come to experience that we have vetted a young person who was given a job, and then when he took up the job, he became an older person. But when we were vetting him, he was a young man or a young lady. I remember very well. So I'm talking out of experience. So I think he will go there with the mindset and the belief of a young person, and the young people also will see one of them in that table as a young person. That's my comment, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing, he is from the one region of the country.
Igembe South.
Yeah, Igembe, yeah, but in a region. I hope there's somebody who I saw in the news saying that now that region is happy. I hope he was not talking about you, that you are going to serve all Kenyans.
We have dealt with that already. And Eric, when you find favor and you get approved by the committee, and you become a CS. You are not a CS because you are a young person. You are a CS because you are a competent Kenyan.
Thank you.
Capable of discharging the responsibility of the office of CS, and you must serve Kenyans of all ages, the young, the middle-aged, the old, the very old, without fear or favor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Yes. And they don't only look at the mountain. Look at the plains, look at the valleys, the asals. Yes, look at the whole country. Because in this country, water is a source of major conflicts between herders and farmers, farmers and farmers, and many people. There are people who do not get the World Health Organization designated quantity of water, leave alone quality, quantity per day. And it's going to be upon you to assist this country for the period you will serve as minister, if you are approved, to ensure all that you have been told here. Mzima Springs, they want water to go to Mombasa. Everywhere people want water. There is something called the Nile Treaty, which is always an elephant in the room for us. 75% of the waters of Lake Victoria come from Kenya. And that water exits through the Nile to Egypt. Yet if you looked at the 1902 Nile Treaty between Egypt, Sudan, and the British, they said the waters of the Nile shall only be used 85% for Egypt, 10% for Sudan, and 5% for evaporation. They didn't even care about the source of the water. The treaty has been amended twice, but is still on the table and causing a rumpus between Ethiopia and Egypt. And Kenya, that feeds the Nile, is also an interested party. So you should also look at that when you get to office.
Chairman,
yes.
Just to add on what you have said, the issue of Migingo Island also with Uganda.
Yes. Yes, the waters of the lake. Yes, now, Eric, let me ask you, those were my comments. You just take them and go and see how to live with them.
Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Yes. I've even been to your village. So when you serve people, also go up to every village. Eric, have you ever been mentioned adversely in any investigations on matters of integrity?
No, sir.
No, sir. Good. Do you hold any position in any political party within Kenya?
No, sir.
What is your net worth in terms of personal wealth?
My net worth is that 1 million Kenya shillings.
That 1 million. What is it made of? You've done much better than your age mates.
I come from a region that is engaged in farming.
Yes.
So I've invested in lands on and planted crops, tea, if you've been to the region.
Yes.
Coffee, bananas, and other.
Mira.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay, Eric, thank you very much. Yes.
I was asking whether he has a car.
Do you own a car?
No. I have chosen to invest instead of buying a car to start with.
Yes. If you are approved and appointed, and you get into the office, and tomorrow a major contractor in the water sector comes and offers you a car, will you take it?
No. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
His MP, Honorable John Paul, when he entered Parliament, he as well did not have a car.
But President Uhuru bought him a car and he
Yes, but
accepted it.
you see, if he is appointed as a CS, he will definitely be getting mortgage. I mean,
Order, Dawood.
The Speaker.
There is no member of this committee who has a duty to defend a nominee. We are just asking him questions. They are not meant to trick him in any situation.
The Speaker.
Yes.
Now that the nominee has said he doesn't have a car, and he has never owned one, I wanted to know what is his dream car? Which one are you looking? What's your dream? Which one are you dreaming that one day? Which one?
Eric, don't answer that.
Honorable Speaker, and I
Yes.
will need your protection in future.
Yes, don't answer that.
Did he answer your question?
Yes.
If
No, he
was
didn't.
offered a car by a contractor in the water sector.
He said no. Okay. You are going into a ministry like many others. You know, the service ministries, water, roads, and agriculture, and all this, health, they are infiltrated by mega cartels, literally mafia. And you must, as a young person, resist their approaches to you and fight them out of the ministry so that you run a clean ministry to help Kenyans.
Thank you.
Eric, we are done with you. We have looked at your papers against what we have. We find them okay. There was no memorandum from the public against you. We now release you to go back to your other engagements and wait to hear your fate from this committee at a later stage.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable members, for the engagement. I appreciate comments from all of you. And also, I would like to thank Kenyans who have been sending me messages of goodwill. And I hope that this committee rules in my favor. Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Honorable members, I saw John Paul in the gallery. Honorable members, we will now break for lunch for 30 minutes. Lunch is also available to the media and everybody else here. 30 minutes, members, then we're back to take 2 more and we close.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul Payat. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa hivi mnakaa supu, unaona huyo?
huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivita Homes.
Tunasonga, it's the West, they know who we are. Niko na sari unapenda, nasema natenda, najitolea. I'm always here for you, anywhere with you. Let's fall in love again, make our dreams come true. You can, I can too. You're my star, yeah. I know you know it's time is to shine for the world. You're my star, yeah. I know you know it's time is to shine for the world. Go on, shine then. Keep on shining. Keep on shining. Keep on shining. Keep on shining. Natumai, najituma, future yangu naifungua.
Efficient Inspector General of Police.
It requires an officer who is loyal and does not require an officer who is sycophant. Sycophancy is not going to work in that office. It is somebody who must be very firm, he must be very truthful, and he must be loyal to the government of the day. Loyalty in this particular case does not mean that you become sycophant. It is not about taking care of your payslip. It is about service to the people of Kenya.
Keeping that in mind, how would you rate the performance of the Inspector Generals who came after you?
Police has not been fully reformed, because reform is a process and it has to take quite some time to be able to implement everything. And reforms also goes hand in hand with the infrastructure. The infrastructure that is supposed to be in place, the police housing, the police mobility, the equipments, and many other things that is supposed to be in place.
Some people have argued that the seat of the Inspector General is doomed to some extent because there's never been an Inspector General of Police who has actually finished their term. Most times you find that someone has resigned. So from your own observation of things, is it because they often bite a political bullet? Do you think that the seat of the Inspector General of Police has been politicized? It becomes an order of the day that every Inspector General who is appointed by the President is not allowed to function independently. And independent in this case does not mean that it does not work with other law enforcement agencies and even other government ministries or departments, but independently in a manner that he executes his duty independently without interference. And in this particular case now, I'm seeing quite a number of interference, even from junior people, just very junior people who may have an opportunity to be closer with the authorities of the day or with the presidency. And that becomes a serious problem with the office of the Inspector General. When you look at the other arm of the government, for example, like KDF, the Kenya Defence Forces, there is no interference the way the National Police Service is being interfered with. For example, now, if I was to say about the just retired Inspector General, Inspector Kome, if he is not performing, or if he has not performed, the President should have appointed a tribunal to be able to investigate the problem that has faced the Inspector General. Why is it that people are afraid not to follow the law and appoint the tribunal as it is required by law? I'm sure you saw maybe the recent comments by the Deputy President talking about how Nurdin Haji failed in terms of being the head of NIS and executing the orders or giving information to the government about the protests.
So that particular office is not one of the officers that is being interfered with politically. Unlike the office of the Inspector General that is being interfered by every thick and hurry. But that particular office is seclusive in such a way that they do their things confidentially. And more so, they report directly to the president. Anything that they report, it must have been done properly, it must have been investigated properly, it must have been received properly. By the time it is reaching the president, it is a complete and true passion of intelligence. And therefore, when we heard about this statement, then to me, and as an expert and as an experienced person, or even senior citizen now for this country, I thought it was just a political statement that was being made. So it may not have been a true statement that is directed to the current DIG, IG, that he has failed in his responsibilities. That actually should have only come from the president. And even if it comes from the president, it will be confidential. Kenyans or public will not care to know.
Also in 2016, in a newspaper interview, you mentioned that at the time there was not this emergence of death squads within the police service. But now when we've seen police officers being charged in court, such as some of those from the Pangani 6, Ahmed Rashid, some of those officers appearing in court and being charged with murders, the case of Willie Kimani, do you now believe that there is an existence of police death squads, those who are actually sent out to carry out these certain missions?
Those are purely criminal individuals. We cannot say that there is a death squad in the National Police Service. Even after my retirement for a long time now, that when it's almost 10 years now since I left the National Police Service. But definitely, I cannot, by all means, say that within the National Police Service, we have a second squad called Death Squad. No. These are criminal gangs that have formed themselves into such small cocoon of criminals and use the name of the police that we are doing APC. No authorization at all for that matter.
What would it take to reshape that face of the Kenya Police Service?
Remember, things like Evidence Act, Criminal Procedure Act, are those acts that were way back started when we achieved our independence, or even during the colonial time. So, and it has been amended from time to time. But now we want to see the new activities that are happening that has never been addressed by this CVC, has never been addressed by Evidence Act, and has never been addressed by the Witness Protection Act. That way, it will be able to address some of this. So, if there are some things that are being done, like, for example, what you mentioned about Kitengela, about some other place and so forth, then, as I said earlier, no officer of the law is above the law. Anybody who does contrary to the law is actually subject to prosecution, is subject to be arrested and be prosecuted in the court of law.
I think we can leave it there. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down for this interview and for everything that you've contributed in terms of this conversation. So I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Karibu sana.
What's your opinion about this trend we are seeing, or this spate we are seeing of police officers abducting others in broad daylight? Macharia Gaithu being a key example, a journalist being abducted in broad daylight. What's your view on police abductions that are happening very rampantly right now?
It is not within the framework of the law. Police have powers to arrest anybody whom they suspect to have committed a crime. And the proper procedure of arresting a criminal is there within the law. So it is not within the police, National Police Service regulations of procedures that there is a word called abduction. Abduction by itself is a criminal offense, and nobody is allowed to abduct anybody in this particular country.
Then what would you call it when a police officer or a DCI officer shows up in an unmarked car, pulls someone into the vehicle, goes somewhere, interrogates them, dumps them somewhere else? What would that be defined as? And it's carried out by a police officer.
That's why I'm saying that even the individual who must have been handled like that has all the powers and authority to be able to take those people to court.
Do you feel that the police service is more of a force than it is a service?
They still do the service. They still serve the people of this country, but at the same time, they must handle and deal with criminals. Because when somebody has taken a stone to throw to the police, or damage people's property like vehicles, or burn people's house, buildings and so forth, the other day they stormed into Parliament, started setting fire, started throwing chairs, all those furnitures and everything. That becomes a criminal. We
saw Kennedy Onyango, a young boy who was shot and who died as a result of the protests.
I could be able to see an area where sometimes police have gone overboard and sometimes others are actually within the framework of the law. So therefore, it is now upon the Internal Affairs Unit of the police and the IPOA to isolate incidences where officers have gone overboard and incidences where officers were actually restraining themselves in such a way that they were to use the necessary force.
From a security angle, I know there are a lot of arguments that Parliament is a protected area, but according to the Protected Areas Act, it doesn't appear as one of the areas that's listed as a protected area. However, from a security angle, do you think that the force of police was justified?
We must differentiate between a protected area and restricted area. And Parliament is one of those restricted areas. And what does that mean? It means that when an area is restricted, you must actually obtain permission to be inside the Parliament. After that, definitely some people were injured and some people also lost their life on the process. So therefore, we cannot rule out to say whether police were justified or not justified. That will determine now with the investigation that will be carried out and get to clear whether the police were on the right path or they were on the wrong side. But on my observation, with my experience, and as an expert in that area of security, then definitely police were on the right track when they were dealing with people who have stormed in and they went into rampage and removing some of those things that I've mentioned, which actually was an attempted coup.
Can we really say that, using live bullets and rubber bullets and some of the people who lost their lives put police on the right track from your experience and your background, yet those who entered Parliament were not throwing stones at them and were not armed. They were unarmed and entering Parliament, which you said is a restricted area. However, they were not firing back at the police. When police go for such kind of a responsibility or duty, there are those who are armed with rubber bullets, there are those who are armed with the blank cartridges, and there are those who are armed with proper ammunitions. And therefore, the reason why they are doing that is as a result of which when there is a danger to any other person or even to a building is when they can be able to use live bullets. When they are able to scare or even keep a warning, then they can be able to use the rubber bullets, the tear gas, and so forth. The former Inspector General of Police, Japheth Koome, was phrased as being particularly silent during the protests. As someone who has held that position in the past and being the very first Inspector General, is that proper procedure or could something have gone wrong in terms of the communication?
And I think in this particular case, Mr. Koome must have actually felt that now since something has happened of this nature and I'm in the office, then probably let me step aside by way of retiring officially because he was not sacked, he was not dismissed, and he cannot also resign. You know, when you resign, it's like you are protesting against the appointing authority.
From your own opinion, especially because we're expecting a new Inspector General of Police to occupy that office, what constitutes an efficient Inspector General of Police?
It requires an officer who is loyal and does not require an officer who is sycophant. Sycophancy is not going to work in that office. It is somebody who must be very firm, he must be very truthful, and he must be loyal to the government of the day. Loyalty in this particular case does not mean that you become sycophant. It is not about taking care of your payslip. It is about service to the people of Kenya.
Keeping that in mind, how would you rate the performance of the Inspector Generals who came after you?
Police has not been fully reformed, because reform is a process and it has to take quite some time to be able to implement everything. And reforms also goes hand in hand with the infrastructure. The infrastructure that is supposed to be in place, the police housing, the police mobility, the equipments, and many other things that is supposed to be in place.
Some people have argued that the seat of the Inspector General is doomed to some extent because there's never been an Inspector General of Police who has actually finished their term. Most times you find that someone has resigned. So from your own observation of things, is it because they often bite a political bullet? Do you think that the seat of the Inspector General of Police has been politicized? It becomes an order of the day that every Inspector General who is appointed by the President is not allowed to function independently. And independent in this case does not mean that it does not work with other law enforcement agencies and even other government ministries or departments, but independently in a manner that he executes his duty independently without interference. And in this particular case now, I'm seeing quite a number of interference, even from junior people, just very junior people who may have an opportunity to be closer with the authorities of the day or with the presidency. And that becomes a serious problem with the office of the Inspector General. When you look at the other arm of the government, for example, like KDF, the Kenya Defence Forces, there is no interference the way the National Police Service is being interfered with. For example, now, if I was to say about the just retired Inspector General, Inspector Kome, if he is not performing, or if he has not performed, the President should have appointed a tribunal to be able to investigate the problem that has faced the Inspector General. Why is it that people are afraid not to follow the law and appoint the tribunal as it is required by law? I'm sure you saw maybe the recent comments by the Deputy President talking about how Nurdin Haji failed in terms of being the head of NIS and executing the orders or giving information to the government about the protests. So that particular office is not one of the offices that is being interfered with politically. Unlike the office of the Inspector General that is being interfered by every thick and hurry. But that particular office is seclusive in such a way that they do their things confidentially. And more so, they report directly to the President. Anything that they report, it must have been done properly, it must have been investigated properly, it must have been received properly. By the time it is reaching the President, it is a complete and true passion of intelligence. And therefore, when we heard about this statement, then to me, and as an expert and as an experienced person, or even senior citizen now for this country, I thought it was just a political statement that was being made. So it may not have been a true statement that is directed to the current DIG, IG, that he has paid in his responsibilities. That actually should have only come from the President. And even if it comes from the President, it will be confidential. Kenyans or public will not care to know. Also in 2016, in a newspaper interview, you mentioned that at the time there was not this emergence of death squads within the police service. But now when we've seen police officers being charged in court, such as some of those from the Pangani 6, Ahmed Rashid, some of those officers appearing in court and being charged with murders, the case of Willie Kimani, do you now believe that there is an existence of police death squads, those who are actually sent out to carry out these certain missions? Those are purely criminal individuals.
we cannot say that there is a death squad in the National Police Service. Even after my retirement for a long time now, that when it's almost 10 years now since I left the National Police Service. But definitely, I cannot, by all means, say that within the National Police Service, we have a second squad called Death Squad. No. These are criminal gangs that have formed themselves into such small cocoon of criminals and use the name of the police that we are doing APC. No authorization at all for that matter.
What would it take to reshape that face of the Kenya Police Service?
Remember, things like Evidence Act, Criminal Procedure Act, are those acts that were way back started when we achieved our independence, or even during the colonial time. So, and it has been amended from time to time. But now we want to see the new activities that are happening that has never been addressed by this CVC, has never been addressed by Evidence Act, and has never been addressed by the Witness Protection Act. That way, it will be able to address some of this. So, if there are some things that are being done, like, for example, what you mentioned about Kitengela, about some other place and so forth, then, as I said earlier, no officer of the law is above the law. Anybody who does contrary to the law is actually subject to prosecution, is subject to be arrested and be prosecuted in the court of law.
I think we can leave it there. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down for this interview and for everything that you've contributed in terms of this conversation. So I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Karibu sana.
What's your opinion about this trend we are seeing, or this spate we are seeing of police officers abducting others in broad daylight? Macharia Gaitho being a key example, a journalist being abducted in broad daylight. What's your view on police abductions that are happening very rampantly right now?
It is not within the framework of the law. Police have powers to arrest anybody whom they suspect to have committed a crime. And the proper procedure of arresting a criminal is there within the law. So it is not within the police, National Police Service regulations of procedures that there is a word called abduction. Abduction by itself is a criminal offense, and nobody is allowed to abduct anybody in this particular country.
Then what would you call it when a police officer or a DCI officer shows up in an unmarked car, pulls someone into the vehicle, goes somewhere, interrogates them, dumps them somewhere else? What would that be defined as? And it's carried out by a police officer.
That's why I'm saying that even the individual who must have been handled like that has all the powers and authority to be able to take those people to court.
Do you feel that the police service is more of a force than it is a service?
They still do the service. They still serve the people of this country, but at the same time, they must handle and deal with criminals. Because when somebody has taken a stone to throw to the police, or damage people's property like vehicles, or burn people's house, buildings and so forth, the other day they stormed into Parliament, started setting fire, started throwing chairs, all those bandages and everything. That becomes a criminal. We
saw Kennedy Onyango, a young boy who was shot and who died as a result of the protests.
I could be able to see an area where sometimes police have gone overboard and sometimes others are actually within the framework of the law. So therefore, it is now upon the Internal Affairs Unit of the police and the IPOA to isolate incidences where officers have gone overboard and incidences where officers were actually restraining themselves in such a way that they were to use the necessary force.
From a security angle, I know there are a lot of arguments that Parliament is a protected area, but according to the Protected Areas Act, it doesn't appear as one of the areas that's listed as a protected area. However, from a security angle, do you think that the force of police was justified?
We must differentiate between a protected area and restricted area. And Parliament is one of those restricted areas. And what does that mean? It means that when an area is restricted, you must actually obtain permission to be inside the Parliament. After that, definitely some people were injured, and some people also lost their life on the process. So therefore, we cannot rule out to say whether police were justified or not justified. That will determine now with the investigation that will be carried out and get to clear whether the police were on the right path or they were on the wrong side. But on my observation, with my experience, and as an expert in that area of security, then definitely police were on the right track when they were dealing with people who have stormed in and they went into rampage and removing some of those things that I've mentioned, which actually was an attempted coup.
Can we really say that, using live bullets and rubber bullets and some of the people who lost their lives put police on the right track from your experience and your background, yet those who entered Parliament were not throwing stones at them and were not armed. They were unarmed and entering Parliament, which you said is a restricted area. However, they were not firing back at the police. When police go for such kind of a responsibility or duty, there are those who are armed with rubber bullets, there are those who are armed with the blank cartridges, and there are those who are armed with proper ammunitions. And therefore, the reason why they are doing that is as a result of which when there is a danger to any other person or even to a building is when they can be able to use live bullets. When they are able to scare or even give a warning, then they can be able to use the rubber bullets, the tear gas, and so forth. The former Inspector General of Police, Japheth Koome, was phrased as being particularly silent during the protests. As someone who has held that position in the past and being the very first Inspector General, is that proper procedure or could something have gone wrong in terms of the communication? And
I think in this particular case, Mr. Koome must have actually felt that now since something has happened of this nature and I'm in the office, then probably let me step aside by way of retiring officially because he was not sacked, he was not dismissed, and he cannot also resign. You know, when you resign, it's like you are protesting against the appointing authority.
From your own opinion, especially because we're expecting a new Inspector General of Police to occupy that office, what constitutes an efficient Inspector General of Police?
It requires an officer who is loyal and does not require an officer who is sycophant. Sycophancy is not going to work in that office. It is somebody who must be very firm, he must be very truthful, and he must be loyal to the government of the day. Loyalty in this particular case does not mean that you become psychopath. It is not about taking care of your payslip. It is about service to the people of Kenya.
Keeping that in mind, how would you rate the performance of the Inspector Generals who came after you?
Police has not been fully reformed because reform is a process and it has to take quite some time to be able to implement everything. And reforms also goes hand in hand with the infrastructure. The infrastructure that is supposed to be in place, the police housing, the police mobility, the equipments, and many other things that is supposed to be in place.
Some people have argued that the seat of the Inspector General is doomed to some extent because there's never been an Inspector General of Police who has actually finished their term. Most times you find that someone has resigned. So from your own observation of things, is it because they often bite a political bullet? Do you think that the seat of the Inspector General of Police has been politicized? It becomes an order of the day that every Inspector General who is appointed by the President is not allowed to function independently. And independent in this case does not mean that it does not work with other law enforcement agencies and even other government ministries or departments, but independently in a manner that he executes his duty independently without interference. And in this particular case now, I'm seeing quite a number of interference, even from junior people, just very junior people who may have an opportunity to be closer with the authorities of the day or with the presidency. And that becomes a serious problem with the office of the Inspector General. When you look at
the other arm of the government, for example, like KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces, there is no interference the way the National Police Service is being interfered with. For example, now, if I was to say about the just retired Inspector General, Inspector Kome, if he is not performing, or if he has not performed, the president should have appointed a tribunal to be able to investigate the problem that has faced the Inspector General. Why is it that people are afraid not to follow the law and appoint the tribunal as it is required by law?
I'm sure you saw maybe the recent comments by the Deputy President talking about how Nurdin Haji failed in terms of being the head of NIS and executing the orders or giving information to the government about the protests.
So that particular office is not one of the officers that is being interfered with politically. Unlike the office of the Inspector General that is being interfered by every Dick and Harry. But that particular office is seclusive in such a way that they do their things confidentially. And more so, they report directly to the president. Anything that they report, it must have been done properly, it must have been investigated properly, it must have been received properly. By the time it is reaching the president, it is a complete and true passion of intelligence. And therefore, when we heard about this statement, then to me, and as an expert and as an experienced person, or even senior citizen now for this country, I thought it was just a political statement that was being made. So it may not have been a true statement that is directed to the current DIG, IG, that he has paid in his responsibilities. That actually should have only come from the president. And even if it comes from the president, it will be confidential. Kenyans or public will not care to know.
Also in 2016, in a newspaper interview, you mentioned that at the time there was not this emergence of death squads within the police service. But now when we've seen police officers being charged in court, such as some of those from the Pangani 6, Ahmed Rashid, some of those officers appearing in court and being charged with murders, the case of Willie Kimani, do you now believe that there is an existence of police death squads, those who are actually sent out to carry out these certain missions?
Those are purely criminal individuals. We cannot say that there is a death squad in the National Police Service. Even after my retirement for a long time now, that when it's almost 10 years now since I left the National Police Service. But definitely, I cannot, by all means, say that within the National Police Service, we have a second squad called Death Squad. No. These are criminal gangs that have formed themselves into such small cocoon of criminals and use the name of the police that we are doing APC. No authorization at all for that matter.
What would it take to reshape that face of the Kenya Police Service?
Remember, things like Evidence Act, Criminal Procedure Act, are those acts that were way back started when we achieved our independence, or even during the colonial time. So, and it has been amended from time to time. But now we want to see the new activities that are happening that has never been addressed by this CVC, has never been addressed by Evidence Act, and has never been addressed by the Witness Protection Act. That way, it will be able to address some of this. So, if there are some things that are being done, like, for example, what you mentioned about Kitengela, about some other place and so forth, then, as I said earlier, no officer of the law is above the law. Anybody who does contrary to the law is actually subject to prosecution, is subject to be arrested and be prosecuted in the court of law.
I think we can leave it there. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down for this interview and for everything that you've contributed in terms of this conversation. So I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Karibu sana.
What's your opinion about this trend we are seeing, or this spate we are seeing of police officers abducting others in broad daylight? Macharia Gaitho being a key example, a journalist being abducted in broad daylight. What's your view on police abductions that are happening very rampantly right now?
It is not within the framework of the law. Police have powers to arrest anybody.
Gladys Boss. On my left is our Deputy Clerk, Jeremiah Ndombi. I'll invite members of the committee to introduce themselves for the record, starting with Honorable Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Junet Mohammed, Suna East.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
And Mase Mary, Teso South.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishi Mboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
And I'm Caleb Amisa Boti.
Honorable, Mr. Davis Chirchir, we'll start in earnest with the job ahead of us. First, you'll be sworn in because you'll testify on oath. Once we do that, you give your original documents to the sergeant to give to the clerk to cross-check with what we have to see if they are corresponding. So you may be upstanding. You have an option to swear on the Bible or the Quran, depending on your faith. Bible?
I, Davis Kimutai Chirchir, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
You may take your seats and sign the oath. Yes, Mr. Chirchir, for purpose of these proceedings, many members will be referring to you as nominee because that's what you are. I'll invite you to give us a brief introduction of yourself, your name, educational background, working experience, key competences that make you think and feel suitable for the appointment to cabinet. 5 minutes at the very most.
Thank you again, Chairman, Speaker, and honorable members. Nice to be here, and my initial gratitude to the President for nominating me to this position of Cabinet Secretary, Roads and Transport. Mr. Chairman, let me fast forward. I graduated in the year 1985 with a degree in physics and computer science from the University of Nairobi, and thereafter went into telecommunication industry, where I joined Kenya Post and Telecommunications and worked as a teletraffic engineer after a 9-month course at the then Central Training School, where I learned the intricacy of managing traffic going into the various routes across the whole world, dimensioning, congestion, and things like that. Subsequently, I did rise in that position to the level of general manager, where I managed the ICT, Information Communication and Technology, and in the nascent period of liberalization, I managed the divestiture and liberalization of telecommunication as a change manager, where we did at that time the Communication Authorities regulations, laws and regulations that spinned off what is now the Communication Authority, which is the regulator in the telecoms industry, spinned off Postal Corporation and Telecoms Kenya, and issued the various licenses to Safaricom and Celtel at that time. Something that then catapulted the growth of telecommunication in what became competitive and very competitive from the monopolistic management of telecommunication at that time done by Kenya Post and Telecommunications. I later on moved on, honorable members, chairman, as commissioner, where I worked in the interim electoral commission. Soon after the challenge that this country faced during the post-election, I came in as one of the electoral commissioners, where I spearheaded various reforms, processes that built confidence that had been totally destroyed in the electoral process, and where Kenyans at that time did not believe in exercising their democratic right through the vote or the ballot. We built system at one time, Chairman, honorable members, the Electoral Commission at that time was the most trusted organization in Kenya, ahead of the media and of course ahead of Parliament at that time. Honorable members, after the term of reform, which also catapulted the promulgation of the new constitution, where we ran the referendum in the year 2010, we were part of crafting Chapter 7 of the constitution, which today really brings out the electoral process, management of the credibility of the vote, to the extent that when the ballots are counted at the polling station and transmitted to the central tallying center, it doesn't matter what you do at the central tallying center, because the results would have been announced in each and every of the 22,000 plus polling centers in the country, with the technology that pushes them to the cloud today, and everybody participates in the counting. Even when we've had the results we had in 2 years, where the difference between the winning party and the losing party was 60,000, we were able to come out of the electoral process with acceptance of those electoral results. In the year 2012, I had a stint of going close to politics when I became the Secretary General of the then party URP, where we worked with a number of leadership to form government, and I then thereafter was nominated and subsequently appointed to the position of Cabinet Secretary, Energy and Petroleum, a role I did work on for 2 years before a list of shame was placed to Parliament, and I was one of them, and of course several members of Parliament, and we went through the due process, and we got out of it over time, but not before some of our careers were unnecessarily tainted because of the procedure that was adopted at that time. Honorable members, I have walked the journey, and I come here today, 2022 again. I was nominated and appointed after the Kenya Kwanza won to this position that I've been nominated to. I was nominated to the position of Cabinet Secretary, Energy and Petroleum, and I did serve in that position until the 11th of July, when the entire cabinet was dismissed. Honorable members, I have done some significant work in my career, in my journey, in terms of creating and adding value to this economy, in building systems and I have legacies which I do pride of today. And today I stand before you, I sit before you as a nominee for CS, roads, and transport. Let me leave it at that for now, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, that will do. I will now invite members to file questions to you, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to question Mr. Davis Chirchir, the nominee, on where he served before, his immediate former position as Minister of Energy, and also to question him on where he's going, which is the Ministry of Transport. So, Mr. Chirchir, you are at the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. You know very well that one of the biggest complaints Kenyans had was that the cost of energy, that is petroleum products and power, was extremely high. I think then we'd be interested in knowing what are some of the interventions that you made during your tenure to try and mitigate this. Then where you're going now to the Ministry of Transport, where two things that are really big that are being spoken about in that particular ministry. One is that the cost of building our roads. I know that before the finance bill collapsed, the discussions were that to do the entire road network, almost 1 trillion shillings is required or more. And then also there's a lot of unpaid bills. That's some of the issues that were brought before Parliament for contractors who have built our roads. So what are the interventions you will take if you're confirmed for this position of Minister of Transport? Are you going to look at joint concession roads and so on? And lastly, on the big elephant in the room, Kenya Airways. Now that you're going to the Ministry of Transport, if confirmed, that will be also an issue you'll deal with. Kenyans would like to know how you intend to deal with Kenya Airways. Are we going to put more money and seeing losses, or is there a way of dealing with it, or should it just be sold? We are interested in knowing what your views are on that. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Nominee, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Gladys Boshole. Good question on what we've done and achieved as a country to bring down the cost of energy to where it is today. Let me start, Honorable Chair, by saying when I checked last, and then because of the concern when our President was going to the space to talk to the Gen Zs, I did check the challenge of power and what we need to do to be able to address the cost of doing business in this economy. Cost of energy is one of the most insignificant contributors to the cost of doing business. In industry, the cost of energy in production contributes to up to 30 to 40%. And therefore, a country cannot be competitive if the cost of energy as a unit cost of production is significantly high. Chairman, honorable members, the energy portfolio is a very interesting area when I consider to where I'm going. A very structured area. We have a tool we call Least Cost Power Development Plan, which we've just signed off the 2024-2043 Least Cost Power Development Plan, which articulates the building blocks and how to match demand and supply. What happens, Honorable Chair and members, is that every bit and piece of energy that is generated is paid for by the customers, whether we sell it or not. So we don't generate power which you don't need. We have to ensure that we match the demand and the supply. And because the demand side can grow suddenly while the supply is built over 3 years, there's got to be very good planning. As we speak now, we are planning for power for Kenya for 2027, 28. In fact, those are the power plants which we are currently building in Olkaria, in Kiambere, Kamburu, Sola, and so on and so forth, in Meningai, in Nakuru. we are currently building power plants. And what we did to basically get down to the question to address the cost of energy is to really ensure that the energy mix in generation, we do generate power from solar, from wind, from geothermal. Those are the three cheapest cost of generation, including, of course, hydro. And the most expensive generation is from thermal. And during times of drought, we run thermal more because the hydrology would be low. Because of the hydrology having been good in the past 1 year, we've had a lot of water, so we are running our Kiambere, Kindaruma, Gitaru, Cascade fairly well. But more importantly, the mix to ensure that we do not dispatch the expensive power when we don't need to is a very important component in managing the cost of power. One of the profound things we've done, Chairman and honorable members, which I might even call legacy, is switching off a power plant called Moroni, which is very expensive. It dispatches power at about 70 shillings per kilowatt hour. So Moroni GT, which is somewhere between Kisumu and Moroni. We all know where Moroni is. We have also switched off a power plant called Kipevu 1. Moroni generates 60 megawatts. Kipevu 1 generates 74 megawatts. At end of life, it has reached end of life, and we switched it off. And likewise, we've switched off 76.4 megawatts in Kipevu 2. These power plants alone, Chair, if to contextualize, it generates 210 megawatts, dispatches about 15% because it's only used for picking, but the cost to the economy is about 10 billion Kenya shillings annually, when it is dispatching at 15%. If we have to dispatch more because of not obeying the order of merit of economic order of merit of supply, the bill would go from 10, 15 to 20 billion. Those power plants are down. The promoters of these power plants have been through this town to see everybody to try and bring them back. But because of the cost of doing business, it doesn't make sense to give them another lease of life. The challenge of climate change commitment, which we have made for 2030 to be 100% green, is another one which has catapulted this country and placed it in a very, very good pedestal. So, Chair, let me end that initial question by saying it will be of interest for members when you write the report to check and confirm that in the month of July, both cost of electricity and cost of petroleum products is the lowest in the country in the last 15 months. And it takes a real difficult position to sustain those power plants not to be switched off, not to be switched on again because of what I've said, the cost of doing business and the climate change commitment which we've made for this country. As regarding some of the things that I will do where I'm going in the roads and transport, Honorable Chairman, honorable members, it's an interesting area. It will be interesting to note that where I come from in energy or where I've served twice before, if we have one pending bill, it is due to a court case. We don't have any pending bills. I have quickly checked the road sector with a pending bills of about 166 billion, with unfunded commitments of about 1 trillion, some with the Chinese government and some with the local contractors, unfunded. And I don't know, I've also checked, Honorable Chairman, that the exchequer support that costs roads annually is about 55 billion. So if that continues, it will take us in excess of 20 years to finance what has been committed today, leave alone financing the pending bills, which sits at 94 billion with an interest, forex gains and what have you of adding up to about 166. And therefore there is a job to be done, Chairman, members, and I think we'll have to work together given the challenge that we have a finance bill that has not gone through, Luckily, where I come again, maybe to give a bit of hope to where I'm going to, is that all energy works is off balance sheet. And it will be of interest to members and, of course, the Honorable Chairman to note that energy deals with a budget of about $10 billion annually, all off balance sheet. And I sit here to basically pronounce that we are working to deliver the cheapest cost of electricity and today the cheapest cost of petroleum products in the country, albeit with no budget support, because all this is private capital, off balance sheet. We do not have to work on the treasury balance sheet. Otherwise, we'll need 20 years, Chairman, to be able to fulfill those commitments that we have signed onto and that we have to deliver because they are contractual. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, if you allow me.
Yes.
If you allow me, just to follow up on what Davis is talking about, 1 trillion into commitment of 160 billion in debt. It looks really grim, you know, like you will run away from the job. What is it that you will do to attract capital and actually to offset the 1 trillion and also to pay the bills? Because you have done it in energy. What will you do? Because we want to see hope. Kenyans want to see what is it that Davis will do to change the story. Thank you.
Yes, Davis, and you had not also touched on Kenya Airways question?
Through Chairman Owen, it is it's early in the day after nomination, but I think it's possible. I've said we work off balance sheet in energy. And when you, Chairman, you have term sheets which stipulate that maybe the cost of constructing a kilometer of road or the cost of generating geothermal, if you are coming in as a private investor, should not be indicative tariffs. We gazette indicative tariffs through EPRA, where when you're generating power, we tell you if you're coming in, we're not signing if your tariff is above 6 cents US. So I think we should really be looking at frameworks like if you are coming in, we cannot sign a contract if you are building a road beyond 100 million Kenya shillings per kilometer, so that we don't get into commitments of trying to build a road for 500 million Kenya shillings per kilometer. And so even as you walk in to do your initial study, you don't spend time to push us to a commitment where we are building a kilometer for the price of 5, 6, 10 kilometers. We will need to look at, more importantly, how to work off balance sheet. When I say that $10 billion, it sounds crazy. But petroleum alone, which comes into Kenya today through the OTS or the current G2G at about 740,000 metric tons annually, cost the economy some 6 trillion, crazy numbers. I mean, I just need to refer. 6 billion US dollars annually. And we do not have a time when the country is dry. Even at the peak time of the tightened monetary policy, when the Fed went into 5.5% interest and the interbank rates were crazy and there were no dollars in the industry, we did not run dry because we do not have to rely on the treasury to help us to bring these necessary products to drive the economy. So we'll be looking together, honorable members, at how to resolve this challenge. It's a big challenge. Raising a trillion Kenya shillings to build those kilometers of roads where commitment has been given. Having to pay the 160, 170 billion Kenya shillings on bending bills and growing by the hour, growing by the day, is something that we can look at what you would call securitization of the little money we have in the road maintenance levy, and borrowing a bullet today and paying with an interest over 10 years, and we should be able to finance. As to whether those are acceptable, being in an IMF program today is something that we'll need to sit down together and resolve, because it's a commitment this country has made. We'll have to address it. Thank you.
Point of information, Speaker. Small point of information.
Yes,
this might be beneficial to the nominee, and I think I agree with him. The proposal of getting resources securitized by our instruments, which is, for example, fuel levy. In last Parliament, when I was chairing transport, Honourable Speaker, we actually proposed, and we have actually a legal instrument. We have the law, so which means the nominee might want to exploit that opportunity, Honourable Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, the Deputy Speaker is saying you have not touched on her question on Kenya Airways.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Kenya Airways is another interesting investment which you do know that we all love to have our Kenya Airways, and I think we should continue to have it and promote it. Kenya Airways, as we speak, and for the short time I've been preparing to appear before you, I do see Kenya Airways running a system that needs a lot of support, and where the Kenya government, I think to date, has given support to the tune of 600 billion Kenya shillings to be able to stay afloat, given the negative cash capital, negative cash capital that they are operating in. Chair, I think the reforms at Kenya Airways, starting from the needs a lot of communication and ownership by the employees of Kenya Airways, and we're going to sit down and get them to understand that it's a problem that must be sorted out internally. The CBA, or the negotiated terms, and holding on to them when somebody else is having to pay your bill, is something that we'll really need to sit down as an enterprise, as Kenya Airways, and address. I've also seen Kenya Airways having a portfolio of flights that may not be suitable in the Embraer, which do not have the kind of bottom belly to carry the kind of luggage. And therefore, the first option when you're flying out or flying in, because of the way we carry 20, 30, 40 kilos, is not to fly Kenya Airways. So it is self-defeating to be having the highest fleet of about 13 Embraers aeroplanes in this fleet, and therefore giving us an uncompetitive advantage in terms of customers having to choose alternative flights when they might have actually wanted to fly Kenya Airways. Chairman, I do note that Kenya Airways in the past 2023 accounts had an operating profit of about 10 billion. We'll need to look at what they are doing right and build on that. Possibly take out some cost out of the system, because there are costs which we really must remove to be able to allow them to come out of the challenge they currently face. But more importantly, if you look at the 600 billion government support in Kenya Airways, and the fact that Kenya Airways today, the Kenya government owns about 49%, 48.9% of Kenya Airways, it will be, if we really kind of allowed government to pick more shares out of that 600 billion, government will go to a shareholding structure of about 80%. I think we need to bring in a partner. If you see successful hotels, allow me to use hotels, Chair, where they build networks around the world to be able to push their customers into their networks, we need to build a network of a supporting airline that we can leverage on to be able to bring Kenya Airways out of the current challenge they face. But more importantly, to support tourism, support our flower industry, support our green produce in avocado, the things we export because of the perishability very quickly into the external markets, and where the inflows in foreign currency is so significant. So we need to work on Kenya Airways. Thank you, Chair.
That will do. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable CS nominee, we just start maybe from where you stopped on Kenya Airways and ask you, we
have listened to such stories. I think I've listened to those stories about KQ since I joined Parliament 12 years ago. I just want to be direct. Are we going to listen to that story from the next nominee after you? Or how long should you be approved? Will you commit to the people of Kenya that you can be able to sort out the problems of Kenya Airways? Because as you say, it's true, they are on operating profit, but when you factor in their financing costs, then they make huge losses. And then the story goes on and on and on and on forever. So you may need to tell us whether you truly mean business. Should you be approved, and how long it will take us to see a Kenya Airways that is truly functional, profitable, and is giving value to the people of Kenya. Because even nationalizing it, if you do not give value to the people of Kenya, then it may not make sense. That being so, you have been Cabinet Secretary for Energy, and you were, at the time we did the famous G2G in the oil industry. You tell us how beneficial that G2G was. Was it beneficial to the country, or was it on net terms a loss to us in terms of the oil prices and all the other issues that Kenyans raise about the G2G? And more so in view of the current conversation. You've seen Kenyans online saying that the airport has been sold. Far from it from what we hear. And negotiations on PPP framework with the Adani Airport Holdings Limited. Are you the man to run this PPP with Adani or any other interested private equity partner that may come in? And can the people of Kenya trust that you will do it for value, for good value to the people of Kenya, if G2G was not of value to the people of Kenya? And I say if, because to be consequential to your first answer on G2G on oil. And maybe you would take a bit of time to tell us what you have been able to dig in your briefs from the ministry. I'm certain you've gotten briefs from the ministry on this Adani Airports Holdings PPP engagements, the engagements that are there. Lastly, just to add to what Honorable Kosing was saying, yes, the framework is there for leveraging on the RMLF funds on roads, but as you rightly say, with the programs that we are on and our debt ceiling, that may not be an option, a viable option for now, so you may need to really think out of the box in terms of funding our roads projects. Thank you.
Davis, try and compress the answers.
Thank you, Chair. I think KQ is, it needs, like I said, there'll be quick wins. There'll be the low-hanging fruits, like I said. I would like to sit down with the staffers and address this challenge in KQ, which I could easily call the low-hanging fruits, but which has really been a major pain in KQ, the industrial relations. We need to have ownership of the entire management and staff of KQ to understand the challenge and that we need to get out of it. Because somebody else cannot be paying for our lunch and we just have the lunch. Those are some of the quick wins. Some of the more difficult things which I think have been addressed are those expensive leases on the 7-7 leases where the costs and the revenues are really challenged. And again, we are having to rely on government to pay on behalf. But as it were, KQ, like we'll all have to agree, from an aviation perspective, is a very strategic asset. So it will be one thing to sit down and first things first. What are the low-hanging fruits? What do we need to address? And what kind of ownership? So it's a leadership issue. We really need to address that. One thing which I'm going to put alongside KQ, G2G, and Adani, and I did prepare the challenge that the country faced in the last 4 weeks in terms of how we work, is the aspect of communication and carrying the Kenyans together with us. Article 35 of the Constitution, and I did make a record of that so that I don't fumble around, where every citizen has the right to information. And in Article 69, it talks to public participation in the environment. In 118, it talks to public participation in facilitating public participation in involvement and in the legislative process, public participation in the National Assembly and in the county government in Article 196. And in the finance area, Chapter 12, it talks about there shall be openness and accountability, including participation in financial matters. Chair, I think as government, we feel like information can only be given out when we have been pushed to give information. The public participation is articulated in the Constitution and in the act that has been in Parliament to basically actualize how public participation should be conducted, and which is causing a pain today, including the ruling that we just had the previous day, is something that we need to carry Kenyans as we do some of the things we do, like in Adani, in Kenya Airways, or in G2G. Because G2G was a fairly complex and a quick solution required to address the challenge of the time. But we're trying to explain today, even to members of Parliament, to understand something that was built over a period of 4 months. If we carried everybody along in public participation so that they understand every step as we go forward, we wouldn't be facing the kind of challenges we are facing today. So there'll be need to inculcate public participation from inception as we carry the programs forward, so that we are together with Kenyans at every stage. Of course, how that is done is something that we'll need to really work on. So really, I think we really need to address the challenge that we find ourselves doing what we believe is right for the country, but the population do not quite understand because we did not carry them along the whole journey. The G2G story, Honorable Kimani Chungwa, through the chair, I think was a great success for this country. At a time when we came out of COVID, at a time when the Ukraine war was a big challenge, and the inflation rate was soaring at a high of 9%, including in the US and Canada. A very tight monetary policy running even today at 5.25% to 5.5%. And the dollars would rather be in soft trading as opposed to trading with risk. Everybody was basically earning more money, taking their money to the bank. And a situation which did not only affect Kenya, in fact in the tea industry, we were not selling our tea because there was no dollars out there. It was a global crisis. Let me then answer the point.
Avoid the temptation to give a lecture.
Yeah.
Answer questions.
Agreed. Yes. The G2G chair was brought in to forestall the challenge of unavailability of the US dollars in the industry. And we did build a very quick solution to ensure that the country would not run dry. We could be able to purchase petroleum, pay Kenya shillings, on a deferred LCs, which would be confirmed by international AAA or what you would call investment grade banks over the local issued LCs, and be able to get the product and pay later when the situation improves. It has worked very well. I think we have today brought in over 100 cargoes. We have in-account dollars in excess of $3 billion over this. And I think today, if not for G2G, like when we went to elections, Chair, in March, April, May 2022, MPs will recall carrying jerry cans around the country looking for fuel to run their campaigns because there were no dollars to buy petroleum products. As regarding Adani, so G2G was great. I think it is something, Chair, when there is time and I write my book, it will be one of my legacy delivery to this country. Adani.
You know, you're being guided by the chair to avoid giving lectures, because the straight answer was the dollar was at 160 something.
And
part of the benefits of that is
It's at 130 today. Thank you.
130 today.
Thank you.
Fuel prices, the prices were trading at then, and what they would have gone.
With respect to Adani, Chair, we look at Adani. We'll need, like I opened by saying, public participation, provide information, have a framework in terms of what you would call term sheet, in terms of what is the correct return on investment when we are bringing a PPP. If we agree that the return on investment is 12 to 15% internal rate of return, if we agree on the debt equity ratio, we should be able to really get Kenyans to understand, get everyone to understand, is Adani a deal we should do? Is it going to help Kenya? Vis-a-vis what I just said, this is an off-balance sheet upgrade of Kenya Airports Authority. If we can't do it as a government, can we allow a private sector player to do it on reasonable but competitive cost or return on capital? Thank you, Chair.
Ned.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that and telling the nominee that I think, Mr. Nominee, the issue now that at hand that you need to explain to the vetting committee is that you are getting into a ministry that has a very high, huge pending bill that has no money essentially for development of new roads. You need to tell us how you are going to turn around that. What vision, what do you think you will do that will turn around that? That's number one. And number two, in November 2023, no, I mean in 25th of August 2023, during your tenure as Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, the country experienced a national grid failure, you remember? And it affected many places, including the airport, including homes, hospitals, everywhere. And the then Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport took some decisions and reshuffled people at the airport and sacked some people. But on your side, nothing happened. What could be the reason, and what could have caused the disruption, or what could have caused the grid to collapse? And another thing I wanted to ask you is, you know, we are formed a new cabinet. We are vetting 22 members of parliament, members of the cabinet. And this is a broad-based government, as has been said by the president himself. But the effect of broad-based also is to have development in every part of the country. This country has suffered enough in the sense that the skewed way of doing road constructions in the country. There are places like my neighbor here in Kikuyu, there is no road remaining, unless now we want to put overhead and overpasses and underground passes. And there are places where still there are issues of roads. What criteria will you come up with?
Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from my colleague. He can't say there are no roads remaining in Kikuyu when there are actually no roads in Kikuyu.
You'll be protected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, so I was asking, what criteria are you going to come up with so that roads net distribution is done in an equitable and fair manner? Lastly, there was a road that was supposed to be dualed from, I don't know, here, Kabete or somewhere in Nairobi here, all the way to Rironi, all the way to Mount Summit Junction. And that is where, as we go, every weekend, what is the status? There was an agreement with the French government, but it has never taken off. So, Mr. Nominee, those 4 issues, if you explain,
yes, Davis,
then you may get a good report from me.
Very quickly, for the unfortunate blackout in the network, Chair, I do note we have had a number of blackouts which we have addressed and categorized into quick solution in short term, mid term, and long term. Whereas we have generated enough power because it is done by the private sector or off-government balance sheet. And the energy sector is totally unbundled in terms of generators, transmission, and offtake, or what you call the buyer market in KPLC. The transmission network is financed by the exchequer, through the exchequer. And with the inadequate financing of the transmission network, most of the challenges that we saw in the blackout was transmission in nature. Chair, we have two very specific challenges in Kisumu, Moroni, Chemosit, a network which links to Bomet through Kigati to Awendo, Homa Bay and Awendo. And that transmission network gets overloaded. When a system is overloaded, it drips to secure itself, just like the circuit breakers in our house. When it sends a fault, it will drip. So the drip, due to an overload, became a challenge. We have since secured funding to get an alternative routing to get more power from Olkaria through Narok, Bomet, Awendo, and Homa Bay. So that the contractor will be on site shortly. We got a funding from Africa Development Bank and address that challenge. The other challenge that has been dripping the country and where we occasionally, for those of us who live in that region, do pull out feeders. Pulling out a feeder is load shedding. And so a few areas would be load shedding to ensure that it doesn't drip the whole country while we build this network very quickly. We've had a challenge in Takwel, a place called Ortum, Kitale, where we did put some 3 solar plants called Alten, Selenkei, and what happened is those solar plants caused a network constraint. And so we've not been dispatching Takwel because of the take-or-pay challenge of delivery of power into the system. Chair, that has since been resolved. We have gotten the transformers into Otum. Otum is in some place in West Pokot there, and we've gotten the transformer to Kitale. And the network constraint or the congestion of having to transmit more power through a line has been resolved. We are also working on something called to be able to manage voltage stabilization. We are working on STATCOMs on the Ethiopia-Kenya line to be able to address the voltages so that we do not have this intermittence and a network disturbance which causes a blackout. And so those are being addressed. Unfortunately, they belong to Ketraco where they are addressed through the balance sheet, but that is being addressed, Chair. With regard to...
Point of order, Chairman.
Yes, Mary.
I have not heard him mention Busia and Kakamega because blackouts cut across. Actually, you cannot even put a business in Busia because you persistent blackout. So mention something about Busia and Kakamega and Bungoma.
Allow me, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I should have possibly said west of Kenya.
Call me Speaker or Chairman, not
Chairman,
Chair.
Chairman, yes. This challenge is really characteristic of most of west of Kenya. You know, most of the generation is in the Seven Forks.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But with the construction of the line to carry power from Olkaria direct to west of Kenya, a very good capacity line, that problem will be a thing of the past. When
will it be ready?
Another 18 months, but what we are currently doing, we have got mitigation. We've built a line from Sondu through Awendo to be able to deload Chemosit, Kigati. So there's a lot of work being done. And let me say this, Chair.
He's sitting on a chair.
I'm sitting on a chair. I'm not a chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Since I came to the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, we've been working on the critical projects which had been started rather than the appetite of starting new projects. These have been historical challenges. We are sorting them. Whoever comes, my colleague who comes to the office, there are ongoing projects as we speak today. We are accelerating them because of that challenge. In fact, to put lives to the number of load shedding, occasionally, on a day-to-day basis, we are load shedding up to 140 customers to be able to remove the overload on the line. So conscious of that, including hospitals, including industries, factories, the tea factories. Conscious of that, Chair, we are working around the clock to ensure that we deliver this in the shortest possible time.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm not asking a question, but Mr. Speaker, looking at the time, only 3 people have asked questions, and we're almost an hour. So if the nominee, please, could just be short and precise.
Going forward, nominee, When you ask a question, just answer it. Are you selling Kenya Airways? No. Are you pumping in more money? Yes or no. Then we make progress. Let me now start from this side.
Why don't I finish the Junet? And I'll just 30 seconds. Rironi Molo was concession to the French company. I think the pricing again is what I called a term sheet. We'll relook at that and be able to bring the cost right, possibly do what we must do to deload or congest that road. It's a matter of priority to be able to move traffic to west of Kenya. The road construction, what criteria will we use? Chairman, I introduced my formative life in traffic engineering, and we'll need to do more of really ensuring we look at traffic, we look at opening new areas for economic purposes. Think about the Lapset. It is a new development corridor. You may not need traffic to open Lapset because we need to shift development to a new development corridor. And so we'll use all those kind of clustered frameworks to be able to open this country, working with the members of parliament like I've worked with most of you on the last mile to be able to open this country. Thank you.
Good. Let me start from Robert. Then we go to Mary, Amisi, Mule, then we come back this side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And please ask one question each. Don't make no preamble to your questions.
Speaker, there are very critical things I needed to know from the nominee. So first and foremost, the road maintenance levy that was introduced recently from 18 shillings to 25 shillings by EPRA was done, in my opinion, without reference to the National Assembly. And despite also the fact that Kenyans, when there was public participation, they said no. I would like to hear your opinion about that. And there's some clarity on the G2G deal. Why was National Oil Corporation of Kenya involved? Because there is a belief that it wasn't. And then on the same deal, when you say that you're paying for fuel in Kenyan shillings, I want clarity because I am very well aware that Kenyan shillings are not legal tender outside this country, outside the region. So how is it that you are able to pay for, because that has always been the comment, that we are paying for fuel in Kenyan shillings. How would UAE or other countries out there receive Kenyan shillings as legal tender? And finally, on the transport sector, which you're being dominated to, how will you deal with the three critical things? One, road safety. Two, the menace of traffic police on the roads. And finally, of course, the high cost of transportation. Thank you, Chairman.
Swali moja.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask Davis, our nominee, this one question. The north of Kenya, that is Malindi, Tana River, Lamu, those areas are very productive, but the productivity has been hindered because of the lack of the airport in Malindi, a good airport. This has been a question that every government has not wanted to face, that we must, Malindi is decaying because of the lack of the airport. Over $100 billion investments in Malindi, they are coming down because of the lack of the airport. You're a clever man, that I know because I've worked with you before, and I want to declare my interest. What will you do really to solve this problem of the airport? Secondly, the open sky question. We are protective of KQ, yes. But again, we also need to open this country to more investment by allowing other airlines to come in. If Ethiopian Airline can fly to tourists from Addis Ababa to Nairobi, then the airport, the tourist is stranded there waiting for Jumbo Jet to fly to Malindi at 7 in the evening, and they arrived at 7 in the morning. Why would you do that and kill tourism just because we want to protect KQ? What will you do to solve these two key legendary issues, the Malindi Airport and the open sky policy in this country? Thank you.
Answer those. Three questions, two from Robert, one from...
Chairman, the issue of road maintenance levy, which granted has done very well because you'll notice that our highways are very well maintained, is a good thing in terms of the ratio that I've seen on how it gets to Kena, Kura for the urban, and Kera. And we'll need to look at whether we need to redimension and get some savings. Are we over-providing? Are those percentage distribution frameworks supporting? Because whereas the road development does not have any revenue because we rely on the exchequer support, can we be able to, in line with what I said earlier, having to get more of off-balance sheet road development in an area where we'll be together looking at a policy on tolling, road tolling, so that you pay as you use. You see the expressway is fairly popular, and yet people are willing to pay today rather than really pay when they are not using. So we look at that together, honorable members. Ongoing, we will really, because of the 7 shillings additional that was, like you said, hurriedly, without coming to the House, we'll need to look at that together. I think it's topical. I don't know whether it is in court as we speak. But it's an area where if we socialize Kenyans, like I said, from the word go, and understood the need to be able to open up this country for economic development, it's one thing that could help us in working on securitization and really coming into your constituency in Eastern Province and opening up that region for development. So we look at that together because it's a very topical issue as we speak today. NOC wasn't considered because NOC was not able to play in this space. The space belonged to the international oil marketing companies who are able to work with AAA or investment grade banks to be able to give us products on deferred LCs for 6 months. At the time when we did this, NOC has been having a very big challenge, and in fact we are commercializing. Chair, it's when you really try to really pick up what you cannot manage. So the international oil marketing companies were allowed to appoint local OMCs companies who had a relationship or accounts with them to be able to offtake the products in Kenya, because the trade finance is a bit of a complex area, because this is really employing trade finance to be able to take products today and pay 6 months later. Pay in Kenya shillings today. In the meantime, because the dollar accumulation was very tight, buy the dollars in a structured form where KCB, Standard Chartered are the only people going to the market through central bank, with in a very structured way. We had a committee called TRIMCOM, Treasury Risk Investment and Management Committee, which meets every Wednesday. And therefore, we had a very structured way of taking the shillings and going to the market from the 120th day to buy in a structured way, so that we also removed the interbank rate, which had gone off completely. So NOC was not included. They could not play in this space. Regarding the final question from
Speaker.
Malindi Airport. Malindi Airport.
How,
Yes.
how did the cargo disappear? That is the question. The dollar. That's what he's asking the chairman.
Let me mention that. Let me come to that. The traffic, the road safety, traffic issues, and high cost of transportation is something with the technology today. Let me just say, I'm aware that technology is being employed to be able to have an intelligent system with cameras on the road, with an electronic wallet that gives you points for good driving, removes points, and be able to eventually even cancel, with a kind of fine system that can be operated in this electronic space. We should be able to address. I know there is a project which is already going on. We'll need to review that and confirm. There is an ITS, Intelligent Traffic Management System, which is going to be addressing offenders at junctions and things like that. We'll look at that together and implement that quickly. Road transportation or transportation then becomes expensive because of the challenges inherent from the cost of fuel, the cost of congestion, and then so on and so forth. Traffic management becomes very important today, where even with Google Maps, you are able to choose the route without traffic. There is no reason why, when I'm coming from Bomet, Honorable Speaker, I have to drive into a dead traffic end and slip over in my Mayu escarpment, when I could have actually, because of traffic management technology, just go out through Naivasha and get to Nairobi in 2 hours, and instead end up sleeping in the escarpment, and yet the technology is there today. So we'll implement those aspects of traffic management together. Malindi, Mheshimiwa Owen, I know Malindi is passionate. It's a tourist destination. We'll need to sit down and work together and see, like, from a traffic perspective, tourists would rather be flying than going on that narrow road into Malindi. And there's no reason why we cannot sit together quickly and dimension upgrade of Malindi and be able to attract more traffic. But more importantly, look at how commercial that should be so that we do not get into the kind of bending bills that we talk about. Open sky question vis-a-vis the reciprocal requirement as per regulations is something we need to look at together. I do agree with you, but it's happening, it's bound to be happening at a very hard time for KQ when they are struggling. So let's see, do we push KQ to improve as we open our skies with those reciprocal arrangements? Because even if we did a reciprocal arrangement and our flights to those destinations are the Embraer, which are not able, they don't have the belly staff to carry enough luggage. So we really need to work very quickly to see whether we need KQ to come up, and I think we do, and be able to work on the open sky policy with, more importantly, the reciprocal arrangements. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honour Davis, you've told us about your attempts to equalize provision of electricity in the country, and especially through the last mile. That's only 2 years, so it stands to be seen whether really there is anything feasible in that area. But now you go to roads. And as stated, there is great inequality in terms of road network in the country, and especially with what are known as stored projects, the stored roads. If I give you an example of Tharaka Nithi County, we have 3 roads started 10 years ago in 2014, and up to now we are still grappling with their completion. Will it be your policy that you will actually dedicate resources as a matter of urgency to completion of stored roads and projects so that at least the network can to some extent be equalized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for Northern Menti, and I want to say I'm in the Committee of Transport, so I won't ask him transport questions. CS nominee, while you were in the energy sector, energy ministry, did you look at the fuel, the one we were told by Honorable Kiraito during his time as minister, that we had oil in Turkana? And if you did, why aren't we utilizing the refinery we had in Mombasa so that at least fuel could be cheaper than what it is right now? Because we are at the mercy of the big oil operators. Lastly, regarding, I don't know if I will ask, roads, they are the Mau Mau roads, you have heard of them. But those Mau Mau roads do not pass through the whole of central Kenya. It is just a portion of central Kenya. Will you think of extending it to the other part, Mount Kenya East as well? Because we do not have the Mau Mau roads. And we had Mau Mau even in Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and Embu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with George Murungaru regarding the North Menti and the concern of stalled projects in Tharaka Nithi. We do not have an option. We don't have an option. We've signed contracts. The interest will be piling. The bending bills will be piling. Unless we have a way of exiting, which I think they were considered before they were contracted, we'll have to look for funding solutions. And Chair, like I said, like the GTG, Chairman, we have to think out of the box. Chairman. Regarding, so we don't have an option. We have to work on those roads.
Chirchir, what these members are asking you is, assuming you get favor from this committee, and you are recommended to be appointed to that ministry. What plans do you have to tackle pending bills, other than complain about pending bills? I think that is what members want you to tell us. What innovative ideas do you have when you get into office, if you get there, to get pending bills out of the way and start embarking on new projects or stalled projects?
Let me. It's a very tall order, and very fluid. Like David Kosing did raise, we need to look at securitization of the little revenues that we have in the road maintenance levy. Number two, why I say it is very fluid, depending on whether we are able to pull through the debate of the additional, that could be a very good area to fully securitize. If we securitize 7 shillings, and which works to 31 billion annually, and if you were to securitize that for like 10 years, that would be 310 billion. We can do a bullet payment on a pricing of 300 against maybe 250 billion because of the cost of money, and be able to address that challenge today. But again, like I said, it is fluid. We need to sit down together and look at the options. There'll be a number of options that we can look at together. Absolutely. As regarding Rahim's question on electricity, you do know that I had, when sitting in the Ministry of Energy chair, I sat with the county leadership from the various county in many breakfast meetings, and Rahim happened to have been in the breakfast meeting for. Chair will need to look at how to harmonize the redistribution of resources to address opening. I did write to every member of parliament in May last year, Chair, to look at how many primary schools or public institutions were not electrified in each constituency. With that database, we've been able to allocate money subject to meeting the social obligation of public institutions, so that if you are 100% electrified, Chair, why wouldn't we give more money to Rahim or to George in Tharaka Nithi to be able to equalize and bring the whole country into an equal footing in terms of electricity or energy for all? We'll do similar frameworks in roads. We'll sit down together and map what we need to do to be able to really push the country forward. As regarding exploration of tallow and the discovery of oil in Kenya, we are at a phase called field development plan. We have a big field development plan that should be coming to Parliament. It is being reviewed by the regulator. Once the regulator reviews, it will go to the minister, and within 30 days, the minister will bring it to Parliament. And what the field development plan does, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, is it looks at moving the concessionaire from exploration to production in line with the production sharing contract. It looks at the financial ability for them to build the system to produce the crude oil. It looks at the technical capacity of that farm. So currently we are reviewing the field development plan, and it will be coming to Parliament in due course to see whether we can move from exploration to production, because there is the risk of, if not properly done, moving the concessionaire and staying in production for the next 10 years. So we are looking at the financial and technical capacity to be able to do that. Refinery becomes an option in terms of bankability of the project as to whether we export crude through a pipeline out of Lamu or Mombasa, or whether we refine. And therefore, that could help us to utilize the refinery in Mombasa that we closed some times back. Mau Mau roads, we can look at that together, Chairman. It is too early, but suddenly we will work to be able to dimension what we need to do together. Thank you.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, in the collapsed finance bill, there was an allocation of 50 million for electricity distribution, 50 million for each constituency. I'm wondering whether you're going to carry that approach along with you to the Ministry of Transport, so that we have that equitable distribution of resources, so that if you decide it is 50 kilometer per county, we all benefit from 50 kilometer per county, so that regions like Busia can also get a road, a tarmac road, from Butula all the way to Amukura and Teso South, and other counties. Secondly, Nairobi Expressway was constructed to ease congestion along the highway. But sometime in January, the toll charges were increased. This defeats the purpose for which it was intended. Because now how do you reap from, how do you encourage people to use the highway and also benefit from economies of scale? What are your thoughts on the kind of charges that are being levied on the expressway? Thank you.
Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You asked for one question, but I beg you, give me two, because the last one is important for me. The first,
start with the important one.
The very, very important one, Mr. Speaker, is that I come from a constituency that do not have even a single kilometer of road of bitumen standard, and it has been like that since time immemorial. Mostly they say because it has been represented by opposition leaders, but I doubt. 20 months ago, we were here with the predecessor of this ministry. And I did ask him the same question, and he said that in 100 days, I will see miracles. Now it's 20 months down the line. I want to ask you, when do I expect to see at least a kilometer of bitumen standard in my constituency? And it's not just my constituency, Mr. Speaker. It is a program that needs to check that there is equal distribution of road network across the country, irrespective of where the region falls, whether it's in opposition or in the government. But there must be a clear national rationalization program of all constituencies, so that if a kilometer is built in Mombasa, there is another kilometer built in Kitale. We must have that, so that the constituents don't think that it is a failure of a member of parliament, when it is actually the failure of proper program of the ministry. And then the question I wanted to ask, Mr. Speaker, is that our roads and infrastructure are majorly World Bank funded, and IMF, International Monetary Fund. Mr. Speaker, World Bank were financial institutions that started to reconstruct Europe after the war on Europe, after the World War II. There were proper development in Europe before. The purpose of World Bank was to reconstruct Europe after the World War II, including Japan and other Asian countries. Now, it is 80 years since the World War II ended. We are still reconstructing. The purpose of that World Bank is not commensurate to the issues of the global South. In this country, we've never had war, whether it's local, global, even the Mau Mau did not destroy any road. We cannot talk about a fund that used to reconstruct, coming to develop an underdevelopment. So, Minister, you are going to a ministry that is heavily, we know the roads network is capital intensive, but you are going to a ministry that is going to be heavily dependent on the Bretton Woods institutions, whose purpose of establishment is completely different for a developmental path of our country. Do you have any policies of change that will ensure that this country does not continuously depend on external funding, loans that are crippling our economy, loans that we are continuously at the yoke of external loans? Which policies are you going to depend on them? World Bank, number one, and the IMF, or you are going to change? And in which way are you going to change?
Yes, nominee.
Let me start with Honorable Mary Emase's question on, yes, if we make it brief, let me just answer yes, we'll do some equitable distribution of resources. Maybe
that's good enough.
We'll do that.
Yes.
And I think that really answers Kalip Hamisi's question, Honorable Kalip, for Saboti. the Bank of Reconstruction being what it is today. The
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. That's how I was answered by the predecessor. I don't want to fall into the same. I just ask, do you have any rationalization program that will ensure, not just Saboti, that every part of this country has an equal distribution of red network, so that Saboti will also benefit?
Thank you, Chair. I was not going to make the 30 days promise to Mheshimiwa, but I was certainly going to, like I said, in respect to the answer to Mary Emase Mheshimiwa, that we'll try to work together to see equitable distribution of resources, look at how to open up this country economically because of ensuring that we need to get the products to market. But more importantly, like I said earlier, what are the alternative funding options? I did make my opening remarks that we are doing our best in energy to get power to get into every corner of this country, and we are using a lot of off-balance sheet we are not getting money from the National Treasury. So to the extent that we today are having an unfunded commitment of about $1 billion, we will need to sit together to be able to look at the resources that come out of Treasury. Are we going to get it to the Ministry of Roads or State Department of Roads as printed estimates, or are we going to work together to equitably ensure that those printed estimates do cover every part of the country? Mheshimiwa Hamisi, I will really want to be a player in sitting down with all the honorable members to ensure equitable distribution. And like you said, what are the options of funding roads? We'll look at that together, more importantly, to ensure that we don't over-rely on the Bank of Reconstruction after the World War. We do have other options.
Mukami.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. There is a...
Chairman.
Okay. Okay.
Honorable
Okay.
Speaker, a point of
thank you.
information.
Yes,
Honorable Speaker, allow me to solve this issue of chair and the chairman. And if you go to the dictionary, it actually says that one, as a noun, a separate seat for one person. Secondly, as a verb, a person in charge of a meeting.
That I am not a chair. Go on, Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
These are, Honorable Waziri, there is a concern from the local contractors. They have raised concern about being overlooked in the awarding of contracts in the roads and transport sector, with the preference often shown for foreign contractors. This trade results in the repatriation of earnings. That means those contractors, the foreign contractors we are giving business here, they are not banking that money here in this country. What specific measures would you introduce to encourage the participation of local contractors and ensure they have a fair chance in the contract award process? Additionally, how will these measures help retain money within the country to boost our economy? Thank you.
Nishi, be like your neighbor, one question.
Chairman, I have two questions. One is a very short one because it is an ongoing problem which I've just witnessed in my constituency and other constituencies.
But Chairman, I don't think it's fair. When you say one question, other people are asking two questions.
I'm going to stop her after one.
Thank you,
Chairman. I've seen my colleague here, they have asked two questions. Dawood, Emase, Hamisi, yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my first question on the LAPSET project. This project has been a milestone from the last regime and even the current regime. And to me, this is a project where can be a game changer in terms of our economy, be it locally or internationally. Billions of shillings have been consumed, be it for compensation and even building of the port. Currently, what is the status in terms of operationalization in the LAPSET corridor? Two, what unique approaches are you going to do to ensure that we fully realize operationalization of this port of Lamu? My second question, on the same breath, do you have any specific programs you intend to employ to ensure that you create employment to our youth? Because this has been a thorn issue. In fact, even His Excellency the President has been talking about it, that we need to have a national conversation and we address the issue of unemployment, especially to our youth. Lastly, but not least, it is on the issue of duplication of road works among three entities: the county government, the Kura, and Kera. In most of cases, there are scenarios whereby a road has been built by the county government, Kura is doing some repair and maintenance, Kera is also doing some repair and maintenance, and you don't know which fund it's been lost just in the middle of that. So we need to have classification, a proper classification of roads, so that we know this road belongs to county government and these other roads belong to, they're under the entity of Kera, Kura, and Kenha. There is a lot of duplication, especially Kura and county government. For Kena, I think it's okay. For Kera, it's somewhat okay. But Kura and county government. Thank you.
Nominee, you know you are not a minister for roads yet, so you are only giving your futuristic plans if you get there.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker, Chairman. The question from Mukami regarding LAPSSET and the equal opportunities for employment of the youth. You know, Chair, we've done something. Chairman, we've done something in the procurement where we did deliberate policy to be able to allow the youth and women PWDs at 30%. It's a question of implementation, but we need to have a deliberate policy to ensure that our local companies are really having a stake in building over roads. We'll need to work together to look at that policy to ensure that there is a fair way of ensuring that we are able to build our companies so that in the years to come we should be like other countries where we are even exporting contractors to other destinations to build infrastructure. Regarding employment for the youth, I think it's an important area where if we don't address the question of the youth, it's a time bomb waiting to happen, and it's already happening. So we need to work very closely together to ensure that we do have the kind of initiatives that we have seen before, where we had, for example, Kasim Mitani, deliberate policy for the foreign contractors. When they come in, they are not the ones operating those machines, because just to say, Chairman, in Kengen or GDC, we do the drilling of those steam wells. We build power plants with Kenyans. It cannot be that when contractors come to build our roads, even the operators are of foreign whatever, to be able to employ our youths. We need to address that. So we need a deliberate policy to ensure that we are able to employ our youths. The opening up of the infrastructure in the SEZs, which is one area where we need to work very quickly. We are opening Dongo Kundu. It's a lot of work from roads and transport. We are going to be opening all those, as he said, we need to deliberately work quickly in those various areas, including the LAPSSET corridor, just to marry the question of Mukami and Mishimbogo, that LAPSSET is a new development corridor, just like Mombasa all the way to Kisumu. The developments are about 50 kilometers on either side of the road. When we really move quickly, it's in the interest of the country to open that corridor to support South Sudan, to support Ethiopia, to support our oil exports, to support what we need to do to open a new development corridor and possibly reduce the cost of land around the 50 kilometers on either side of the northern corridor that is currently so congested. So the question of youth is a central aspect in really ensuring what the economic advisors have basically said. Can we do more of capital intensive investment, or do we do more of what would be labor-intensive investments? It's a question of how do we employ our capital? Do we employ capital to create jobs, or do we employ capital to get big returns, because the owners of capital basically just want to get return and they don't care about creating jobs for our youth? So we look at those policies, Mheshimiwa, to ensure that we do really address the challenge of the youth. Lamu would certainly be a new city as soon as we open Lapset, because of that destination in terms of the port and the challenge that we have today. We have 3 ports which have been built. So much money is sunk there. We need that port to be functioning. I know we only used it the other day to ship the fertilizer. We have used it again to ship the cattle to the Middle East. We need to quickly work together to see how that port can return on the investment that has been put on that. Kura Kera and Kena is something we look at together. Are there duplication of roles? I think in the 47 parastatals that were supposed to be, we are seriously going to be looking, once confirmed, at where there are duplication, we can be able to hem in and cut costs. Thank you, Chairman.
Shuria. Yes, Mukami.
Chairman.
Yes.
Waziri, you've not answered the measures you are going to take to make sure that the foreign contractors, they are going to retain the money in our country instead of taking their money in their country. Thank you. Out of the country.
Hold that, Shuria.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Speaker. Nominee Waziri Chirchir. My question is on what informs road agents, especially Kura and Kenha. I ask this with the knowledge that damaged roads in NEP counties in recent floods were unattended for months, hindering mobility of people and critical goods and services, while in other parts restoration was immediate. If approved, would you be able to do the same? God forbid, we don't want it to flood again and get our roads damaged, but what would you do differently to attend to them emergencies? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very good. You should all be like Shuria. Yes, Razo.
Shuria. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Churchill, I think listening to you, personally, I feel that Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 is alive and it is likely to be refined. Why am I saying this? There are constituencies without a kilometer of tarmac road in Kenya. While when we drive around, there are constituencies with almost 70–80% of very well paved network. Electricity penetration, I think at least majority of the constituencies could be at 30–40%, which is really a plus. So I think you have a big task ahead of you if the House is going to approve your nomination, because road network is everything. It opens up the country. It opens a lot to contribute to the economy of this nation. I have 2 questions. One is on the issue of, yes, I'll ask one question. It is the issue of corruption, particularly in the road sector and also in energy, where the same group of people are the ones who are contractors in one project after the other. If they are not there, the project is not there. So how are you going to deal with that? The other issue is the issue of many towns in the ASAL are still operating on generators. They are not connected to the national grid. It is both expensive and it is also are environmentally not friendly because of pollution. Maybe you can say something about that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Capital flight, how are we going to address the challenge of capital flight? I think there are two forms on how we can manage this. One, localize a lot of the employment so that the labor is not foreign, where we have capacity, and as regarding really ensuring that the capital expenditure for the construction materials go to construction, it shouldn't be really that the Kenyan policy will not allow foreign investors to repatriate profit, but to the extent that the employment, the workforce is foreign, that is an area we can work on immediately to ensure that we do retain that and use to spur the economic growth in terms of circulation of that money. Suria Abdi, I think really we're going to sit down and work together as to whether we want printed estimates to come from Parliament so that we are just the implementers because we have shared equitably from the House, or whether you want to allow opening of those areas like LAPSSET, for example, is a good example. Let me use this, Honorable Speaker, to explain that we need to open a new corridor. We need to open that great fertile area of
You've said
Kenya. That
5 times.
And therefore there is need to take infrastructure to open Kenya. Russell, Saku, you do know that we are moving from Loengalani. There is funding. The project is close to Marsabit. Saku is basically Marsabit, and we are moving to Moyale, coming down to where? To Isiolo. And what we're going to do, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think you have said the issue of Moyale and Marsabit. But the issue is, why does it take some things to be done faster in some other parts of the country, but for us we wait as long as until the cows come home? Is it that we are in the same country or we are in different country, and what applies in one part does not apply to us? In fact, that is why I'm saying Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 is alive and it is kicking very hard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair.
You are not born when it was written, were you?
I don't know whether we should invert the sessional paper and ensure that LAPSSET will do it. I've just used LAPSSET as an example to say we need to open up the open areas of Kenya and ensure that we do develop, ensure that we do have electricity, we do have roads, we do have water to be able to move out of the congested development corridor. It's more of a development corridor. I don't think we are going there because of the services. We just want to make the land useful, ensure that we move the population out to those areas. I just did mention in passing, as an example, Loengalani, Marsabit, and Moyale, which is a project ongoing, and we are going to make sure that we do have step-down and feeders to support the people in those communities. LAPSSET, I think we've talked so much about LAPSSET. What are we going to do about corruption in roads so that the same contractors are not the same people just winning the tenders all the time? I think it is basically fidelity to the law. There is a procurement process. I go to the ministry, and I'm going to ensure that we do streamline whatever is not right. We do things according to the rules of the game and ensure that we do build capacity. When I reviewed the functions as per the order of what functions do sit in roads, I do see the mechanical transport fund. I do see all those services where we do have the registration of technologists and engineers, and we can really improve capacity of our own local people. There is no reason why today, 60 years after independence, we are not competing with those national contractors to the extent that it's not an EXIM funding and it's an export credit chairman where they are following their contractors are coming to spend their money. All the local contracts which are funded through the exchequer, there is no reason why we don't have capacity.
A similar point, nominee, there's a Kenyan who sent me a message that locals cannot possibly compete with big Chinese contractors for the reason when you give a Chinese contractor, I don't know if it is true, the government gives them free maram pits, free quarry pits. Sometimes you allow them to bring equipment duty free. They exempted from VAT. They bring cement from Indonesia and Malaysia, half the price of our cement. How do they compete with locals? Somebody has sent a message for me to ask you, if you get to the ministry, assuming you'll be approved, how will you correct this? Because you can't tie somebody's hands at the back and tell him to fight fairly with a person whose hands are free.
Chair, and that's when I said EXIM, you know, EXIM banks are export credit banks which are meant to support the investors or the contractors of a particular country to do business abroad. So that really we are competing with a supported competitor where the EXIM facility do give them that competitive advantage in terms of, because the purpose of an EXIM is to export services, to export capital, but follow and employ that capital using their own personnel. That's why when we get a facility from Japan, it's more of the Japanese who do the job. When we get a support from China, it's more of the Chinese who follow that money. We need to sit down together and look at how do we ensure then that the local contracts which are funded by the Kenya government are not exported to support the foreign capitals. So it's something that we must be deliberate. We must be deliberate about that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, nominee. I've listened to you, but I just want to ask you a more of a constitutional requirement. Kera, Kura, Kena came into play before the Constitution 2010. Then after Constitution 2010, we got the devolved governments, whereby the total confusion kicked in. As this House, if approves you, I want to hear what national are you going to use? Are you going to continue doing the same, or we are going to go back to the drawing board to establish a roads authority which caters for equal distribution of roads? Whereby, if you look at right now, Mr. Davis, after the current rains, even the existing roads have extremely been damaged. And I know very well, you talk to Kera, you talk to Kura, you talk to county governments, you talk to Kena, no budget to redo those roads. Not even, we are crying for new ones. The existing ones, which can spur this economy by transportation of goods, there is a problem. I want just to hear from you as the new CS once approved. What is your vision on this lacuna of the Constitution?
Go ahead, David.
Speaker, I think Stephen makes a profound point, because I look at Kenya Road Boards Act 1999, I look at Kena 2007, I look at Kera 2007. So the legislation was done before the new constitution. We need in line to harmonize and ensure that the articles, or rather the law is in line with the constitution. But more importantly, Chair, again the same question from Mule, is that we raised about 70, last year or the current year we raised 79.9 billion on the road maintenance levy. And we do see fairly well-maintained highway courtesy of this road maintenance levy. There should be no reason why the Kera portion or the Kura portion for the urban, as much as it is supporting the national highways to maintain good infrastructure, does not cover all the areas of Kenya equitably to the extent that a road is classified, it belongs to that class. There is, again, reclassification is another thing we need to talk to. But certainly, with the funding in road maintenance, we'll need to sit down together and ensure that we are able to maintain all our roads. I think the support from the road maintenance levy, to me, seems to be fairly good. And to the extent that it seems to just be a distribution challenge, and we'll need to sit down and work together on that. Thank you.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to put it to the nominee that in case he's approved, the docket that he's going to, Kenyans perceive it to be very lucrative. I don't know why, but that is the feeling out there. And one thing is that Kenyans, we have an insatiable appetite for kickbacks, you know, in most of the things. And I'm aware that in the last regime, we lost Qatar making JKIA their hub to Rwanda. And most of the time, the people who come to our country wanting to invest here, they say it is because of kickbacks.
You're saying we lost it because of kickbacks?
I'm saying because Qatar. I'm saying because the allegations that mostly when investors want to come to Kenya, we ask them for crazy kickbacks. And people then leave the country, they go to countries like Ethiopia, to Rwanda, and if they invested here, I am reliably informed that they were going to do for us another, the second terminal. We would, you know, so instead of the kickback, we would have gotten investment. They would have helped us with infrastructure of even the existing one. I want to just ask.
Chair, on a point of order. No, we are also getting information that we didn't know. Honorable Lesuda said in the last regime, did she mean the outgoing cabinet secretary who the honorable...
No, the previous... That is not a regime.
I thought she meant the regime in the ministry.
No.
So is the outgoing, the former regime?
Yes. I know where you're going with that. I am a very objective legislator. Yeah. And so allow me to ask this question. Where you were the chair budget. Anyway, let me carry on. And so, in case you find yourself in this office, and we have people, for example, like Emirates, we have people like Etihad, or others who would want to come with the same offer to our country. I would like to get your view on what you think of such partnerships, which for me I think would be beneficial to our country. It is on the same thing that I've been pushing for the non-motorized transport, where we take care of our cyclists, where we take care of our pedestrians. We cannot be having roads for the minority who are driving, and then our people who are walking and cycling, who are the majority, are squeezed at the corner of the road, and we are killing them every other day, bicycles. But the argument is that the money is not enough for it, because we have enough money for kickbacks when you get a road, but you don't have money to do the footbridge and also to do the pedestrian. Lastly, is that I just want to pick your view on loans versus development. You know, we are asking for roads, and then where do we get it? You know, your view on whether, you know, we'll still have capacity to do loans. Mr. Speaker, allow me, this is a question from someone whom I think it's an important question, where someone is asking that I ask the nominee, in case you find yourself in the office and you find out that the Star Times, which monitors SGR in real time from it actually, and he's confirming that he has seen it, SGR monitors, Star Times monitoring SGR in real time from its headquarters in Beijing. When you visit Star Times headquarters in Beijing, there is a room with big screens mounted on the wall, monitoring every terminus of SGR in real time. Even if this infrastructure was funded by a loan from China, why should monitoring be done in Beijing?
I thank you, Speaker. I think mine will be in the form of a comment. And the nominee, I don't know whether you know the area you are going. The area you are going is a people's area, is MP's area. It's almost like a market, because roads touch on everybody in this country, and therefore it's a critical thing. So my only comment to you, nominee, hearing from a lot of members of parliament who told me to bring up this issue, is about your availability, about your accessibility. People cannot get you in the office. People cannot call you and receive their calls, particularly MPs. And therefore, I think you need, I don't know what you will tell this committee. If you are approved to become a CS, please go and work on that part of your skill so that you can be able to be accessible to as many leaders as possible. Thank you, Chair.
That comment, which I hope the nominee, if favored, will take into account. Gikaria, the last one.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, sorry. Kenya is strategically located for purposes of the landlocked countries, Uganda, Rwanda. Your predecessor, when he was here 20 months ago, there was this aspect of delay on the road by the way bridges, police roadblocks, the bumps on our road, and so many other issues that occurred to that. As you've said, told us about the transport management system, where as an individual using a personal car, I might divert and go, but trucks will not have that choice. They will just have to stick because there are those way bridges, and that delaying the traffic to our neighboring countries to a point that there was a time they were threatening to use other routes for them to be able to. In line of that, maybe what policy have you put in place, even to address the first phase of addressing the great North Road, that we were going to have a dual carriage from Rironi all the way to Mau Summit, and then thereafter onwards all the way to Busia. So maybe, and by that time, the minister had indicated that the dual carriage would be starting, I think, in a year ago, but it has not started. Secondly, the economic survey of 2024. In 2023, the road carnage accidents, 9,960 accidents, 4,324 lives lost, 10,762 serious injuries, 7,799 minor injuries. What policy are you going to bring in to address the road carnage and road accident in the country? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start with Naisula's lucrative nature. I think I did say, Chair, with the risk of repeating myself, that if you have a good framework, a good term sheet, which does stipulate the boundaries under which we are willing to allow investors to leverage and get reasonable return on their investment. And because the PPP Act of 2021 do allow competition, even when it's a privately initiated project, if before the closure of the project, Qatar comes and puts in another privately initiated project, And if the rates are more competitive, it should be good for our economy. And therefore, it's just a question of what I earlier said, fidelity and leadership, fidelity to the law and leadership at the ministry, so that even as we run PPP, can we run PPP in a more competitive way and ensure that even as we seek these people to come in, because of the very tight headroom, that we are not able to develop some of these infrastructure facilities to grow our country, we do have a very clear return on investment that is allowable. In the energy sector, we only allow 12.5% for every power generator on internal rate of return on equity. We do not allow a share debt equity of more than 25/75 because debt is cheap. And we really should be able to work on an economic model. And if we get a second investor who is more competitive, because the PPP Act allows competition, we should be able to address that and ensure that we give the best for our country. In terms of, I don't know whether I'm too brief on that, but let me go to the non-motorized. Yes, we need to have pedestrian-friendly roads. When those of us who like running from the Rift even look for where to jog in the morning, we find that we are either running with the vehicles on the road, and therefore, Chairman, we can have more people even walking to work if we have got good pedestrian, really side walks, and even support the health for those of us who like to walk or run in the morning or in the evening. The loans versus development, there's a very interesting scenario I found while reviewing the notes on this loan versus development. When we borrow in the energy sector, we do subsidiary agreements to on-lend the loan to a place like KenGen, and therefore they repay the full loan. When we did a loan to the railways, they took the asset and left the liability at the treasury. And so these are some of the things we need to see whether we can really have our state agencies working more profitably, having the asset and having the liability, and not just having the asset, sweating the asset and making losses while the liability is being paid by the national treasury. It's a bit, some of the things we'll need to look at more critically. But more importantly, on the area of the railway, the ports, can we build synergy? Let me just give a very quick thoughts, which I look at the fact that they are all under the ministry. We get the port with its challenges of clearing the container. The container then moves to Mariakani to be loaded onto an SGR, which is under a different management. It comes to ICD, which is a port facility. And whether it's going to ICD Nairobi or going to ICD Naivasha, it is changing hands, and the slag in those changeovers. And the fact that today, for what I've reviewed, the Kenya Railways is handling 10 to 20% of the cargoes. Does not add up. We need more synergy between Kenya Railways.
Is that a lamentation, or you are preparing to tell us what you will do?
I'm answering one of the questions which was asked in terms of how are we going to have a more seamless working together as a roads and transport ministry and being able to build synergy.
How will you do it if approved? That is the big question.
That is the answer, Chair. I'm saying we really will work to ensure that they work more closely together, and we should be able to grow the luggage coming out of the port to the railway and being able to make those kind of profits rather than transporting. Chair, let me use again an example and allow me to do this. Pipeline, which is a transport facility, when Uganda decided to borrow from Kenya, the G2G, and Zambia is currently borrowing, we did not allow them to use the road. We said we've built a pipeline. We cannot be stressing our roads when there is a pipeline for transporting products. So my point is we really need to build synergy in the transport sector so that
an excellent idea.
We have an better interworking between Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Railways, and the intermodal kind of traffic movement, where when you are in the UK, if you bought a train ticket, it is used on the bus and it is used on the taxi. there is no reason why we cannot quickly move to that. The next, which I want to answer very quickly, is the control center for our SGR, which is out there. There is no reason why we do not. We have a national control center for our electricity movement of electrons across the whole country. And when you sit in Dandora National Control Center, even some of the challenges and where the blackout is coming from is visible in one room like this. There is no reason why we cannot work together with our partners and ensure that that employment is shifted to Nairobi, and we can watch our SGR from Nairobi, from Mombasa, from Mariakani, or wherever the National Control Center will be. Because you make a very good point, and a bit of land.
Just a comment, don't belabor it.
I learned a bit in REREC that I also saw a few, so I'll operate a fairly good open door policy for the members of parliament. Gikaria, the landlocked, there is no reason why we cannot afford to play that game. Mombasa competition does not come from within. It comes from Dar, it comes from Djibouti. We need to be fast. Otherwise, we'll see our cargoes going to Dar. We'll see them going to Djibouti. They are trying to build the other port up, Tanga in up Dar es Salaam. So we need to be competitive. We cannot afford not to open the road quickly to ensure that the movement of the outbound goods do give competitive advantage to our neighbors, and that they don't have to go to competition outside Kenya, because that's how we lose jobs, that's how we lose opportunities. Economic survey for accidents, Chair, I'm aware that we really, in this day and age of technology, and like I said, when we have the electronic licenses and all the cameras that I'm told they are being installed in various points on the roads, we should be able to address this. Let me look at that and see how more in this day and age we can employ technology to reduce accidents, to revalidate the drivers, to have, I'm told, the inspection, the vehicle inspection center, we have got so many, only 2 are working. And we are still training our drivers on the traditional manual board. There is so much room for improvement. We cannot afford to be losing lives in this day and age through careless road accidents, which we can monitor and bring and reduce that mortality significantly. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, the Rironi Mau Summit Road, the Okarech.
I've also answered that, Chairman, because Rironi Mau Summit is one exit into.
That is the road that Junet asked.
Into Uganda?
And it was
absolutely.
Nominee, a few people have asked me to put the following to you. Tanzania is doing an electric SGR. If you are confirmed, will you speed up the extension of the SGR from where it is to Malaba, Kampala, arriving ahead of Tanzania so that you secure your cargo through Mombasa? Number 2, Kenyan from, I believe, Meru region. Will you consider upgrading the Nithi Killer Bridge so that you avoid accidents? Another one says, will you build toilets along highways to stop Kenyans from defecating in our trees and forests? Another one says, were you involved in the saga of the oil tanker concerning Jerry? Another one says, what affirmative action will you do for local contractors? And will you enforce the law on local content in contracts with foreigners?
Let me I read another one from somebody who says, ask Honorable Chirichir whether there is any PPP deal that he signed in the Ministry of Energy, and if there is one, what are its terms?
I have one here too.
Yes, the last one.
Can you ask the cabinet nominee, David Chirchir, why there is huge cases of electricity brokers hacking smart meter codes in the country to destabilize the electric grid and to cut power bills?
Mr. Speaker, one person has sent me, Ministry of Transport gives PSC requirements for engineers, hence they only advertise engineers registered by EBK and they don't include KETRAB, which is Kenya Technology Registration Board, who are graduates in Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering. What will he do about that?
Take 5 minutes to respond to those.
Chair, maybe he could also respond to one.
Yes.
The one for the toilets, I also got it. What he will do to deal with, he's asking, CS Churchill. The first one was on Kera, on the stalled contracts that you answered. How is he going to avoid loss of public funds that is paid to contractors as interest accrued as a result of delayed payments of IPCs?
One more, Mr. Speaker.
This one of toilets is very serious.
This one says, as the CS, both LAPSET to Uhuru government have allocated 10 billion out of the 18 billion meant for Lamu Garissa section. The Kenya Kwanza government has so far allocated only 35 million for the last 3 financial years. Right?
We have one more nominee to come, and it's 5:45.
SGR, we have a development fund called Railway Development Fund, which collects about 36 billion annually. This is an area where we need to quickly look at how to secure that fund so that we don't use for some maintenance or some small developments, and therefore be able to, with 36 billion revenue, which by law is designated for development, we can borrow against it and be able to support the Naivasha, Kisumu, Malaba very quickly. And I'm aware that Uganda are trying to really work with us so that we can get more goods and even support the kind of cargo, the volume cargo, and make Kenya Railways more profitable. So that's an area which, like you said, with competition coming from outside Kenya, we need to quickly work on that, Speaker. Nithi Killer Bridge, I honestly thought it had been done, so it will be on the priority list. It cannot be called a killer bridge. It's not a good name. The toilets along the highway is very progressive. I don't think it's expensive to locate toilets in between towns. And like you said, it's something we can look at. It's not an expensive investment on our major highways. And therefore, you see the modern petrol stations in Total, Shell, Rubis, having very nice modern toilets. We can be able to support that investment and ensure that on our highways we do have very good facilities for people to. It could be nice in terms of even people stopping and stop driving under pressure and causing accidents. It could actually reduce accidents by certain levels. Njeri oil deal was disposed in court. It was a very interesting case of somebody making a claim on a cargo that left Saudi Aramco, and that went to court. Chair, nobody had involvement in Kenya. It was just some fraudster who wanted to be smart, because I think all the papers were just photocopied, and we did support the investigation and close the case because it was really presenting a very bad picture under the G2G, and it was bound to interfere with the supply of oil products into Kenya if we didn't work hard together to close that issue. Affirmative action on our local contractors is something I've talked to. It is a very topical issue. It's something, it's coming from outside, it's coming from within here. We need to work on that and ensure that our local contractors are supported and there is no capital flight, because we should be employing our local Kenyans. The law on local content is something that really, with the clinker industry really working on the kind of duties that we have levied on imported clinker, we should be able to use more of our cement. It is very popular. We are getting more of investment. Industry could easily be growing from 7% GDP to a higher number if we support the local content it can support our industry and goes further to answering the question of employment of our Kenyans. PPP on energy signed. Let me say, PPP on energy, I would actually dare say all IPPs are PPP. They are. Only that the law came much later. But the power purchase agreement that is signed, you develop a power plant, we sign to buy your product for 20-25 years, we give you a letter of support, we give you now we are using the ATIDI. We've got a very innovative trade insurance which can help us to forestall having to address the headroom of borrowing on or liability on government balance sheet on what we call the partial risk guarantee. So we are now using the ATIDI, Africa Trade Insurance Facility, and therefore, yes, there are many PPPs in energy. We have a very clear framework under EPRA, like I said, a term sheet which dictates what is allowable to be able to have the tariffs right. There's a long waiting list of power generators. There's a long waiting list of people who want to build transmission networks. And unless we get the correct return on investment in line with our term sheets as developed by EPRA, it would be expensive to the economy. So we are working on that. Yes, we have a number of them. But there are none signed lately. You do know, Chairman, that Parliament did put a moratorium on power generation. And we're beginning to have a concern on whether we will not be load shedding by 2027, because I said we're currently developing power for 2027, 2028. And with a moratorium sitting in Parliament, we could be looking at a load shedding unless we work together. So that's just a side comment. Interest on delays. Interest, let me get from Ichungwa the interest on delay. I didn't get that properly.
Asking. You're asking what you are doing to, these SMSs are too many. How are you going to avoid loss of public funds that is paid to contractors as interest accrued as a result of delayed payments of IPCs?
Thank you. But because I realized I skipped one on the PSC registration of engineers who are employed as technologists, I want to assure members that in numbers, KenGen, KETRACO, Kenya Power employs a lot of technologies. I would really need to check if I was still the minister today, but I will put it in my handover notes to my colleague if it's confirmed, to ensure that we clarify that area of the Kenya technologies, because there's a registration board for the technologies, and there is no reason why it is not the engineers who really do the conductors and who build the network. It is these technologies. It is for transport. It is for transport. So it's an area where I will basically follow up and check and confirm that we don't have any bias. The interest on loans is something we've really prosecuted, and I want to, without really disregarding that question, confirm that we did say the bending bills of 166 is made up of about 97 billion in principal and 60 billion in interest. It is in our interest, Chair, to ensure that we very quickly address the payment of these bending bills and put in a mechanism to ensure that the bending bills challenge, particularly for these ongoing projects, is addressed so that we do not have to pay that kind of money. And I agree it is a loss to the economy having to pay. By the time we finish building those roads, this is part of the cost, and the road moves from 200, 300 million because of interest and penalties on delayed payments. LAPSSET, Russell, what was the question on LAPSSET?
During the Kibaki government, it was 10 billion. Then they reduced from 18 to 10 billion. But now, over the last 2 financial years, there's only been 35 million.
I think LAPSSET framework was meant to be a PPP corridor. as it were, and we did 3 parts where we invested that money to do the 3 parts which are ready. And that's why, Speaker, I said we need to work together to see how to utilize those 3 ports which are complete. We did path of fertilizer which came into the country. We have used it to ship the animals out of the country. We'll need to very quickly spend time marketing the Lapsset corridor. We need, when I talk to the field development plan for the pipeline, it will be following the Lapsset corridor. If we are able to close this field development plan and get the pipeline running along the corridor, we'll need the power lines for hitting the pipeline to run along. We'll need to...
Mr. Speaker, I really want Mr. Chirchir, you confirm, is Lapsset a PPP or it was a Kenya government project that was co-joined with Southern Sudan and Ethiopia?
So, Chair, I will confirm when I go to office. But for now, let me not make commitments because, like I said, it's a very important corridor that Kenya can leverage.
It was conceived as a project between Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan, and partly Uganda. That's why when it was launched by President Kibaki, and I was the foreign minister, Mele Zenawi from Ethiopia was present, Salva Kiir was present, and Museveni sent somebody. It was a dedicated port and corridor to be co-developed by these countries.
And so let me follow up. Like I said in my earlier comments, it's a very important corridor. It helps us to open a new development corridor. It helps us to have a second competitive port to support Mombasa, which is kind of congested. You know, Changamwe is fairly congested, and helps us to be competitive as compared to our neighbors, given the fact that whereas we are serving significantly Uganda, Rwanda, DRC, northern Rwanda and DRC using Mombasa, Lamu, apart from opening a new development corridor for Kenya, will leverage on South Sudan, Ethiopia, because of the challenges of Djibouti today and South Sudan and the challenge they have using the Sudan to export their products, and even the challenge they have with the pipeline at the moment. Thank you, Chairman.
In just 2 minutes, can the nominee, you said 2027 we may go to load shedding. Just tell us in 2 minutes, now that you're leaving that ministry, what
He said Parliament put a moratorium on the development of new power projects. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you...
When I came into office as a Minister for Energy and Petroleum, there was a moratorium which had been put by the executive, and I have since gone to Cabinet to lift that moratorium. But soon, Parliament, through a motion from Jane Gagiri Laikipia, did put a motion and suspended all power plants. What we've been doing lately, with the knowledge that KenGen is fully government, is working on bringing projects to financial close. We really need Parliament to help us, and maybe we need to spend more time with the majority leader to see how we can address whatever challenge there was. Have we addressed it? And therefore, the moratorium should be lifted so that we can license. And then, Chair, like I said, there's been, from the challenge of the year 2000 when there was a major drought and we brought most of the expensive generators, most of them are expiring, and I've talked to the 3 where we are not renewing the request they have made because of the challenge of cost. But more importantly, we need to bring more geothermal, we need to bring solar, and we need to bring more wind at very competitive price to really give advantage to this economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, nominee. We're coming to an end. Let me ask you only one question. Assuming that Lapsset does not take off, we have invested heavily in Lamu. Would you consider, if we gave you favor to become the minister, to give meaning to the investment in Lamu by developing a rail line for cargo haulage from Lamu to join the main rail line either at Voi or Mariakani, so that cargo that instead of being diverted from Mombasa when it's congested to Dar es Salaam, you take it to Lamu and you haul it to Voi or Mariakani and put on the existing rail line, either SGR or the old standard gauge, and be transported to Nairobi and beyond. So that we cannot wait in anticipation, like the famous hyena syndrome of thinking the hand will drop when it will not, waiting for lapset, which is dependent on other jurisdictions and other countries. We can still make Lamu work with the least cost development in the manner that I'm proposing to you. What do you think?
That's a great idea, Chairman, in terms of leveraging on the investment of the ground in Lamu already. Lamu is a deep port sea of about 17 meters. We can bring fairly LR2s, very big ships, which can reduce the cost of shipping and ensure that it's a great idea. And that's one thing I would certainly pursue. Very good idea. The distance from Lamu to whether out into Voi because you don't want to go to Mombasa because of congestion is just slightly over 150 kilometers. And that doesn't sound like it's a long distance. In terms of waylift,
there will be no heavy waylift. You'll be passing through the park.
waylift is not a challenge.
Yes. We come towards the end. Davis, I ask you a few mundane questions that are nonetheless very important. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report? You already said your name was dropped in Parliament on the infamous list of shame, and it ended and you went back to office. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, Chair, I don't.
What is your net worth?
My net worth, I'll need to confirm from, I think 500. There's a small addition from what I was worth last time when I came to, let me check the exact figure on my notes as I take the next question.
Yes. Check, so you check the next question. We have checked your documents against what we have. We find them correct, except you'll have to look at your year of birth. One of the documents says you are born on 30th September 1959. Another one says you are born on 30th September 1960.
The correct date is 1959.
So you should.
It's just the way I think some of.
Just look at your documents.
Absolutely, it is.
Underline. Yeah. It's not fatal, but it's important.
I'll do that. I'll do that, Chairman.
Where is this one? Where is the wealth?
Net worth. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it, Chair. It is 509,800,000. 509,800,000. I think there's been some small growth of about 27.6 million, page 7 of the document, and I filed the document.
May I ask the nominee, in his statement of net worth, he has put a house in Spring Valley, valued at 95. Is this a historical valuation?
This is an historical valuation.
Must be a very small house.
In the short time, I've not had a chance to revalue.
Spring Valley.
I was actually going to offer him to buy it at a better price than this. If
half an acre of empty land in Spring Valley is 100 million.
Interestingly, Chairman, these are assets we bought when the value was 9 million. So this is an historical value.
I'm asking that because this valuation is not accurate and therefore cannot be reflecting your true net worth.
Thank you.
95 million if it's for probably 7 or 8 years ago.
Anyway, you
If
have
it is
had
a
a
house, I
nominal
suspect.
growth, you say?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. If you do correct evaluations, even Matundu is in Westlands.
Matundu is in Westlands.
Yes.
It's a flat.
Oh, a flat.
Yeah.
A flat, that's okay. Spring Valley, half an acre empty land is 100 million. So if you have a house on it, it must be much.
This is an historical value, Chair. I do agree. Thank you.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah,
Or
but
maybe
Chair,
you
I
intended to dispose the property.
But maybe Honorable Chairperson.
We are not valuers anyway.
But Honorable Chairperson, it's probably better to tell the candidates to just say 95 billion as at this year, so that because no one is going to go and start doing undertaking a scientific evaluation.
No.
But you can say as at this period.
It's okay, Davis. We finish here and we let you go back to your undertakings and wait for the outcome of this process. We wish you well in your undertaking.
Honorable members, Chairman, let me thank the entire Honorable House for this sitting and again reaffirm my commitment to serve. I'm ready, willing and available to work and address the challenges in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we have one more to go.
5 minutes break.
Do a 5 minutes break. Then we start, order members. We start at 6:15 and stop at 7:30. So those of you with preambles before questions, you are put on notice.
This is NTV.
Hello, my name is Fred Waithaka and I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Safaricom, and I'm excited to invite you to this year's edition of the Man Cave. The Man Cave is much more than just a weekend getaway. It's an opportunity for us men to come together, to network, to grow, and to build each other through shared experiences. Like me, I'm sure you have to balance through many competing interests in your life. We have to balance through our own career ambitions and aspirations. We have to compete with the need to be there for our families, who are important to us and are the very reason for which we go through so much in our lives. And of course, you also have to balance through your own personal needs and aspirations. Come join me at Tilisi Grounds this Saturday, 3rd of August from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'll be speaking in one of the panel sessions, and I'll be happy if you come and share your experiences with me and with all the other men who will be in attendance. Thank you, and please don't forget to tag a brother.
Diabetic foot is a complication of diabetes which leads to elevated blood sugars, which then the elevated blood sugars cause all kind of complications relating to the foot.
Year 2021, my big toe got an infection.
Okay.
And I didn't notice it. In fact, I was sitting on a sofa, my wife on the other side, and he told me, "Hey, Mzee, you have a jigger." I didn't know what. So when we really looked at it, we saw there was something which was oozing, and that made me to go to the hospital. That's why they told me this is diabetic foot.
Does that mean all diabetes patients will get diabetic foot as a complication?
If you are a patient living with diabetes and have good metabolic control and have managed your sugars for a long time properly, then you're limiting your risk of diabetic foot complications going forward.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul fired. Watu wananiambia pole ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua? Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay. Omalay wapi labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivida Homes.
Are you ready? Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Kuna moja mbele, ngine yende rembe.
Kwa sherehe tumefika.
Lete kingari ni kusetia kifua. Niko na dem, mwenye kuna dem pia. Masa flani ikifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Kila mtu.
Cash pop za Nyandarua ni mawaru. Only on NTV.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Get that money, better save that money, alafu. Yeah. Lazima tutafute, tukafunge. Yeah. Life jipe, na sio kesho.
Make it happen right now, not yeah.
Now you can make secure, convenient payments on global travel websites with M-Pesa Global Pay, a virtual Visa card that is linked to your M-Pesa wallet. Getting your card is easy. log into new M-Pesa app and select M-Pesa Global Pay. Then click Activate. Choose a card color or image and click Select. Enter your M-Pesa PIN. You will receive a confirmation message and your card is now ready to use. Then, click on Show Card Details and enter your M-Pesa PIN to view your card number and your CVV, a 3-digit security code. Next, when you check out on the Global website, choose Visa as your payment option. Enter your card number and the 3-digit security code, the CVV. Enter your M-Pesa PIN as prompted on your phone. You will then receive a successful payment notification, just like that.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Can we understand an unspoken language? Itaweza sema habari ya asubuhi. Can it be a way to savor each moment? Sisi tunajua it can start lifelong stories. Be the center of celebrations and so much more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
For all your sporty news updates,
this is the first time I'm actually holding a sword.
It's fun conversations.
Tell me something, why jersey 14?
There was Thierry Henry, you know, this jersey 14 where my mom bought me his jersey.
Great entertainment. Rib-cracking laughter.
Yeah, that's our director.
And insightful banter.
Tell us about that rivalry with the Kani Simbine.
When you get to track, there's no friendship.
Eliud, what's your favorite food?
Favorite food is Ugali.
Join us every Monday at 10 p.m. with NTV Sports gurus Bernard Ndong and James Wakabi. Sport On NTV, your home of sports. Sport On, brought to you by DSTV.
Dial star 423 hash. Get DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Hello, my name is Fred Waithaka and I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Safaricom, and I'm excited to invite you to this year's edition of the Man Cave. The Man Cave is much more than just a weekend getaway. It's an opportunity for us men to come together, to network, to grow, and to build each other through shared experiences. Like me, I'm sure you have to balance through many competing interests in your life. We have to balance through our own career ambitions and aspirations. We have to compete with the need to be there for our families, who are important to us and are the very reason for which we go through so much in our lives. And of course, you also have to balance through your own personal needs and aspirations. Come join me at Tilisi Grounds this Saturday, 3rd of August from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'll be speaking in one of the panel sessions, and I would be happy if you'd come and share your experiences with me and with all the other men who will be in attendance. Thank you, and please don't forget to tag a brother.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Here we go now.
Get ready to have your mind blown.
Hi guys, my name is Ben Psycho.
Here we go now.
Nameless Daniel Nyumba, and you're checking out
Access to safe, voluntary family planning is a human right. Family planning is central to gender equality and women's empowerment, and it is a key factor in reducing poverty. Yet many women in Kenya who want to avoid pregnancy are not using safe and effective family planning methods. In this special series, in partnership with FilmAid Kenya and UNFPA, we focus on family planning in Kenya.
We have good men, I'll say. We have good men. Depending on how you approach them and the skills that you've been given from Robina and Tim, we hear from them, then talk their language. Talk their language. Talk to them in the simplest way, the common language that they can hear in the community, and then it will make them understand. We even give them real life examples, and we tell them, you know, like when my wife was pregnant the other day, you saw me, we met, you know, and they are able to copy. So, you mean it's not stupid for me to walk with my wife to the facility?
You're not less of a man.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the One Health Lens podcast, where we have conversations around health and related topics, making it simple and easy for you to understand. I'm your host, Dr. Diana Wangari Gitau. We've been having a conversation around family planning in Kenya, contraceptive use, uptake, and I think the last time we had a conversation around the myths and misconceptions. We had amazing really, conversations and discussions, and we had stories from communities. People believing that family planning means that, number one, you're promiscuous. Family planning means you'll not be able to have children. And we had to ask one of the guests to come back and bring people from the community, people working with the communities, to tell us what's the human impact of contraceptives and family planning. So in studio today, we have 3 guests. One not so new, the rest are here to tell us the impact story. We'll start with Robina. Karibu tena.
Asante sana, Dr. Diana.
Yes.
Again, pleased and humbled for these studios to host me, just to support the conversation around contraception use and family planning uptake for our communities. My name is Robina Anenemuli. I support reproductive health services from the County Health Office of Nairobi.
Nairobi, thank you.
Thank you.
My friend?
Thank you. I'm Peter Mutinda, a community health promoter in Mukuru kwa Ruben, and a ward representative of community health promoters.
Yeah.
I'm passionate around working with the youth, fellow men, yes, and the community entirely.
Absolutely, asante. Karibu, Peter.
Thank you.
Hilda?
Hi, I'm Hilda Obara. I'm a CHP from Embakasi East, Nairobi County. I'm working on how to minimize the misconception of family planning in our community.
Absolutely. I'm happy you're all here. I'm happy Mel is here as well. It's important. I mean, it's one thing when we have these conversations in studio, and it's another when we have people like you, Hilda, Peter here to tell us what you deal with day to day. Because now it's not a conversation we're just having for the sake of it. It's a conversation where you're telling us about your day-to-day activities, right? So maybe let's start with you, Peter, right? First, as a man who's an ally, right? What led you to this work, right? Because most people would say, very typical in terms of maybe some of our traditional and cultural practices. There's some things which I always thought, ini kazi ya wanawake. This is work for the women, right? So what led you to this work?
Oh, wow. Thank you. I'll tell you, it's not easy for a young man like me to be in this field. It's passion. One, you need to see what the community is going through, be passionate, and have that.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Alehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
Kaleba Misi Saboti.
Yes, Dr.
We will
that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat and sign to that oath. Margaret, if you have your documents, give them to the sergeant to pass them on to the clerk to cross-check with what we have. Here. Thank you. Then we'll start. Dr. Ndungu, I'll open by inviting you and give you no more than 5 minutes to tell us who you are, your name, your education background, your working experience, your key competences, and your suitability for taking up the appointment for which you are proposed. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, members of this committee. My name is Margaret Nyambura Ndongo. Born in Nakuru County 52 years ago. I attended my primary and secondary school in Nakuru County, after which I proceeded for my BSc Information Science in Moi University, where I graduated in 1996. I did my Masters of Business Administration at the University of Nairobi, completing in 2000, and I did my PhD in Information System at the University of Nairobi, completing in 2011. I proceeded to Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, where I did my postdoc between 2012 and 2013. Honorable members, my education in a multidisciplinary way, information system and business administration, has enabled me to do work in various fields, including being a lecturer at the University of Nairobi School of Computing, and also supervising MBA students in Tshwane University of Technology. I've also been a member of Multimedia Appeals Tribunal between 2018 and 2021. To show my competence for this job, for which I want to thank His Excellency the President for nominating me to be the CS nominee, Information, Communication and Digital Economy, I'll explain my experience in 5 main areas, starting with my research work, that I have done research that have informed policies in government ministry like Communication Authority, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and even for the creation of ICT Authority that was created in 2013, informed by a study or a research I did in 2007 on e-governance. For policy work, which again is key for this position, I've been involved in policy work, having participated in the development of the National ICT Policy 2006, but then also the current policy 2019, I actively participated. Honorable members, I've also been involved in strategy development, having been the secretary to the task force that developed the National ICT Master Plan 2014-2018. I was also one of the 4 key advisors to the government in the development of the current National ICT Master Plan 2022-2032. Honorable members, I've also been involved in implementation of projects having started my first 8 years of work, I did computer assembly, I did content development. I also implemented projects linking local communities with alternative technology. We called them telecenters then in the 1990s. So between 1998 to 2005, I developed or supported knowledge exchange among rural communities in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. I also did the telemedicine project for the African Union, for the African Medical and Research Foundation in 2005 that again connected rural hospitals to central areas where doctors can get alternative advice. At the regional level, I've done work. I was seconded to the African Union Commission from 2019 until 2023. While there, among the projects I implemented was the African Union digital transformation strategy, which I was key in developing. I was also involved in supporting African Union member states in establishing internet governance processes. I also supported capacity building across the African Union member states and organized local internet governance forums that informed regional Internet Governance Forum at the continental level and then at the global level, where I coordinated African Union work at the Global African Union Open Forum. Honorable members, I've also been involved in the development of the African Union Child Online Safety and Empowerment Policy that was passed early this year.
Thank you, Margaret. That will do. It's a rich menu of what you have done. I'll invite members to ask you questions relating to the competence to which you have been proposed. It may also veer into what you have done. So we will expect you, when you ask any question, to be concise and precise and to the point, so that we can manage our time well. But nonetheless, the questions will be virtually from almost every member here present. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and welcome, Dr. Ndung'u. I have two brief questions. You're coming into office, if confirmed, at a time when Kenya is plans to digitize most of the government services. You're also coming at a time when we had challenges where some of our services like eCitizen have sometimes collapsed because they have been hiked. So the issue of cyber security and data security is rife. I'd like to hear your thoughts about it and what you would do if you came into office. And also the issue of the Cyber Crimes Act of Cap 79 of the Laws of Kenya and the Data Protection Act, Cap 411 of the Laws of Kenya. They were enacted by Parliament, hoping that they could stop computer misuse, cyberbullying, exposure of personal data, and also incitement, like we saw when we had the protest. What measures would you put in place to fully implement those particular acts of Parliament? Thank you.
Margaret, nominee, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, through the Chair. On the issue of government services, the government has digitized most of their system and most of the application to ensure that all citizens across the country are able to get government services from wherever they are. And while this has happened, one of the critical things that we must always remember is the challenge of connectivity in the rural areas. And as part of what the government has done is to ensure there is inclusivity. As if I am appointed or if this committee find it fit to approve my nomination, some of the things I will do is, first of all, to ensure that there is inclusion in the digital space. Then there is the issue of safety and security, which you have said, that we need to work within the existing regulation. There is the Cyber Crime Act that clearly shows our behavior in the digital space, which again is governed also under the international laws. So that is an area that is of focus and which is critical for the sector. Going to your second question is about behavior in the digital space, and in particular during the time protection of the personal data. Some of the measures that I will implement will be, first of all, enabling the right policies and regulations. We have the Data Protection Act, which is being enforced, but probably going by what we went through is consideration of whether it is inclusive enough. Do we need to do more regulations? Do we need to do more consultation? Because it is clear personal data is personal data, and private people, our constitution clearly guarantees freedom of expression or freedom of the media, but then also there is the issue of privacy under Article 31. So again, what I will do is to work with all the stakeholders to ensure that we have the right policies, we have the right regulation, but then also they are enforced.
And then the cyber security, yes, because that's very important. Right now, Kenya doesn't have one central place where the security of their data. Every ministry works in its own silos, and that's why they can't read into each other. So just say about the cyber security. It was even rumored when we had a power blackout that it was a cyber security attack.
Yes, cyber security is a global challenge, not just in Kenya. And the approach will be collaborative, and we are talking of the various stakeholders within the industry and government agencies. So what I will do is again bring all the stakeholders in private sector, public sector, academia, develop data centers where government data can be hosted, and ensure that we have the right skills to manage these data centers. But then also there is the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data, which again coordinate the work in the cybersecurity and ensures that adjudication, if the attack is not from Kenya, again we are able to deal with those kind of issues. So it will be harmonization, collaborative approach, enabling environment, then ensuring that we are storing our data in safe data centers that are governed or operated using aligned with international rules and regulations.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret. From your very rich CV, you have extensive experience working in the private sector and in consultancy. I was just wondering, one, you definitely have interacted with the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto that had a lot to do with the digital superhighway and the establishment of BPOs, the ICT digital hubs that members of parliament will be establishing in their constituencies. I'd want to hear how you would leverage from your experience, especially in the private sector, to get more people to invest in places like Konza Technopolis that has stalled largely because of inadequate funding. Well, as we have seen in the private sector, a place like Tattoo City, there are BPOs that are coming and setting up and creating employment for thousands of Kenyans. What will you do as a cabinet secretary if you are approved to encourage more investors like those that are going to private facilities like Tattoo City to go to Konza Technopolis and other such investments in ICT hubs? How will you encourage and work with members of parliament in the establishment of digital hubs to be able to create online jobs for millions of our youth around the country?
Thank you.
That will be all for now.
Through the chair.
Yes. Call me chairman or speaker.
Through the honorable speaker.
Yes.
I'll answer the question from Honorable Ichung'wah. Yes, as one of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto is coming up with the superhighway, the digital superhighway, that is expected to be 100,000 kilometers, and that is being done in collaboration with the private sector. And the question is how we leverage the private sector. And to start with, the design of the cable is 52,000 by the government of Kenya and 48,000 in collaboration with the private sector. So as a ministry or as a government, what we need to do is to create an enabling environment, considering that this superhighway is inter-county, that is moving from one county to the other. So there's the issue of where live, is the issue of harmonization of policies from one part to the other. Again, we are saying that this superhighway is supposed to connect people up to the rural areas, and we are talking of 1,450 IHAB at the constituency level. And with that, what we need to do, and in collaboration with the government, is again ensuring sharing of resources and infrastructure. And sharing of infrastructure, what I mean by this is looking at who is laying fiber across the country. We know the private sector is doing that, the government is doing that, including government agencies like the Kenya Power, like the Kentraco, sorry. So is collecting all that effort into one, but then also to support at the constituency level. We are working with the members of parliament and the community to ensure that these innovation hubs that are being created, there is sustainability in it. And one of the challenges that we have had in the past is having iHub or digital hubs without clear definition of clear idea of how they'll be sustained. With the change of the CDF Act that allows up to 2% of the total allocation to be used for recurrent expenditure, that is again one of the areas where we will be working with the private sector to come up with innovative ideas of how, first of all, to make this iHub productive. We need to link the work all to bring the young people in these constituencies to work in this iHub or to access information, starting from business information, information from the government, and to be innovative.
CS nominee, what I was asking in that, how will you come in, if approved, to facilitate members of parliament, because they will do the infrastructure, they will do the recurrent expenditure in the ICT hubs. The gap has been where the ministry comes in terms of provision of equipment, the computers, adequate and relevant training for, and having trainers of trainers who will go to the ICT hubs to actualize that program very quickly. That's what I wanted to hear your input. And one more question I'd forgotten. You seem very strong on the ICT sector, but there's also the communication bit of your ministry and regulation of the fourth estate. And we have seen in this country some players within the fourth estate, and that's the media, engage in what I would term as highly unethical behavior. What will you do to ensure that either the self-regulation that is there is actualized and indeed the media industry self-regulates, or what interventions will you put in place to make sure that we don't have a media that is unethical, that is inciting the members of the public, relaying images on our televisions that people should not be watching with their families? Where will you come in there?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The question is where the ministry come in, and probably to say the ICT Authority, which is a parastatal within the ministry, has been doing training across the country, and it is the one that second ICT staff to the ministries and the county level. So through the ministry, that is one of the areas where we will work with the county or members of parliament to provide the training, and with the 1450 constituencies and enabled by the technology.
1450 wards.
Yeah, 1450 wards and enabled by technology. That means for every county we can have a contact person, and we do the trainer. So this first bunch, then we will use them to train the other, and probably we'll use the model that we used for the African Union Commission, because the training I have been coordinating is focused on the 55 African Union member states, and we can have a class of representative from each of these countries. So again, we can do the same at the national level, where we organize webinars, reducing cost of movement and the like, and ensure that we are impacting knowledge and skilling the people, and the focus being for socio-economic development. Because one of the challenges we have had is we have expanded connectivity. Everyone has a device, everyone has access, but the issue is what are we doing with this connectivity? And it is after establishing what we need to do for socio-economic development and contextualized for that particular constituency, that's when then we can create wealth, we can create jobs, and we can ensure that our young generation are productively engaged.
Junet?
Answer the second bit on for the state.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, for the second question, Honorable Member, is that, as you said, there is a need for ethical behavior in the way we behave. There are norms and confidence-building measures that are guided by our constitutions that our national interest must be first. And the media is regulated by the Media Act that stipulates the code of conduct for the media practitioners and journalists. And enforcement of that is critical, and then accompanied by the Data Protection Act that clearly shows what is private, what is not private. The expectation is self-regulation and self-censorship. But in the event that this does not happen, there are complaint mechanisms through the Media Council of Kenya and through the Media Complaint Commission where this can be followed. But the approach I will take, if approved by this committee, is collaborative approach, that first of all we need to spread national cohesion agenda, that national interest comes first, that the media has a role in terms of crisis, and it should not be seen to be escalating. It should be seen to be creating peace, love, and unity as per our aspiration in the country.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to ask the nominee two issues. One is in this information age, and Kenya remains vulnerable to computer misuse and cyber crimes. But Parliament had enacted Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act 79C and Data Protection Act 411C to prevent that risk associated with those. But despite that, despite Parliament enacting those laws, people still experience cyberbullying, exposure of protected personal data, misinformation, disinformation, incitement, hate speech online, and those kind of things. Propaganda, incitement to violence. So what will be your plan to address those challenges? What do you think you can, as a minister, what measures will you put in place to make sure those things are addressed? That's one. The second one is about the media. Article 35 of the Constitution. 34, freedom of the media. Very clear that says freedom and independence of electronic, print, and all other types of media is guaranteed, but does not extend to any expression specified under Article 33, which is very clear. Hate speech, propaganda to war, incitement to violence, advocacy of hatred, such kind of things. And also, the most important one is in the exercise of the right to freedom of expression, every person shall respect the rights and reputation of others. But now, are you going to be the kind of man, how far is your belief in the freedom of media? Are you the kind of person when you get annoyed you'll shut down the media and close them down or break their equipment in the mountains? What is your view on that?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Like when someone long time said, when you rattle a snake, if a snake is rattled, what will you do?
Thank you, the Honorable Member. I am a strong believer of the freedom of the media, being an information scientist, and also I believe that all the actors, while we have the media should be free, then it is their responsibility to be responsible and accountable. So there is a balancing act, and considering there are rules and regulations guided by the Constitution that defines our responsibilities, but then there are sectoral policies and regulation, starting with the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act that clearly stipulate what what is considered a crime when you are using digital technologies, and the enforcing mechanism to ensure that everybody is safe and allowed to experience their freedom in the digital space. Again, the other thing of consideration is that international laws recognize cyberspace, and it's guarded by the same laws. So basically, again, is to align ourselves with what is happening internationally, because cyber security, cybercrime, all these issues of cyber hygiene, they are of global nature, and it's not only our country that is having these challenges. It's a global challenge. So again, is to align ourselves with what is happening globally. Again, the Data Protection Act, which again aims at protecting personal data and privacy, and that's another policy that needs to be enabled or to be strengthened to address these kind of challenges. And the other thing we said, self-regulation or self-censorship of every person, and recognizing that in digital space, you are dealing with masses. So it's about always the media following their code of conduct. Is it the right information? Is it factual? Have they checked the integrity of the information? So those are some of the self-regulations that we'll be pushing as a ministry to ensure that when we are exercising our rights as per the constitutions, we are abiding by the rules at the same time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. There's a place called Mulot in Bomet County. Mulot is where you have a group of young people who are extremely brilliant. They sometimes or occasionally misuse technology. They actually take money from your phone politely and have it deposited on their phones. Is there a way that, you know, as a ministry, you can tap into the knowledge of these many young people so that you have what we'll probably call ethical hackers? Sometimes you find government systems collapsing because of hacking, yet you have a group of so many young people, brilliant young people, who you can tap their knowledge on technology and have them earn meaningful salaries. What is your view on that?
Leader, I want to confirm what Nelson is saying. I'm a victim, and we are in court with a very brilliant young man. It is real. What Koecha said is real. I'm a victim.
Is the young man brilliant, or the opposite is you?
You know, Speaker, I'm just confirming the brilliant nature of the young generation we're having, and the CS as he takes up the docket. You are not just.
And I said that in jest.
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
As she takes, if she is appointed by this committee, you are dealing with a young, vibrant generation, competent on IT.
Thank you. You have exhausted your right to ask another question. Yes. Naisula, let's take one or two, then you answer. If you ask short questions, we can take even 3 at a time.
I'm happy with 2.
2. Okay. So you have had Nelson with a rider from Honorable Mole. Now Naisula.
All right. I'll be direct because it's somehow been asked. Because you've said the media has to be accountable and responsible. I want you to say it. What is being responsible and accountable? Because how do you plan to work with other government departments, ministries and agencies, including Parliament, to protect media freedom and secure public trust? The second question, revamping KBC. That has been a song every other day. And it's our national broadcaster. What are your thoughts about KBC and its current state and what it should be? The last one, yes, and I have to declare interest. I worked there for 7 years. Now, the government has also reported that since the beginning of the program on digital jobs, 390,000 youths have been trained, while the government has helped create 139,000 digital jobs for the youth. The problem, Madam Nominee, is that Kenyans have lost trust. You can't verify this information. You know, a leader just says, we've done this, we've done that. What will this ministry, or what will you do to ensure that this data can also be seen and be verified by Kenyans as you communicate your government or the current Kenya Kwanza achievements in a verifiable manner?
Nominee, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable members, for the question, and I'll start with the question from the Honorable Member Koech. The issue of young people being very competent, being savvy in technology and using it for the wrong things. And basically, technology was developed to address emerging challenges, but there are other things, the side effects of the technology. And yes, we have seen that we have very competent young people, and we are talking of creating centers of excellence where we can start software development. And the reason I'm saying this is that so far we have been focused on our entry-level skilling, but then we need to move a notch higher and start producing market leaders in software development, in software engineering, that can solve our challenges, but then also be the ethical hackers you mentioned. So that, first of all, our systems are going to be robust, but then also one of the challenges we are having is mass education on cyber hygiene, so that everybody understands their devices and also understand the interconnection of these devices, from the device to the internet. What are the layers and what do they need to do? And that's another area that I find that these young people, we can make use of them to offer the training, and that will also be creating the jobs that the Kenya Kwanza government has promised the Kenyans. So in short is that we can harness these skills and ensure that we take advantage of these skills and enlarge to software development and engineering, and also use these young people to train user awareness, because as we move digital, everybody is affected, and we need to have a critical mass of people who are able to follow very clearly their digital prints and be sure of their security as they move along. Then to the Honorable Member Naisura, with regard to KBC, and yes, KBC is a public good that has very good resources that can be harnessed for the development of the country. Some of the suggestions I'll put forward is, first of all, looking at the business case for KBC, because what has happened is emerging technologies have come, and because agility in the public sector has not been able to move as fast as the private media houses. So one of the things I will suggest is relooking at the positioning of KBC, and in collaboration with other media houses, coming up with a partnership, leveraging on the huge infrastructure they have. Then it could be one of the ways of ensuring that they are sustainable. And also we have challenges, international, also moving into the digital space. We may need to ensure that they move with times and start incorporative technology in their activities. The other question you asked is on digital jobs and whether we are able to do monitoring and evaluation to ensure that we can speak to the numbers we see we are training. And I think this is where, again, we have to work in a collaborative approach from the national government to the county government, and through the connectivity we are talking about out to the ward level, then we are able to correct exact data of who is using this iHub and what they are using them for, because that is another information we need as a country to ensure that we are directing development to where the need is. So yes, I commit as a researcher and someone who is guided by figures. That is one of my priorities, just to find out who are these young people that we say we have trained, and what exactly are they doing with the training we have provided them, and are they using it for the socio-economic development of the country and also to improve on their livelihoods. And then, because one of the work or some of the focus we want to do is also to focus on international jobs, that the fact that we are connecting up to the world level we are connecting up to the marketplace. We are connecting up to the health facilities, up to local authorities. With all this connectivity, then what do people do with the internet? And this is an area that we now want to start focusing on content, and again, working with other government agencies like the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. They have a lot of statistics that can be used by innovators and these young people in the rural areas to start coming up with solutions that can address local challenges. Because basically when we talk about digital space or internet, it is an enabler. It's an enabler in health, in education, in agriculture, and we should use it for that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Posing. Honorable Posing.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, what will you do with an animal called Universal Service Fund, which sits in CAK, Communication Authority of Kenya? That animal or that program was supposed to connect all, or put network in all rural places and constituencies and sub-locations. It has been there for a very long time, and this country in the rural where we come from are extremely unconnected.
What is it called, Posing?
Universal Service Fund. Yes, and yes, CAK. So, Madam Nominee, this thing has been there for many years. Now you are coming, should you be appointed or agreed by Parliament and appointed, what will you do with that animal so that it does the purpose which it was supposed to do, that this country is connected, particularly in the rural areas? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is a little bit connected with ICT and environment. The aspect of electronic waste. This country, we see a lot of refurbished electronic items coming, and of course after the use of a proper electronic item, and it becomes a waste that affects the environment. The contraband, again, on electronics, again, is something that we also need to look at. What policy issue are you going to bring, whether between you and the Minister of Environment, to be able to assess the quality of the electronic that comes into the country, that they do not later affect the environment? Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, nominee.
Thank you.
Can answer those two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the question by Honorable David on Universal Service Fund. Yes, Universal Service Fund that have been in existence for a while, as you have mentioned, it has been used for rural connectivity, and probably just to say some of the areas it has been used is for the fiber optic cable that is being developed, the 100,000, some of the fund comes from the Universal Service Fund. The Universal Service Fund has also been used to connect rural schools and rural hospitals. And I know it can be more used. And probably my take for now is that there's still a lot that needs to be done with this Universal Service Fund. And considering the source of the fund is from the operators, and being from the operators, the usage again is limited to the operators that contribute to it. So one of the things that we may need to do is to expand the sources of income for the Universal Service Fund, and also the uses for which it is put into. And in addition, I would say, in addition to funding the operators, the commercial operators, the fund could also be used to fund community licensing, those persons that are focused on community for and not for profit.
Speaker. I don't think if the nominee maybe understood me. The fund was supposed to build networks in rural areas. These networks are not there. So coming in, what will you do? Should you be lucky to be approved by this Parliament? What will you do?
Honorable Member, I will first get the facts clear of what areas this fund has been used for, and based on that, recommend that model, sustainable model that can be used to do this. And
No, Margaret, I thought you know, when you are not sure, even no is an answer.
yes, yes.
Because you embarked on a very active answer saying it has been doing extensions in rural schools, rural hospitals, fiber optic cables, and so on. Then when it destabilized you with another question, you appeared to move away completely from that. So did you know what it does, or you didn't know what it does?
I know what Universal Service Fund do.
Yes.
And I know it has done a lot of support in rural areas.
Yes.
And yes, when he said that, I will need now to find out the areas that this fund has not reached, because basically the whole idea is to connect the unconnected, is for rural connectivity, and it is through this fund that we expect to move to areas where the private sector has not seen it viable to invest. And again, considering that our population, about 60% of the population is rural areas, and that's where we need more connectivity. His question is, the honorable member's question is very valid, and we must ensure that rural people, if we are talking about connectivity, digital inclusion, then no one should be left behind. Yeah. Yeah, probably I could just say on Honorable Gikaria's comment on management of ICT waste or e-waste, which is becoming a challenge as well, that we are importing or assembling all these ICT infrastructure, and we don't have a clear management system for managing the waste. So if this committee approves my nomination, and I must say in 2009, I was involved in development of a e-waste policy with NEMA that time. And I have not really followed the implementation since then, but this is an area that if approved by this committee, I look into to ensure that we have clear policies of what we are bringing in the country, what is the lifeline of the infrastructure we are bringing. Then the other issue is about green energy. Are we bringing devices that are harmful in the long run? So basically it's working with all the stakeholders to ensure, first of all, we have an enabling environment, then also to ensure that our procurement policies are very clear on the lifeline of the devices that we are bringing into the country, then also developing policies for recycling of ICT or e-waste products.
Mary?
Chairman, I'm going to ask one question.
Please do.
And it has been sent to me by my constituent, who is an IT expert. Kenya Kwanza Manifesto is succinct and intentional on creative economy and digital transformation. As you may be aware, the vast majority of the world's advanced microchips are made in just two countries, Taiwan and South Korea. Taiwan's industry is large and dominant. South Korea is keen on challenging that through a robust investment of over $200 million. Further, Kenyan population is young, dynamic, and IT savvy, meaning that we only need priming and retooling them appropriately given workable and practical policies. His questions are these. One, what is your understanding of fourth industrial revolution? How can Kenya leverage on AI and fourth industrial revolution, keeping in mind that the key driver is robust semiconductor industry? Two, what is your position on government's youth internship program and practical training on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and cutting-edge technologies, which I believe our country desperately needs? Those are his questions. Thank you.
Yes, Dawood, well, let's take the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Dr. Nyambura. Kenya is a highly talented youth engaged in diverse creative works. The digital revolution supported by Kenya's strong internet connectivity has opened up opportunities for this sector, to become a significant economic contributor. What specific plans do you have to nurture these talents and ensure that individuals in the creative economy can turn their talents into successful businesses for their own benefit and the benefit of the country? Because in my constituency, I've got 4 Ajira centers, which are working very well. But are you going to continue the same into digital hubs, what the president has promised? Secondly, 2013, the Jubilee government, the Jubilee government introduced laptops in primary schools. After that, we've never heard of where those laptops are or what has happened to those tablets. They were called tablets. But nothing has happened to date. Are you, if you are confirmed, will you reintroduce computer literacy in primary schools like what it was envisaged in the Jubilee government of 2013?
Yes, nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mary, for the question on the 4th Industrial Revolution and what we are doing to promote manufacturing of electronic devices, electronics, and then also the issue of youth and training in machine learning on making use of the emerging technologies, if I got the question well. To begin with the issue of creative economy, is that Konza, which is one of the flagship projects of 2030, and actually is still one of the projects that Kenya Kwanza government is focused on. One of the plans that need, one of the strategic plan is to establish a software engineering center, but then also there are universities, there are 2 universities that are going to be set in Kwanza. There is the Open University, and there is also a university that is allied to Korea Institute of Advanced Technology, and that is the Kenya Institute of Advanced Technology. And I think it's good that Korea is spearheading this, and we are partnering with them in the Kwanza project. So that is an area that the Kenya Kwanza government will focus on to ensure that, again, we are not just focused on entry-level work for our young people. We need to move them a step higher to start being the one who are informing emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, feeding the right data, because, again, artificial intelligence depends on data into the system. And we don't want a situation where, because as a country we are not participating in populating the digital space with data of integrity, then whatever comes of artificial intelligence is biased towards the data that is there. So this is an area that I will focus on. We will focus on advanced technology to ensure that we are selling. We are the Silicon Valley of Africa, so we are selling our technologies. We are starting innovation hubs where the private sector, academia, the public sector can come together and to collaborate on coming up with the best innovation that will solve our day-to-day challenges. Coming to the question by Honorable Daudi about the work of Ajira, that the creative economy is about using technology and leveraging on what we already have. The answer is that the work of Ajira will continue, because it's connectivity using different business models, but then also looking at sustainability. And the focus, again, for all these rural connectivity, ensuring we have gadgets at the household level, should be harnessed towards socio-economic development. And again, our challenge is the youth. We are channeling about 800,000 to 1 million young people to the market every year, but we are not able to provide them with jobs. And starting with the iHub, Ajira, that's where we start now being innovative. And again, releasing government data, private sector data, and in a format that is usable. That's the only way then we are able to come up with solutions that can solve our local challenges and come up with our local solutions, not just for our country, because again, when you are talking about digital jobs, transformation, we should not just be talking about solving our own challenges, but then continental challenges, global challenges, and taking advantage of our skilled young people who are innovative, who are ready to move. I think they just need to be guided with the right policies, right regulations, right collaborations, and then the right ethics and social norms, because again, these are, if we are opening ourselves to global market, then we must align to international standards. We must, again, know the expectation of the clients. So basically, yes, it's preparing our youth for that. Again, the next question by Honorable Daudi with regard to the laptop in primary school, which was a great initiative, still a very great initiative considering the CBC curriculum. And just to give an update, in 2016, laptops were given to 1.2 laptops were given to the public primary schools across the country. And at that point, there were about 22,900 primary schools. And
I say something, but you know that most schools don't have electricity, so they can't even charge them. And a kid from Olympic Primary School who has to go to the bottom of Kibra, I mean, how will they carry it? So they can't take it home. The school, they can't charge it. So I don't know why you think it's viable, unless you have a way you'll make it viable.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yes, I think there is no option. We have to make it workable because of the reason why we have the...
Margaret, you're being asked questions that would elicit your vision, not to explain as if you are the minister. You see the difference?
Yes.
He says there were meant to be computer labs, there were, school laptops, they were downgraded to tablets, and then he said they disappeared. Now, you are a nominee for this ministry, seeking to be confirmed. Don't defend what you didn't participate in or what you didn't know. Explain, if you get the opportunity, what you will do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that clarity. Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes. If this committee appoints my nomination, what I will do is to ensure that in every school, and I'll work with the relevant stakeholders, that will be part of my vision, to ensure that we have an inclusive, safe, and secure Kenyan population. And to do this, I'll work with my counterpart in other ministries, first of all, to ensure that sustainability, because I think what we lacked in our DLP project is inbuilt sustainability. That once the computers were taken to the schools, how are they going to be maintained? How are we going to train the teachers? How are we going to make sure that there's continuous learning? How are we going to make sure that there is electricity? As Deputy Speaker said, of the schools, there were schools that didn't have electricity and they used alternative technology, which again, they didn't look at a sustainability model. So if this committee approves my nomination, I'll work with the relevant ministries, relevant agencies to do another survey to understand what is the situation in all these schools and how best can we ensure that all the schools, all the public schools, they have digital devices, and not only do they have digital devices, that they are using them, because also there is a situation where they have the devices, but they are not using, simply because, again, the skilling is a challenge. Another area that I would want to focus on is leveraging on, on local skills. That one of the challenge again of the DLP is the fact that there was no decentralized training of train the trainers or the teachers, so that there's probably a pool of trainers that will go to the schools. So again, collaboratively, I'll work with all the stakeholders to ensure that we have sustainability in the project.
Murugara. Honorable George Gitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is extremely brief and just from where she has stopped. If you succeed in getting approved by the House as the CS ICT, would it be your position that you would actually try to make your ministry a rural ministry. Because as we speak today, it's almost urban, 90% urban. Because in rural areas, we do not have electricity, which is the key driver of ICT. Would you actually support, even as members of parliament from rural constituencies, where the electricity connectivity is extremely low, that all schools, primary and secondary schools, should be connected to the national grid and not solar, because solar doesn't even work for 2-3 months, it's gone. National grid, we are supplied with electricity in those schools so that we are able to move forward your ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Yes, you have said that whether if I'm approved, I'll commit to ensure that the rural population is included in the digital space. Yes, I commit to that. And to say I'm a member of the Policy Network of Meaningful Access, that is a UN network that is working to ensure that we are not leaving the rural people behind. The whole idea being that going digital, then we cannot leave half of the population in the rural areas. And if approved by this, if confirmed by this committee, I'll work with the relevant agencies to ensure that every rural school, and probably to support that with my experience, my primary education, I went to a school called Kendurum Primary School. They have a computer, they are not using it because they don't have the structure to use it. My secondary school was Olenguroni Secondary School. Until I finished, I think they just got electricity not many years ago. And the competition was not just between Olenguroni, it was global. And considering that, I wouldn't, it will be in my interest to ensure every person in rural areas has the same opportunity as someone in the urban area. And this can only happen if there is inclusive connectivity up to the ward level.
Owen.
Honorable Speaker, I want to ask this question on behalf of all other people who have not asked. Because I think the information that is coming out from the nominee is just the same thing. So I'm sure she will answer all these questions the same way. So on behalf of all the others, Honorable Speaker, you know, Kenya, the President's vision and flagship project, ICT hubs, ICT jobs, digital space, and more young people getting jobs there. We have moved to a certain level already. We have a base. How will you take this further as you come in? Your predecessor did some good job. How do you take it further, be above what there is, so that the President's vision can be realized within this term? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Robert, he said he's asking on behalf of all of you.
Mine is slightly different, Mr. Speaker. And it's about dependence on IT, because we are noticing this happening all over the world. Recently, I think July 19th, there's a company called CrowdStrike, one of the top cyber security firms that caused a major global IT outage when they were trying to upgrade the software on Microsoft. And this has cost, like one airline, I think Delta, over $500 million in cases. Now, I'm asking this because in Kenya, all government services are paid into eCitizen. In fact, recently there was an attempt to have even school fees paid through eCitizen. And eCitizen, I understand, is in the hands of a private entrepreneur. So my question is, what is your view on this? And would you recommend building capacity when you come into this ministry so that we can have maybe a team of public servants or staff that belong to us, that are paid by taxpayers, that can be able to be trained and take complete control of that kind of facility? Thank you, Chairman.
Can you answer those two?
Thank you, Honorable Members of Parliament. The first question is what I will do different from my predecessors. And yes, because the issues they have been working on, they are critical. They are critical. Connectivity is critical. Devices is critical. Capacity building is critical. So I will continue with that. But what I will do when it comes to capacity building, I'll move a notch higher to specialized training in software development, software engineering, and working with the CONSA, the university that is being set there, and focused on offering training, master's, doctorate level on engineering, the various facets of engineering. I think that is where we will move into, so that we are churning out competent people who can work on the system. The other thing I'll also work on is in terms of content, that we are connected, we have the system, now we need to develop content and to develop solutions, innovations, using the data we have. So that is, again, what I will do. Yes, going to the e-citizen. The question is whether we are safe to have all our data under e-citizen, and then also what we are going to do in terms of building capacity to manage the government systems and the like. Yeah, when it comes to e-citizen, is a good system, one-stop government solution for all applications and the like. That I think to ensure that sustainability, or to ensure that we have a backup. We have information in one central place that is very well secured in terms of physical infrastructure.
He said,
yeah.
We asked you that there's a platform called eCitizen through which payments are being made to government, including now a proposal to pay school fees through that platform, which he alleges is a private enterprise. So he wanted to know, if you become the minister, how will you ensure protection of public interest if it is a private enterprise? Wasn't that your question, Robert?
Yes, with that, Honorable Speaker, without sufficient information, it may be challenging to answer, but...
That issue has been like that for the last 10 years, and most likely this government will leave it the same way. So,
if you get there, look at it. Okay. Russell?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Margaret, I'm looking at medium-term plan 2023-2027, where the government plans to have startups and also attract investment from multinational technology companies. But at the same time, the government also is saying, let us establish in the wards what you call ICT hubs. But my question is, if you are going to attract international investors, and at the same time is startups, why don't you incentivize young men and women to actually come up with those ICT hubs, whether they have 5 computers, 10 computers, so that basically it generates employment, and also it is able to invigorate that local economy, as opposed to government promising something that might take quite some time to establish. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That is an advice and not a question. Take it in the stride. Thank you, Russell. Or Margaret, you want to comment on that? It's very good advice from the Honorable.
No, I think with that information, I will review and act accordingly.
Thank you. Sharia?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm okay to answer the question. For mine, it's a very simple question, Daktari.
if approved for appointment, what key results or deliverables can Kenyans expect from your office in the short and medium term? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Sharia. Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, our nominees seem to have vast knowledge in terms of ICT. My question is, what do you understand by Internet Governance Forum? And how do you want to place Kenya in the continental space in matters pertaining to internet coverage and management? How is our country benefited from this IGF? And when you are talking about connectivity and you say that you're going to ensure that even our rural folk are going to be connected, I just want to understand what level of connectivity is there right now as a country, because I'm looking on those days when we had COVID and we had to go virtual in terms of our committee meetings, and maybe a way forward we need to go e-parliament. So what mechanism or measure are you going to put in place to ensure that you fast track this issue of connectivity, so that even our electorates can understand what is happening in our chambers in regarding to debate of motions and bills, also in our committee rooms, so that they can appreciate that we are really working on our cardinal roles in terms of legislation, oversight, and representation. I think this is an area where you need to put more emphasis and come up with measures, unique approaches, so that we realize this. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sergeant. Can you check whose phone is that ringing continuously? It's out of order. Margaret, nominee, can you proceed to answer those two?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start answering the question by
it's you.
Honorable Bichi before I go to the question of my key results. What is Internet Governance Forums? Internet Governance Forums, they are meetings, let me say they are meetings that aims at governance issues when it comes to Internet, realizing that Internet is a global resource that affects countries, individuals in different ways, and there is a need to manage. And the origin of Internet governance is from the World Summit on Information Society, when member states all across globally came together and realized they need to come up with a way of managing Internet as a public resource. And the structure of Internet Governance Forum is that looking at national issues of connectivity, looking at infrastructure, ICT for development, the culture, education, all issues to do with ICT and how it is being used at the national level, and trying to see what are the cross-cutting issues? Like the issue of access has been cross-cutting across the country and across the globe. So again, these issues are taken at the regional level, where again, different countries come to discuss what are the challenges, what are the cross-cutting issues at the national level, so they come at the regional level. And from the regional level, again, you take the cross-cutting issues, which will probably be cross-data movement, harmonization of policies, and that is taken to the continental level, where again, the African Union comes up with a common position that is presented at the global IGF as the challenges across the continent. Kenya has a very strong internet governance process, actually the national one. These are held every year. The national one was held yesterday, and it has been very successful. And probably to say internet governance forums is a collaboration approach between the private sector, academia, civil society, recognizing that internet is a good that affects every stakeholder and every person. So that is answered. The next question you answered in terms of connectivity and fast-tracking connectivity across the country. And yes, that is one of my key results areas that if approved by this committee, we'll start baseline analysis to understand where are the gaps and what do we need to do? What options do we have? Who are the collaborators? What is the private sector doing? How can we use the Universal Service Fund? What can private sector, like new technologies, VSATs, very expensive, but in some cases they have been seen to work. So is looking at the environment as we have it today and coming up with the best way forward. So again, I link this to my key results because that will be one of my focus, ensuring that there is connectivity and access. My other key result will be working on the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection ratification. And probably just to say something about this convention, it was developed in 2014, and it needed 15 African member states to be ratified. And it was only ratified last year in June after the 15th country ratified, and Kenya is not one of the countries that has ratified, which is a very important convention to govern our work and to ensure that we can collaborate with our neighboring countries when it comes to issues of cybersecurity. My third key results will be implementation of the National Master Plan. As I said, I was one of the advisors of the ministry in developing the National Digital Master Plan, which means the issues in that master plan, I aligned with them, issues of infrastructure, capacity building, support of digital platforms, and innovation and tech. So I will progress implementation of that master plan. Then creation of green national data centers. Again, we are talking of using renewable energy, and this also will address the issue of e-waste, so that as we are getting more devices, as we are moving more digital, then we are also able to deal with issues of zero energy transmission and renewable energy. And the final one is the issue of affordability, that as we stand, there are households, there are people who use more than 30% of their disposable income on connectivity, on devices, and that is because they want to be in the digital space. So the issues of affordability up to the rural person, up to the person, the mama mboga, has to be addressed so that every person can access the digital space and be able to be there and do their socio-economic activities.
Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nominee, what personal accountability measures will you adopt to ensure that information technology is used to combat corruption within the entire government?
Amisi.
Speaker, I just have a question.
A question is a question. If you have none,
yes. Now,
you can pass.
Madam Nominee, the artificial intelligence is a technological advancement that is almost mimicking structure and function of a human being. And of course, it has now taken all the facets of our life. Universities are struggling with it, business environment. How do you regulate technology advancement and the use of technology without infringing the other basic rights of a human being, the freedom of speech and all that? Most of our cyber laws that we've passed, they have always hit a snag because of infringement to other laws of human rights that exist. So how do you regulate without infringing on other rights of human beings?
Nominee.
Thank you, honorable members, for the question. The first one is to use ICT to combat corruption in government. ICT is an enabler, and it facilitates the work of the government, and putting measures, transparency, integrity in system, ensuring that the system we have are up to date, they cannot be penetrated by the young, innovative people. Then we'll be able to ensure that what we feed into the system is what we get from the system. And therefore, ICT will ensure that we enforce what we do offline. So corruption has to be done away from the manual part of it. Then the ICT will ensure that we have integrity in systems to protect our data. The question with regards...
Madam Nominee, do you think you can implement e-procurement in the government during your time as a CS?
Na bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, shughuli nzima ya kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wateule inaendelea hii leo, pia ikiwa zamu ya wengine watano. Mwendo wa asubuhi ndio zamu hiyo iliweza kutangulia, na kwa sasa Margaret Ndung'u anaendelea kupigwa msasa bungeni. Mtazamaji, shughuli nzima itaendelea hadi siku ya Jumapili, lakini kwa sasa karibu katika taarifa zetu za NTV Weekendi. Vile vile pia tuangazie ni yapi ambayo yamejiri katika maeneo tofauti ya humu nchini. Wateule watano wa baraza la mawaziri waliendelea leo kujitokeza bungeni ili kudhibitisha kufaa kwao kuwa serikalini, na mteule wa waziri wa kilimo Andrew Karanja alikuwa wa kwanza kukaguliwa na kamati ya uteuzi. Wakati wa uhakiki huo, Wetangula alivitaka vyombo vya habari kutangaza hoja zaidi kuliko thamani na utajiri ya waliowateuliwa. Rose Ongoi na taarifa hiyo.
Last interventions.
Uhakiki wa wateule wa mawaziri uliingia siku ya pili bungeni. Aliyeteuliwa kuwa waziri wa uchukuzi Davis Chirchir alifika mbele ya wabunge ili kudhibitisha kufaa kwake kuwa serikalini. Chirchir alikuwa wa 4 kuchunguzwa. Hii ni mara ya pili anakaguliwa kujiunga na baraza la mawaziri. Chirchir, mshirika wa karibu wa Rais Ruto, aliwahi kuwa waziri wa nishati katika baraza la mawaziri la kwanza la Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mnamo mwaka wa 2013. Aliondoka madarakani mwaka wa 2015 baada ya kuhusishwa na kashfa, lakini akarejea mwaka wa 2022 Ruto alipochaguliwa kuwa rais.
We have an insatiable appetite for kickbacks, you know, in most of the things, and I'm aware that in the last regime we lost Qatar making JKIA their hub to Rwanda.
People cannot get you in the office. People cannot call you and receive their calls, particularly MPs. And therefore, I think you need, I don't know what you will tell this committee. If you are approved to become a CS, please go and work on that part of your skill so that you can be able to be accessible to as many leaders as possible.
Hapo awali mteule wa waziri ya kilimo Andrew Karanja alikuwa kwanza kuchunguzwa na kamati ya uteuzi.
And participation in corrupt and illegal activities. Is it true?
Not
he has provided no evidence, but that's what he says.
That is not true, Mr. Speaker, sir, because yes. I have never participated in such kind of activity.
What is your net worth?
My net worth is 214 million shillings.
Yes, made out of?
Made up of my residence, my family residences.
We want the media to be fair to both the candidates for appointment and the committee, because we are not here to evaluate the wealth of candidates. We are evaluating their suitability to hold public office to which they are nominated.
Mbunge wa Suna Mashariki Junet Mohamed alimueleza Karanja kuwa makini na watu wanaodhaniwa kuwa walaghai sugu ndani ya wizara hiyo iwapo atateuliwa kushika nafasi hiyo.
The bedroom of corruption in government is Ministry of Agriculture. The rest are sitting room, servant quarters and other small places. And you know, Mr. Speaker, having a PhD and dealing with corruption, so now that's one thing I want him to illustrate, even physically if he can, how he's going to deal how he's going to deal with corrupt people in that place. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, how is he going also, because fertilizer is one of the biggest problems when it comes to corruption also.
If I am approved by this House and this committee, I'm saying I'm giving a notice on cartels. Notice that they will be out of business.
Rose Ongoi, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, kupigwa msasa na kamati ya bunge kwa waziri wa mazingira mteule Aden Duale kulichukua mkondo tofauti mapema bungeni, pale ambapo Aden alipojipata kizimbani kwa utendakazi wake alipokuwa waziri wa ulinzi kwa kipindi cha karibu miaka 2. Na kama anavyoripoti mwanahabari wetu Lois Ongoi, mkondo wa maswali ulitoa taswira kwamba Duale aliruhusu utepetevu katika wizara ya ulinzi.
Alianza makombora kwa Aden Duale ni mbunge wa Likoni Mishiboko, akimpasha kwamba hatua ya rais ya kumpokonya wizara ya ulinzi ni kutokana na uhusiano wake mbovu na uongozi wa wanajeshi nchini, huku mbunge Caleb Amisi akimsuta kwamba aliongoza wizara ya ulinzi kwa kuwatishia wanajeshi. Kamati hiyo ikisema hayo ndio yaliyomtatiza pakubwa na kupigwa kalamu na rais kutoka wizara hiyo hadi ile ya mazingira. Duale alijitetea kwamba huu ndio mtindo wake wa uongozi. Kwa kujinata, mteule huyo mfugaji wa ngamia alisema atatumia mtindo huo wa uongozi iwapo atafaulu. Aidha, Aden Duale alihojiwa kuhusu mahusiano yake na kampuni ya Georgia International Abattoir iliyoko katika kaunti ya Kiambu na ambayo imeripotiwa kuendeleza uchinjaji wa mifugo kwa viwango vya juu na kuchafua mazingira. Hapa Duale alikana kumiliki kichinjio hicho.
Let me start with something Mrima Juja. Maybe the people who I sell my fattened bulls take to many slaughterhouse. If they buy and take it to our slaughterhouse, that is the only relationship I have. I don't own slaughterhouse. So ask that person, maybe he's looking for another Duale.
Na je, kuhusu swala na jeshi kutumika dhidi ya waandamanaji mwezi Mei?
I did not deploy KDF. The framers of the Constitution put Article 241, 3B and 3C in the Constitution. So Kenya Defense Forces are in the streets. They are in Boni Forest fighting Al-Shabaab. They are in North Rift making sure that we deal with the banditry for peace, public order, public safety, where the police are overwhelmed. Article 241 3B kicks in.
Bungeni, Aden Duale alikuwa na wakati mgumu kutetea shughuli ya kuwachagua makurutu wanajeshi nchini pasi na ufisadi. Aidha, mbunge wa Teso Mary Emase aliwaka moto akiitaja shughuli ya kuwateua makurutu wa jeshi kukumbwa na ufisadi na mapendeleo chini ya mwongozo wa Aden Duale.
I refuse to pick your call and many other people's calls because of corruption. It's because of the corruption. You wanted me to employ for you people. So I'm very sorry, Honorable Mercy. If I didn't pick your call, I was scared you'll ask me to recruit somebody for you.
Honorable Speaker, I was calling the Honorable CS to seek clarification with respect to the concerns that were raised by my constituents, that those who were successful and had reported to the training camp were being chased away over flimsy reasons. And I think I can quote, one of my constituents was told that his testicles are not equal. That is why it's being dismissed or returned from the training camp. So I wanted to seek clarification from the CS. My constituent lost that slot because I could not get the CS to clarify.
Ripoti kwamba kwa wakati mmoja Aden Duale alimnyima naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua nafasi ya kutumia ndege za kijeshi, huku wanasiasa wa ndani wa karibu wa Rais William Ruto wakiruhusiwa kutumia ndege hizo ili muandama Duale. Mbunge huyu wa zama wa Garissa mjini aliyekuwa mwamba wa upinzani alipochaguliwa chini ya tiketi ya ODM mwaka 2007 alitorokea URP kwa William Ruto mwaka 2009 na kuwa tegemeo la Jubilee kutoka mwaka 2013 kabla ya kutimuliwa mwaka 2020 kwa madai ya kumdharau aliyekuwa kinara wa chama Uhuru Kenyatta. Aden Duale amesema kwamba akifaulu kama waziri wa mazingira katika siku zake 30 afisini atapiga marufuku hati miliki za mashamba za mabwenyenye yanayotatiza uhifadhi wa mazingira nchini. Lois Wangoi, NTV.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, haijawa rahisi lakini wanang'ang'ana tu. Niruhusu nichukue mapumziko mafupi, nitarudi na mengi katika dawati letu la NTV Weekend.
the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. Ana get to expand his horizons. Huyo ni Max, aki-import bills, lakini yuko in a tight fix, like his favorite pair of tight sweatpants. Working capital solution from Stanbic Bank in a come through. Sasa and expand his fashion empire to the max, literally. When our dada, a mobile money super agent, gets frantic calls to Hawana Float, through our digital solution, MJK Dada Boss can send floats to a sea of agents to keep them all afloat. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogoo maize flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Green vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp red at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
My skin is my identity and deserves care made specially for me. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care with 5 oils and 5 vitamins. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. For your shade of beautiful.
Ah, the thrilling world of businesses in the city. Mato, you on speed dial. Looking for help with his LPO, he needs to deliver laptops fast. Enter Stanbic Bank, the game changer in LPO financing. Ana get to expand his horizons. Grow your biashara and unlock your horizons with our payments and collections, vehicle and asset financing, unsecured bid bonds, LPO financing, insurance, cross-border solutions, and so much more. Stanbic Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Star 423 hash gets DSTV Compact for 3,700 Kenya shillings and connect to all the football you want on DSTV.
Huko bunge akiendeleza kibarua cha kuwapiga msasa mawaziri waliopendekezwa na Rais William Ruto ili kushikilia nyadhifa za waziri wa Kenya, pamoja na wabunge chini ya wenyekiti wa Spika Moses Wetangula, wameonekana kutoa hisia zao mseto kuhusu ukwasi wa walioteuliwa kwa mara ya pili baada ya kukaa madarakani kwa muda usiozidi miaka miwili, na wengi wameongeza mali ya zaidi ya shilingi milioni 100 licha uchumi kuwakandamiza Wakenya wengi. Fatma Bugu na taarifa hiyo.
Kwa siku ya pili mfululizo, jopo la wabunge limeendelea kuwahoji baadhi ya mawaziri wateule kuongoza wizara mbalimbali. Spika wa bunge anayeongoza zoezi hilo la kuwachuja alikiri kuwa suala la mali wanayomiliki mawaziri wateule limewagutusha Wakenya, wengi wakijiuliza ni vipi mawaziri walioteuliwa kwa mara ya pili wamejilimbikizia mamilioni ya fedha chini ya miezi 21. Hii leo waziri mteule wa kilimo Andrew Karanja aliwekwa kwenye mizani alipotaja kima chake cha fedha shilingi milioni 214. Kwa Aden Duale, waziri mteule wa mazingira aliyebahatika kuteuliwa tena baada ya kuhudumu kama waziri wa ulinzi, amekiri kutia kibindoni shilingi milioni 129 ndani ya miezi 21, yani thamani yake imepanda kutoka shilingi milioni 851 hadi shilingi milioni 980.
Can you explain
the growth?
There is both for land investment and real estate property. Usually the appreciation increases between 12 to 15%. So if you calculate 851 by 12% or 15%, that growth that amount will come to it.
Hali ilikuwa sawia hapo jana kwa mawaziri watano waliofika mbele ya jopo la mchujo, akiwa ni Debra Baraza wa afya, Alice Wahome wa ardhi, Julius Ogamba wa elimu na Soipan Tuya wa ulinzi. Wengine na mali zao tajika walikuwa Kithure Kindiki wa usalama wa taifa, aliyejitetea kutokana na ongezeko la fedha zake kutoka shilingi milioni 544 hadi 694, akiongoza kwa kutia kampuni pesa nyingi zaidi kuliko wenzake kwa kipindi cha miezi 21, shilingi milioni 150 kabla ya kutimuliwa pamoja na wenzake 20 mwezi Julai. Mitandaoni kukisheheni maswali mengi ya jinsi mawaziri hawa waliweza kupata mamilioni ya pesa kutoka kwa uchumi duni wa taifa. Wakati wa kuchukua hatamu Oktoba mwaka 2022, mshahara wa waziri mmoja ulikuwa shilingi 940,000. Hata bila kukatwa chochote, jumla ya pesa kufikia mwezi Julai zingekuwa shilingi milioni 19,740,000. Ikumbukwe serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iliomba angaa miaka miwili kuimarisha hali, ikisema imelipata ghala la taifa likiwa tupu. Kumbe hamna ndimo mliwamo.
The crisis.
Fatma Bugu, NTV, kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Na mtazamaji, mashindano Olimpiki ya mwaka 2024 huko Paris ameshika kasi hii leo, huku Wakenya wakijitosa uwanjani kusaka medali. Mbio hizo ambazo tayari zimeandaliwa hii leo ni pamoja na majaribio ya mbio za mita 1500 kwa wanaume na za mita 5000 kwa wanawake. Na sasa mtazamaji, tunajiunga na mhariri wa NTV dawati la mchezo Bernard Ndong moja kwa moja kutoka Paris. Ndong, tujuze mengi, Paris kunani?
Sijui kama mnanipata vizuri sana, acha nibadilishe. Sijui kama hiyo unaweza kunipata vizuri. Ni kwa katika mji mkuu wa Paris ambapo ndio mashindano ya Olimpiki unaweza sema yameanza kirasmi, kwa sababu ukizingatia kwamba wanariadha wa Kenya ndio ambao wamepiga upatu ikizingatia mashindano haya ya Olimpiki. Muda mchache uliopita ilikuwa fursa ya wanariadha ambao wanashiriki katika mbio za mita 5000 ambao walikuwa wanashiriki katika awamu ya mchujo, na Wakenya Faith Kipyegon naangalia kwa sasa washafuzu katika fainali ya mashindano hayo. Faith Kipyegon ukizingatia kwamba ni bingwa katika mbio hizo, ni mwanariadha ambaye amebobea katika mbio za mita 5000 na vile vile mbio za mita 1500, na kwa sasa yeye amefuzu kwa fainali ya mashindano hayo akiungwa na mwenzake Margaret Chelimo. Tunaweza kujua kwamba kama Beatrice Chebet atajiunga nao vile vile, kwa sababu alishiriki katika awamu ya mchujo. Lakini hapo awali asubuhi kulikuwa na mashindano ya mbio za mita 1500 ambazo umezungumzia, na hapo ambapo wanariadha wote watatu wa Kenya waliweza kufuzu kwa awamu ya ufuatayo katika nusu finali ya mashindano ya mbio za mita 1500, mmoja wao akiwa Brian Komen, mwingine ni Timothy Cheruiyot ambaye alipata kiwewe kidogo katika awamu ya mchujo, na vile vile Reynold Kipkorir. Hao ndio wanariadha ambao wameweza kuwania tikiti katika awamu ya nusu finali. Baadaye leo jioni Wakenya watatarajia kwa hamu mbio zingine za mita 400 kukutana Njiti, ambapo kuna Wakenya ambao wanashiriki katika kitengo hicho. Mbio hizo ni wale ambao watamaliza katika nafasi za tatu za kwanza ndio ambao watafuzu katika awamu ya finali ya mashindano hayo. Na baadaye leo usiku Kenya itakuwa ikiwinda nishani yake ya kwanza katika mashindano haya ya Olimpiki, haswa katika mbio za mita 10,000. Finali hiyo itaandaliwa muda wa saa 4:20 leo usiku. Unaweza kuona kwamba jua limekithiri sana, ndio kwa sababu mbio hizo zinafanyika baadaye leo usiku. Niko hapa nje ya uwanja wa Stade de France ambapo finali hiyo itaandaliwa. Inatarajiwa kwa hamu kwa sababu itakuwa upinzani baina ya wanariadha wa Kenya dhidi ya wapinzani wao kutoka Uganda. Wanariadha ambao watakuwa wakiwinda nishani katika mbio hizo ni Bernard Kibet, Nicholas Kipkorir na mwenzake Daniel Mateito. Vikumbuka kwamba mbio hizo mara ya mwisho Kenya iliweza kushinda nishani ya dhahabu zaidi ya miaka 56, mwaka 1968. Hiyo ni zaidi ya miaka 50. Ndio mara ya mwisho ambapo Kenya iliweza kujiwania tikiti kujiwania nishani ya dhahabu katika mbio hizo. Kwa sasa hiyo ndio taswira ya mambo hapa katika siku ya kwanza ya mashindano ya riadha. Kwa Wakenya wanasema hapo ndipo mashindano ya Olimpiki yameanza kirasmi. Niko hapa nje katika uwanja wa Stade de France.
Na asante sana Bernard Ndong akitujuza mengi tu hapo kutoka Paris. Mtazamaji, sina la ziada, nakamilisha taarifa zetu za michezo.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na Safaricom, mfadhili wa timu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki.
Na asante sana mtazamaji kwa kuungana nasi kwenye taarifa zetu za NTV Weekendi. Japo leo zilikuwa kiduchu tu, lakini usitie shaka, mengi zaidi ni hapo kesho na pia mwendo wa saa 3 kwenye taarifa zetu kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Mie siku zote niite Frida Mwaka nitaitika na kutakia usiku mwanana usiokuwa na bugdha, ila na kuacha na neno la siku.
Tunaangazia neno kwiru. Maana tamaa ya kutaka kula zaidi hata kama uwezo wako wa kula ni mdogo. Kisawe chake ni ulafi. Mfano katika sentensi: mawaziri wateule wote ni matajiri walio na mamilioni ya fedha, ila bado wana kwiru ya kuwania nafasi za wizara walizoteuliwa.
This is NTV.
Hello, my name is Fred Waithaka and I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Safaricom, and I'm excited to invite you to this year's edition of the Man Cave. The Man Cave is much more than just a weekend getaway. It's an opportunity for us men to come together, to network, to grow, and to build each other through shared experiences. Like me, I'm sure you have to balance through many competing interests in your life. We have to balance through our own career ambitions and aspirations. We have to compete with the need to be there for our families, who are important to us and are the very reason for which we go through so much in our lives. And of course, you also have to balance through your own personal needs and aspirations. Come join me at Tilisi Grounds this Saturday, 3rd of August from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'll be speaking in one of the panel sessions, and I would be happy if you'd come and share your experiences with me and with all the other men who will be in attendance. Thank you, and please don't forget to tag a brother.
This week on Churchill Show.
Radul fired. Watu wananiambia pole, ile ya kuchekelea pole.
How do you call a journalist who likes cooking? Chef Koinange. Wacha. How are you guys? Ni mapua kwa sura ama sura kwa mapua?
Chris Brown with a touch of Omalay.
Omalay wapi, labda Omanyala.
Huyo, unaona venye sasa hivi mnakaa supu, unaona huyo? Huyo atakulilisha utoe balloon kwa mapua.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Churchill Show, brought to you by Mivita Homes.
Want to know the biggest story of the week? Do not worry. The Weekly Review got you covered. For in-depth analysis of politics, business, governance, as well as social issues, the Weekly Review covers it all. For well-researched, exclusive and investigative content, read the Weekly Review every Sunday in the Sunday Nation.
This Sunday on NTV.
This is the season finale.
You're scared, you're curious, and you don't even know what's going to happen next.
I got terribly sunburned, and I also really hurt my feet.
Those who like sleeping, it was terrible.
You're in the middle of the road.
What are you filming?
Kwa hii show ambayo inafanywa na Smlit, sisi hatuogopi kwenda mahali.
Are you curious about that dazzling look?
How do you define beauty? And how to dress elegant, glitz, and glamorous.
The Glam Show is here to answer all those questions and show you what's popping and what's the latest in the beauty and lifestyle world, because you need it. Look your best and fall in love with Into the Glam, only on NTV.
The Glam, brought to you by new Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care Body Lotion.
With 5 oils and 5 vitamins. 48-hour nourishment. Helps reduce appearance of stretch marks in just 2 weeks. New Nivea Radiant and Beauty Advanced Care, for your shade of beautiful.
For Mutiso, the 2024 London Marathon victory earned him a spot at the biggest stage of world athletics, the Olympics.
Nilikuwa napenda tu nikienda nikikimbia sana kwa sababu hata wazazi wangu walikuwa wanataka kunituma sana kwa sababu naenda haraka. Maombi yetu ni tulete mendo kwa Kenya.
I am Philip Kitoto. Man Cave event is here again. And so this is a moment for us men to interrogate, who is man? What is his duties? See, today's world has challenged the role of man in society, the place of man in the home, in the workplace, and literally in every space, because man is part of society. Man is part of literally everything that happens, demands everywhere. So it's a great time for us men to talk about ourselves, interrogate what we were meant to be. A great discussion for us all right there at Man Cave event. Hope to see you on the 3rd of August. Please don't miss it.
NTV, turning on your world.
The Trend, brought to you by the Year Account from Cooperative Bank.
Happy Friday! Karibu to #TTT, this lovely second day of August. Yani, August has only had 2 days and already it's given us a Friday. Mungu, bariki wengine sasa. Welcome to the show. My name is Mariam Bishar. We have amazing things to get through. Some funny stories, some more serious than others. Zingine tu ni ufala, zingine ni some things that we need to discuss as a nation, okay? And come to a consensus. But of course, I've got amazing panelists with me. I've got Victor Nyata, who's been lost for a hot minute. Victor.
Yeah,
Nilikuwa Nairobi.
You didn't even notice this guy was gone?
No, I had traveled. You
Yeah.
know, there's a friend alikuwa ameniita Dubai. Yeah, he was gifting me a watch. So, yeah, so
How much is it worth?
tumejua mwenye alishikwa. Tumejua mwenye alishikwa sasa. It's Hublot.
Hublot.
Yeah. So kama uko na zako 4 million, utapata.
Mbona nashuku hiyo ni Hublot, not Hublot. But we also have Daddy Mato with us today. It's an amazing Friday. But before we get into the stories, a quick reminder that there is an account for young folks who are on their first hustle, first job, and it's the YEA account. Like, yeah. I know you know this account. I know you have tried it. You have tested it. Tested, approved, and trusted for real. If you want an account that doesn't require you to do too much jumping through hoops, if you ask your folks, they will tell you over time when you needed the chief's letter to open a bank account. Unaenda unaandikiwa barua that this is so-and-so from my village, and you can open an account in his name. But nowadays, and especially for the year account, all you need is your ID, your KRA PIN. You can get online and open an account as quickly as that. All it takes is like some data bundles, a little free time, and you have a year account. If you're getting paid in dollars, come on, finya computer alafu pesa inatoka. This is also the account for you. So be sure to give it a try. You can get money in USD as well. Si lazima kila siku Kenya shillings. But let's get into the stories today. Beginning with Diamond. Anaitwa pia Nasibu Juma Isaac. He is popularly known by his stage name, of course, Diamond Platnumz, and he has once again become the subject of online debate in Kenya. This time, though, it's not about his controversial relationships or his baby mama dramas, which often capture the attention of fans. Instead, it's about his mastery of the English language. Diamond Platnumz faced online criticism over his English skills, with some Kenyans having expressed their dissatisfaction with Diamond's disregard for the basic rules of grammar. Let's have a listen actually, to what he said that had people so, ati wanajua kizungu kuliko Diamond.
When did you get in town? Second, right? Second in the morning, yeah. When did you get in town? Second, right? Second in the morning, yeah.
In the morning. Yoni time gani? Second in the morning. This is the second time guys are making fun of Diamond for his English. Ila mara ya kwanza aliulizwa na mrembo that he was trying to see on that show, Young African and Famous. Hey, how old are you turning this year? Akasema, I'm 31st. But why is it such a big deal to Kenyans that ati anasema second in the morning, Victor? Shida iko wapi? Mimi sioni shida.
You know, I don't see any problem.
Yeah.
Number one, yule mbongo, wajua Isaac ni mbongo. Yatoka kule Tanzania.
Ni Isaac kwanza, first of all.
Isaac.
Isaac is a very English name.
Isaac, Isaka.
Yes.
Isaka yatoka kule Bongo. Na watu wengi ndio wanamkashifu kumradhi kwa kile kizungu, you know, the English that wasn't of the nose.
Yes.
Lakini sasa kuna mwingine pia ameandika huko comment akaambiwa, haya basi uko na kizungu tuonyeshe pesa.
Yes.
That guy disappeared. So hata kama kizungu kidogo amesema second, lakini ni kama pesa iko. And again, let's understand, you know, Tanzanians ni watu wa Kiswahili. So kizungu kidogo, they are trying to catch up. So that's a good thing. Me, I don't blame him at all. Ako sawa kabisa. Hata kama alisema I'm 31 years old, iko sawa. As long as all of us understand what he is saying. That's of importance is that. Do we understand what he's saying?
We do. We do. Yeah. And do we understand his bank account? Mato, history a second. I honestly think people are, I don't know, targeting Diamond unfairly. Mtu alianza kujua kizungu akiwa 18. That's the first time he started learning English. And now you want to come for him.
Sasa hapa nimechanganyikiwa nichukue upande upi. Lakini wacha tu niseme ukweli ule ambao uko rohoni. Muuko moyoni. Sasa unaona hapo hata mimi nimeshindwa ni rohoni ama ni moyoni?
Moyoni.
Hizi vitu happen. Unacheki? Hizi vitu happen. Wakati unaongea hizi vitu happen. But this is the exact situation with Diamond Platnumz. He is further advanced in the job than he is in the language of the job. Unashikanisha kenye ninasema? Yani ni wale watu uliingia kwa hiyo ofisi, umeiva hiyo kazi, unaifanya kabisa, lakini architect, wewe umeingia kwa ofisi ya architect, alafu architect amekuja, wewe ni assistant wa architect, anaongea kuhusu branding na trunking, unashindwa zile vitu za gypsum. Hizo. That's the situation that Diamond is in, because he started learning English in class very recently.
Yeah.
Sio kama sisi ambao tuligrow up nayo, lakini bado inafika mahali inagonga ukuta.
Ni ukweli.
Unless you are Nick Kwach. You see, such circumstances around every person. And again, we've said this very many times before. The mastery of English is not a measure of intelligence. Because had he been speaking in his native language and Jason Derulo ajaribu kuongea Kiswahili pia hata yeye, tungesikia mazingaombwe zake.
True. Even us who are making fun of him at Yapa, that Kiswahili, we cannot even come anywhere close to it. That's why we listen to so much bongo, but vitu zinakupita tu.
Jiongele peke yako. Kuna wengine wetu tunaweza mkaribia, tunaweza sio kwa kile kiasi ambacho ametukaribia kwa Kiingereza kwa sababu Kiswahili chake kimepaa zaidi.
Kizuri.
Ni kizuri. Wakisikia Victor amekubali Kiswahili changu kizuri.
Kiswahili kizuri, wajaribu. Vile vile wajua mimi nilizaliwa upande wa pwani. Hata mimi kizungu najaribu kukifahamu, walakin ni kwamba tunajaribu. Kwa hivyo tusije tukakashfu wale ambao kwamba tumetoka pwani. Kizungu tutakipata 2018 hadi sahi. How many years are those? Please give him time.
Pwani ama puani?
Just know, kwa minajili, I want to use that somewhere in the show.
In a sentence.
In a sentence. Kwach. Speaking of Nick Kwach, by the way, he's around. Na kona big words.
Put up. Nairobi, it is what it is.
We shall not say anything.
It's the president and I. Schedule kidogo. Yeah, but we're here. What I have to say is Kiswahili is the second most spoken language in Africa. Use it. Ama when you're at the level of Diamond Platnumz, work with a translator. Usingangane. I know what it looks like and I see what he and Harmonize keep trying to do.
Yes.
Harmonize released a whole album where he was singing in English peke yake. And the goal is to go international. They're seeing what the God of Burna Boy is doing, the God of Wizkid is doing, and they're hoping that it's because how anaimba na Kizungu. Well, he's making the right moves, including trying to speak in English. I hope he goes global at some point. Well, he's already global.
Do you think people in the West understand what Burna Boy is saying? We have to move on to the next story. But I think in our pita, to all that Yoruba, all the Igbo, all the Pidgin, in our pita, but they're still vibing to the music.
Hata before we go to the next story. Ushaisikia Mfaransa amekuja amejifunza Kiingereza na anakiongea vizuri kabisa. The French, they speak the language how they want, no?
Vile wanajisikia, yes.
No? Yes.
Vile wanajisikia.
Yes. Na bora wewe umesikia kitu na tuna move on. Mbona Mwafrika unamkashifu?
The Tanzanian one is already bad enough as it is. Ukiongeza na grammatical errors.
Shida ni nyingi, guys. We have to
grammatical correction kwa Kiingereza.
We have to take a short break now, Mato. But we'll be back with what's happening in our churches. Are we finally regulating the church, guys? Watch at one. We'll be taking a break, but we'll be back. #TTTT. I'll read some of your comments. So tweet, tag us, tuambie what's going on and what you think about arriving at 2nd in the morning.
Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour. Enjoy Jogoo maize flour 2 kg at 98 shillings. Greener vegetable oil 5 liters at 10.95 shillings. Apple crisp bread at 259 shillings. Fresh chicken leg quarter at 399 shillings per kg. And LG 70-inch smart TV at 112,995 shillings. Deals kibao kila wiki na Carrefour.
Maisha iko fit na sema Yemen. Nilikuwa nikitembea sina drive German. Pay business letter umbea mana fama. Nitishe feungana na chama. Niko mrasi ko keja, furasi ko fed up. Young innovator, yando better. Nitakufunza kazi, nitakufunza farming. Kunja jamvi, kuja nami.
Wezi chapa na makadi zangu kali. Nimejipina wezi kosa quality ni high. Siniko busy sana squeeze sipatikani. Mali safi nimeziseti pakina Kasarani. So matrila squeeze naitwa designer. Suta ni dress na yo luku ya jana. Nakafunga kwa budget si minus vitenge mahudi hata shati za Raima.
Yeah, yeah.